Alas for the Billionaire, Billionaires of REKD, Book 4, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Chapter 1. Eve Stewart pulled into a wrecked gaming guest parking spot and stared at the building. She'd heard about the company from Kane, one of the founders, and had checked it out online. Finding out that one of his partners was someone from high school that she never wanted to see again had been an ugly surprise. If she wasn't so committed to the idea of the bucket list charity, she doubted she'd risk seeing Darius while she was here. Her phone pinged, and Eve pulled it from her purse. "Hey, Dad, what's up?"
"Eve, where are you now? I thought you were to come home for a visit before you took another job."
Uh-oh. Something was really bothering him. She hadn't heard his brogue get that bad since her almost wedding. After more than 40 years in the U.S., her father had overcome the worst of his accent, but it got strong during times of high stress. When he'd first started practicing law, he'd had to be careful, or no one in court could understand him. His stereotypical Scottish temperament fit his red hair. Fortunately, his anger faded fast. Bruce Stewart wasn't the kind of guy who held grudges, except when it came to his own father. "What's wrong?" she asked.
"Nothing's wrong."
Her father's voice was sharp and full of irritation.
"Keep the heed,"
Eve said, quoting in a Scottish accent one of the sayings he'd used on her often enough over the years. That usually got a response out of him. He grunted and let out a deep breath.
"I am calm. I told you nothing was wrong."
Then why had he called? Certainly not to give her a hard time for not having visited Boston to see them often enough. She'd been home 2 months ago. Eve opened her rental car's door and got out. "Look, Dad, I'm going into an appointment for my next job, and I don't want to be late." She headed toward the building's entrance. "If this job goes through, there'll be a lot that needs to be done beforehand. I'd only be able to get there for a weekend."
"But you said you'd come for a longer visit."
Eve was close to both of her parents, and they were all independent, but he almost sounded needy. Was he sick? A twinge of alarm made her stumble in her stride. "Are you all right?"
"I'm fine."
He heaved out another breath and added,
"I heard from my father's solicitor."
He started mumbling Scottish curses under his breath. Eve blinked. It was a miracle her mother wasn't calling to say Dad had had a stroke. He'd never forgiven her grandfather for disowning him, for choosing his own future. Most 20-year-old men would have been devastated by that, but her dad had come to study in the U.S. anyway, and worked his way through school. She'd always taken pride in her family's toughness. On the way to his law degree, he'd gone after citizenship. He hadn't married until he was in his early 30s and established in his career. Did the solicitor call to say he died?
"Don't be getting disrespectful."
Right, like her father hadn't just been saying all kinds of disrespectful things under his breath. It was too bad that Eve's personality wasn't as placid as her mother's. She had a wonderful ability to act like a soothing balm when her father got mad. If he was defending his father, her dad was really troubled. Eve had reached the entrance and stopped at the door, not wanting to take the conversation inside. "Give me a break. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. It was a simple question."
"You're right. He called to tell me my brother died."
Eve didn't know what to say. Her father had always been silent about his younger brother, so she had no idea how close they'd been. She hadn't met him or her grandfather, and she had no idea if her uncle had ever made an effort to contact her father. He used to joke, bitterly, that since there were 2 sons, the old man hadn't minded getting rid of the heir because he'd had a spare. It always sounded to her like they were in line to inherit some Scottish title instead of a bazillion acres in the lowlands. "I'm sorry, Dad," she finally said. "Did he have any children?"
"A son. About your age, the solicitor said."
He let the sentence drag out like he meant to say something more. There's something else? Her poor father.
My dad had a stroke. It was mild and he's recovering well. Considering his temper, I'm surprised he's lasted as long as he has.
Eve didn't miss the irony of her temperamental father making a statement like that. Was her grandfather's disposition even more volatile? While she had no respect for a man who would throw away one of his children, she'd also been with enough people when they died that she knew they frequently had regrets. Was her grandfather wishing he'd handled things differently all those years ago, and was now reaching out to his only remaining child? Would her father be willing to let go of his own hurt? Your father must be almost 90.
89.
This had to be the longest conversation that she could remember having with her dad about his father. Her heart lifted a little. Her dad remembered how old his father was. As a home care nurse, she'd worked with family members who had regular contact with each other and still didn't know that kind of information. What are you asking me, Dad?
Nothing. I wanted to tell you.
Her father's almost sad tone turned cross.
And ask when you plan to finally come home for a visit.
Depending on the timing for this next job, if I accept it, it could be another month, give or take. He gave a disgusted grunt.
Your mother misses you.
Eve grinned. Mom and I talk almost every day, and she's not pushing for me to come home right away. Are you sure you're not the one who's missing me? He started to bluster, like he always did when she accused him of having feelings. She'd wondered many times over the years how he managed to be so successful as an attorney with that kind of temper. She'd asked him once if he'd ever been found in contempt while in court, and that had sent him off into another one of his rants. From her mother's expression, Eve had decided he had, and that experience had forced him to learn to control it. Nowadays, she thought she must be the only one who could set him off. Dad, I hate to interrupt. She waited for him to stop his little rant. But I have to go into the building now for my meeting. I'll come up either this weekend or the next. I'll let Mom know which. Call me again when you have more information.
Hagel agamost.
I love you too, Dad. Eve ended the call, dropped the phone in her purse, and entered the building. I still don't get why you want me to do this. The charity was your idea. Darius Dimitriou said with a scowl. He wished he knew why his partner had been so agitated since he'd returned from Ireland. Darius couldn't afford to take on responsibility for a wish fulfillment organization if it might turn him irritable and cranky like Kane had become. Because I've decided I don't want to run this thing, but it's still a worthy cause. The nurse I worked with in... Kane tripped on the word. Why wouldn't he even name Ireland now? What had happened on that first bucket list trip? Well, she has a great suggestion for a candidate that I thought you in particular would be interested in helping. Him particularly? What was that supposed to mean? Darius had never considered making a bucket list for himself. He'd always thought that was for people who hit 40. With adventures like an African safari, tour of the Egyptian pyramids, and sailing across the Pacific, he'd had enough fun to mark off items from many people's bucket lists. He had a decade before he had to worry about adding to his own. Don't we already fund enough charities? He rubbed the back of his neck. It wasn't that he didn't want to give back, but it had been a tough summer. Their company, REKD Gaming, was gearing up for the playoffs for the World Championships, and he'd just found a replacement for his intern, Kane's sister, as it turned out. Darius had been looking forward to taking off some time. He needed a break. Please, listen to her, and then decide. Kane headed toward the conference room door. Let's go. All right, but I'm making no promises. That's all I ask. Darius followed, but only because of the haunted look in his friend's eyes. Seriously, what had happened to him in Ireland to have caused that? It was like Kane was in the middle of some kind of internal battle. Since the drama with his sister had been resolved, what could be troubling him now? The single time Darius had tried to bring it up, Kane had rather rudely brushed aside his question. Kane strode from the room and had to quickly step aside to keep from plowing into a woman holding a baby carrier. "Morning, Cayenne," she said to Kane, a twinkle in her eye. "Cass." He barely blinked and didn't tell her to pronounce it like Kane, another indication that something was troubling the man. The ribbing about the correct pronunciation had been a running gag with the CEO's executive assistant for 3 years. With a crease between her brows, she watched Kane continue down the hallway. "You need to find out what's bugging him," Cass said. "His sense of humor died in Ireland. I thought he was too focused on work before, but he's worse now. It's not healthy for any of you." She reached up and poked Darius in the chest. "Ow!" He rubbed the spot. "Maybe he's just tired of your joke. Try something about Cain and Abel for a change." "No, this is more. Much more. That man is miserable." Shaking her head, Cass went into her office. Darius broke into a jog to catch up with Kane, who had reached the elevator and was holding it open. They entered and faced the door, saying nothing. Cass was right, but Darius didn't know how to help his friend if he wouldn't open up about the problem. Kane had done one test case and gone with the wish fulfillment lady to Ireland. She'd been an old woman with cancer. He wouldn't talk about the trip. Had he gotten attached to her, and she'd since taken a turn for the worse? That was the danger in getting emotionally involved. He'd said the nurse had a potential client. Where would this person want to go? Someplace like Disney World or Universal Studios? On a cruise? Kane opened the conference room door and strode inside. He was immediately greeted by a woman's pleasant and vaguely familiar voice. "It's great to see you again, Kane, but you look terrible. You should take better care of yourself, or you'll end up one of the people using your charity." Darius poked his head around the door jamb and found his friend embracing a tall, slender woman dressed in dark slacks and a burgundy blazer that gave her light brown complexion a rosy flush. With her tiny braids pulled back in a loose ponytail, she struck the right balance for business casual. She carried herself with an easy confidence. Speaking with Kane, she sounded more like a friend than a potential employee, who was, before he could finish the thought, Darius felt himself transported back to that unusually warm May evening, the month before high school graduation. They'd been with friends at the park and had wandered down a path alone. He could smell the sweet fragrance of the peonies in bloom nearby, the vanilla scent of her shampoo, the feel of, "Darius, come here." Kane waved him over, pulling him back to the present. "Eve, this is my friend and business partner, Darius Dimitriou. Darius, Evelyn Stewart." He had to unclench his fist before he could extend his arm. Did she remember him? She hesitated before taking his hand, hers warm, her skin soft. The too familiar tickle of attraction ran up his arm, and the corner of his eye twitched. But she continued to watch him expectantly, wary, like she was waiting for some response from him. Darius decided to play it cool. "Have we met?" he asked. Kane glanced first at one and then the other, his brows raised. The corners of Eve's mouth quirked. Darius knew that beautiful face too well not to know how forced her amused attitude was. She hadn't forgotten that night either. "I doubt that someone important like you would remember a girl you kissed in high school. But yes, we've met. My 17-year-old self would be crushed that you've forgotten her." She put her hand to her chest with a mock flutter. So that was how she was going to play it. He wasn't likely to forget that kiss. It had rocked his world and confused the heck out of him. All right. "It's nice to see you again, Eve. Darius said. So you're a nurse now? And you're a billionaire. Who knew back then how life would turn out? If he hadn't known her so well, he'd have thought her tone was teasing. From Kane's expression, that's what he thought. But Darius was too familiar with the edge of sarcasm she'd like to sneak into some comments. She'd usually saved those for the snarky kids in school, though. How many times had he and she laughed later after such verbal altercations? He'd always thought she would have followed her father's career path rather than her mother's. Of course, he'd also thought Eve would always be a part of his life. Since you're here, I'm guessing you're the nurse who helped Kane in Ireland? Darius wondered if she could explain what had happened to sour Kane during the bucket list charity trip. I did. Eve glanced at his partner, who'd leaned back in his chair like a spectator. It was pretty amazing, and he helped to make Granny a very happy woman. Kane's expression had tightened at the reference to Ireland, and worsened when the client was mentioned. Now that we've had this little mini reunion, he said dryly, maybe we can talk about the project? Please be seated. Well, aren't we salty today? Eve shot him a shrewd glance, but took a seat. Why are you so cross? I'm not, Kane said crossly. Eve arched a brow and leaned back in her chair, her arms folded. Sell me a different story, because I'm not buying this one. Her eyes narrowed. It's Sona, isn't it? That's none of your business, Kane said, his tone sharp. Eve blinked, but didn't drop her gaze, though she didn't say anything else. Kane was a plain speaker, but he was rarely rude, and certainly not in a business setting. When Darius exchanged glances with him, the Korean man's face flushed, and he averted his gaze. Darius wondered who this Sona was to be causing Kane's lady problems. That was curious anyway, since the man was a confirmed bachelor. Darius did sympathize, since he still carried the scars from his own lady problems. Without a word, Kane picked up 2 stacks of papers and handed one to Eve. The other he gave to Darius. These are my notes from the first trip, and an account of the expenses. I also had Cass prepare a list of the things that we considered as we went into it, and what my observations were during the trip. Why did you print this out? Darius asked. I sent you a digital copy too, but I wanted you to have something in front of you for this meeting. Since Darius hadn't been involved with the trip to Ireland, he spent his time scanning the documents while Eve and Kane discussed the observations. As Darius subtly watched the two interact, he knew Cass was right. They needed to do something. When Kane had first returned from Ireland, Darius had excused his friend's curt behavior as jet lag, but enough time had passed that was no longer an excuse. The usually mellow man was distracted and edgy, sharp and critical with others. Darius would have to ask Eve about this Sona person and why she was being a problem for his friend. Darius, Eve asked, reaching over to tap his hand, pulling him from his thoughts. The spark was even stronger that time. He pulled back his hand and rubbed it where she'd touched it. Sorry, he said. Static shock, I guess. I didn't feel anything. Eve wore an innocent expression. Darius wasn't fooled. How many times had she used it to get out of trouble when she'd been caught whispering in class? I'm going to be honest here, Eve. I've already told Kane I'm not sure I want to take this on. Well, don't decide yet. She reached for her purse, and it was like she dropped her pretense and had turned all business. She woke her phone and searched through it. She slid it to him, and he picked it up. A pretty Hispanic girl posed in a picture, holding a certificate. And? He asked. This is Sofia Hernandez. She's 17 and an excellent student. That says a lot, considering the health issues she has to deal with. I know that a charity organization like the one Kane is proposing wouldn't normally accept nominations from people working on the team. But since this program is still in the early stages, and he's already done a test case with Sona's grandmother, I was hoping you might consider doing another test case with this one."
"What is Sophia's situation?"
"She has lupus."
Darius gave a soft groan. 17 with lupus. His favorite aunt hadn't been diagnosed with it until she'd been in her late 20s. It killed her before she was 50. Not everybody with lupus died from it, but it was a tough disease. He slid his fingers over the screen to enlarge the picture. In spite of the girl's bright expression, she had shadows under her eyes and seemed a little pale.
"How long has she had it?" he asked. "She started showing symptoms at 12, but wasn't diagnosed until a couple of years ago. She's been involved in local organizations that talk about childhood lupus." Eve leaned back in her chair. "She's even started her own charitable organization with the focus to draw attention to the disease and raise money to fund research to create a test to help with diagnosis. She's a good kid." Darius couldn't help feeling like he was being manipulated. Eve knew about his aunt, but he couldn't remember ever having mentioned her to Kane.
"Did you know about this girl before?"
Darius asked his friend.
"Nope. Eve just said she had a likely candidate and asked if it was okay to propose her."
Kane shrugged.
"I figured it wouldn't hurt to consider it."
Easy for him, since he was walking away.
"How do you know her?"
Darius asked Eve. "She's from back home." She leaned forward, her manner intense, hands clasped before her on the table. "Sophia's mother runs a house cleaning business. You may not remember, but my mother is involved in volunteer work. She found out about Sophia's fundraising efforts and got involved." Darius let out a breath, leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms. Lupus was one disease his family knew well. It impressed him that the girl had decided to be proactive.
"I came prepared to tell you I wouldn't do this."
"I know." Kane's tone showed the first bit of humor in weeks.
"That's why I invited Eve. I figured she'd be able to talk you into it." "I'm still not convinced you shouldn't keep it going yourself rather than handing it off," Darius said, rubbing his chin. Like Eve's family, his had always been involved in local charities, and one of the first things he'd done when he'd become rich was to set up an endowment. Darius liked being able to give back, even more now that he had a lot of money. Otherwise, he'd have stuck to the no he'd given Kane when he'd first asked. With Eve sitting across the table from him, Darius was second-guessing himself. That she, of all people, had stepped back into his life after all these years seemed serendipitous. He'd been stupid and scared all those years ago and walked away from her. Until now, they hadn't crossed paths. If he said he wouldn't do it, he might not get another chance with her. "But I'll think about it,"
he finally said.
"If you don't take it, it's dead. Rafe has too many other things going on, and Ez has his hands full with that musical program he's helping with. It's in your hands now."
Kane rose and left the room. Darius stared at the door closing behind his friend. He glanced at Eve.
"Do you know what that's all about?" he asked. "He hasn't been the same since he came back from Ireland."
"I think he got a little too attached to Sona." Eve's expression had turned sad.
"She got under his skin that bad, huh?"
Yeah, you might say so. Things between them didn't end well, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays out."
"Well, it's almost time for dinner."
Darius gathered his papers.
"What are you doing tonight?"
"I don't have any plans. Since I've never been here before, do you have any recommendations for where I could eat?"
"Let me take you out to dinner. We have 12 years to catch up on."
As Eve considered him, wariness crossed her face, colored by a touch of wistfulness. He'd seen that before, so many years ago, but he hadn't been mature enough to recognize it for what it was. Darius arched a brow and gave her the "I dare you" look he'd used on her in high school. Her expression turned determined. "All right, I'll have dinner with you." When she picked up her papers, he didn't miss the crease between her brows. Chapter 2. As they made their way through the building, Eve had to work at keeping up a calm demeanor. Had it only been an hour ago that she'd been hoping not to see Darius? It had seemed like the worst kind of luck that had been him on the other side of the table. If she weren't so dedicated to the program, she might have walked out. And that punk. Like she couldn't tell when Darius was pretending, acting like he hadn't remembered her. Anyone who knew him well could see it in his expression. Why had he done that anyway? Embarrassment at the way he'd treated her that last month before graduation? But then he'd given her that look. It had taken her right back to high school, when they'd been the best of friends. It was like she was looking at the boy again, and her resolve had melted. It took a long time to make it to the exit. Employees kept stopping him to ask questions. She hated to admit that he interacted well with the people, even handling one temperamental artist with finesse. Did that come from having been a high school art teacher? She'd been happy for him when she'd read that Darius was one of the Harvard billionaire boys. Just before they'd sold their first game, he'd been named Teacher of the Year. At the time, she'd thought it was a shame to lose someone so good from the profession. Seeing him now, she wasn't so sure. She had a feeling he was still teaching, but in a different, less formal way. "Phew," Darius said when they finally exited the building. "I was beginning to wonder if we'd get out of there." "Do you mind very much?" "Not really, but it can make it tough to get away from the office some days." Darius pulled some keys from his pocket and pointed to a royal blue car plugged into a charging station. "Wow, a Tesla. Nice." She examined the vehicle. "What kind of range do you get?" "Over 600 miles with one charge. I can extend it by carrying an extra battery." He opened the passenger door for her. "I wouldn't take it for a really long trip yet because there aren't enough charging stations in this part of the country. Rumor has it that's changing as they become more popular." "It's nice to know you haven't lost your concern for the environment. I've wondered since I first heard about your success if the money would ruin you." Eve paused between the car and the open door and turned to face him. She blinked at his close proximity. Darius was better looking than he'd been in high school, when he'd been too tall and too lean, all arms and legs. He'd definitely filled out, and the scraggly wannabe beard he tried to grow in high school had filled in nicely. He kept it neatly trimmed, one of those beards that wasn't quite a beard but wasn't scruffy either. She had to push down the temptation to run her finger over his cheek to see if it felt like sandpaper or if it was soft. "You've worked with Kane. He's not into acquiring a bunch of stuff. None of us are. I think that's probably why we work so well together. None of us are conspicuous consumption guys." Darius gave a familiar shrug. "Well, I'm glad to hear it." Eve slid into the passenger seat and took a deep breath when he closed the door. He smelled so good and seemed completely oblivious to the attraction she'd been fighting. That was so typical and unfair. He'd been the one who'd kissed her, turned her world upside down, and then stopped speaking to her. One day they'd been best friends, and then strangers. No, worse than strangers, because he'd always acknowledged people on the street, even if he didn't know them. It was just as well. She hadn't proposed this wish fulfillment to Kane so she could get reacquainted with an old high school crush. Still, she wished this Darius didn't seem like a more mature, self-assured, delicious version of his younger self. He was silent as he got into his side of the car and turned the ignition. "Where are we going to eat?" she asked, trying to sound as natural as possible.
I seem to remember you being a hamburger girl, Darius said, pulling out of the parking lot. Eve was a little surprised he remembered that. There's one in particular here that's my favorite, he said. It's small and simple, but their food is down-home country. Sounds delicious. I'm starving, so I hope it doesn't take too long for them to prepare the food. It shouldn't be a problem. He was quiet for a minute and then asked, besides working with Kane's bucket list recipient, what have you been up to all these years? Well, like you, I went to college. My mother had been pushing for me to follow in her footsteps, so I did. I heard from my mom that she's the director at the School of Nursing now. I'll be honest, Eve said, shifting in her seat to see him better. I'm surprised your mother even remembers us. Well, you shouldn't be. I guess you've been traveling so much that you don't know that our mothers serve on the same fundraising committee for the hospital. No, I didn't know that. Why had her mother never mentioned it? She rubbed her temple, recalling the conversation with her father and his wish that she'd come for a long visit. Maybe he had a point. Darius pulled into a parking lot. Oh, this is quaint, she said, leaning forward. A log cabin restaurant. I told you, down-home country. The inside atmosphere matches. When she reached for her door, he touched her hand. Let me get that for you, please. I'm perfectly capable of doing it myself. My partners always get a lady's door. Ezreal says it's a sign of respect, and Rafe's mother would tan his hide if she caught him not doing the same. I don't want to look bad in comparison, so you'd be doing me a favor. Eve eyed him but didn't move. Kane was also one of those guys who conscientiously opened doors. Darius hopped out and hurried around to her side of the car where he opened hers with a flourish, his eyes twinkling. For a second, she saw the boy she'd once loved. Blinking at the unexpected stinging in her eyes, she stepped out of the car. Thank you for letting me retain my reputation, he said. Any time. Eve approached the restaurant with the intent to make a statement. Before he could take the handle, she did, and opened the door for him, stepping back from it so he could enter first. She gave him her best saucy grin. Turnabout's fair play. If you can respect me, I can respect you. As you wish. He stepped inside, but waited for her and held out his arm. Eve hesitated a second before taking it. After a dozen years, she'd thought the electricity between them would be gone. Nope. If anything, it was even more powerful, at least on her part. She took his arm, and they walked to the host, who seemed to know him. All Darius did was hold up 2 fingers, and the man nodded, picked up 2 menus, and indicated they should follow him. Buffalo and bison? She asked once they were seated, scanning the menu. I thought they were the same thing. I did too. Darius glanced at her over the top of his menu. It turns out the American bison is native to North and South America and Europe, while the buffalo is from Africa and Asia. Who knew, right? They serve emu, too? Aren't they like ostriches? Eve shook her head, feeling a little queasy at the thought. I don't think I could eat one. You eat chicken, and they serve duck and goose at your father's country club. Why not a giant bird? I guess, but I think I'll stick with a hamburger. Eve pointed to the drink section on her menu. What is this cherry wine? It's a cherry tonic. A carbonated beverage. Is it alcoholic? No. Darius signaled their server that they were ready to order. That's one of the things I've enjoyed the most about taking nursing jobs all over the country. I've gotten to try a lot of regional foods and drinks. Eve gave her order and added, I also think I want that cherry wine float. Darius ordered the same thing she had, minus the drink, choosing water instead. It sounds like you don't just do nursing work around Boston.
he said when they were alone.
How did that come about? I hadn't heard that home nursing was a profession that paid a lot.
It doesn't normally. When I started out, I didn't want to work in a hospital. I was offered a job for a wealthy friend of my father's. The man's mother had suffered a stroke, and they didn't want to put her in a rehabilitation facility. They chose to do it at home, and my father suggested me. Eve folded her hands on the table in front of her, wondering if Darius thought less of her for it. He'd chosen to be a high school teacher, after all, another underpaid professional position. She said, "After that, it was word of mouth. I've needed to add some additional certifications to my credentials, and I've found that interesting. I also worked with a physical therapist for a while, so I have some additional experience there. I really enjoyed the trip to Ireland and getting to know Granny, the recipient. She was a delight."
Was it a big change from what you'd been doing? He asked.
It was. I'm not complaining about the jobs I've done. I like people, and I find working with a lot of different personalities adds variety to what I do. But I've met a few spoiled brats, and I hope working for the charity will limit how many of those I have to deal with. Eve chose her words carefully. I grew to love Granny. She was a salt-of-the-earth type of person, grateful and humble. I found it more fulfilling to care for a regular person who wasn't used to having almost unlimited resources to make her comfortable. So, you see, it's for very selfish reasons that I hope you continue this program. I'd love to keep working for it. Darius had been studying Eve as she talked, but it took a second for her last words to sink in. When she'd first mentioned working for rich people, he'd wondered if she'd been chasing fame via her clientele, which would have been a huge change from the girl he'd known so well. His shoulders relaxed and he smiled softly. It was always interesting to meet up with people he'd known before he was so wealthy. While his family had been the most affluent of the four partners, Darius's life on his own as a high school art teacher had certainly not included a lot of extras. Once he'd begun teaching, the only time he'd been able to afford to take expensive vacations had been when his parents invited him on theirs and offered to pay his way. His father had never understood why Darius had chosen a career in teaching, a profession that required high levels of education with low compensation. He'd gotten tired of hearing comments from people, including some family and friends, who said teachers didn't make much because they didn't work all year. The fact that they'd already put in the equivalent of a full year by the time the school year ended was irrelevant to them. "You're awfully quiet," she said, pulling him from his thoughts.
"I've been thinking."
"About the project, I hope." The server brought Eve's float and she leaned back. "This looks good." She put the straw to her mouth and drew in some of the creamy cherry tonic, nodding her head, her expression thoughtful. She took another sip.
"Do you like it?"
he asked. "I do, but then I've never been a root beer float fan and have always preferred alternatives."
"Rainbow sherbet with 7-Up. I remember."
"I'm surprised you do. This is yummy." Their food arrived then, and they spent the next few minutes eating. Darius hadn't missed the flash of pain that had crossed Eve's face at his comment. Was it because of his stupidity, or was she remembering something else not associated with him? He hoped it was the latter. She glanced around the room as she ate, pausing at times. He thought she was checking out the rustic decorations, and she might have been at first, but then he realized she was watching the diners. He didn't remember her being a people watcher in high school, and wondered what she saw when she studied them. "What?" she asked, pinning him with her curious gaze.
"I was just watching you watch people. Do you do that a lot?"
"Usually. I find studying people and wondering about their lives to be fascinating. Maybe that's why I enjoy home nursing so much. Bartenders and hairdressers end up being the receivers of all kinds of personal confidences, but so do home nurses. I suppose it's because a relationship of trust and the close proximity lends itself to sharing.
Because, of course, you always want to spill your guts to the person who gives you a sponge bath,
Darius said dryly.
Eve laughed. I confess that's not one of my favorite parts of the job, but it's not like it isn't also incredibly embarrassing for the patient. I try to treat them with the same dignity and respect I'd wish to receive. Good for you. Do you think you'll ever transfer to the teaching hospital to work with your mother?
Maybe, when I don't want to travel anymore. She shifted her gaze, but Darius caught another flash of something. Sadness this time, he thought. Was her travel schedule less about wanderlust and more about some pain she was running from?
I think your parents are older than mine, he said. If that's something you'd like to do, work with your mother. You'll want to do it before she retires.
You're right. Eve's expression turned troubled. Darius found himself intrigued even more by her. How much did this beautiful woman still have in common with the girl he'd kissed? His gaze went to her mouth. What would it be like to kiss her now? He shook his head. The last time he'd given in to that temptation hadn't ended well. I appreciate the delicious dinner. Eve glanced around the restaurant again. It's been fun getting a little taste of Boone. If you're not interested in continuing Kane's charity, please tell me right away. I've had another job offer, and I need to let them know in case they have to get someone else. She set down her napkin and looked about to leave.
I'll do it.
Darius hadn't meant to say it, but once the words had escaped his mouth, he didn't wish them back. He'd already been tempted to agree because of Sophia. A girl like that needed something good and memorable to happen in her life. Adding Eve into the mix made the decision an easy one, even if he'd made it unconsciously.
But I'll do it as a test case, just like Kane did. I don't have a driving desire to be intimately involved with running the program, but I do think it would be a good way to give back.
Eve grinned, and the shadow of something that seemed to always haunt her disappeared. When do you think you'll want to take the trip?
It's August now, and it'll take a little time to put everything in place. If she's 17, would it be a problem if she misses some school?
He asked. Because of her health, her mother has homeschooled her. Sophia's also already taken some college courses online. Darius considered his options. He was scheduled to take some time off after their big push this summer, but he needed to be back in October for the North American Finals in New York City. She'd like to go to Edinburgh.
Scotland? What's there for a teenager? Does she have a thing for William Wallace and want to see where Braveheart was filmed?
Actually, a lot of that movie was done in Ireland. Eve pulled out her phone and swiped across the screen, showing him a list of sites in Edinburgh. Sophia is a huge Harry Potter fan.
Have you already discussed this with her? I hope not, because what if I'd said I wouldn't do it?
Darius leaned back in his chair, narrowing his eyes. More than one person he'd once thought of as a friend had tried to con money out of him.
I'd hate to think you'd use emotional blackmail to try to coerce me into agreeing.
Aren't we suspicious? Eve shot him a flat look. No, I haven't talked with her at all about a bucket list trip. I did, however, chat with her one day about what her dream trip would be. She was quite emphatic that it would be Edinburgh. I've done a little research since, and there are quite a few places within walking distance that I think she would enjoy and could handle. We'd have to be careful with her health, of course.
My bad. Sorry to accuse you wrongly. We'd need to leave in the next 2 or 3 weeks, though, if we can arrange it with her that soon. We obviously wouldn't be bringing just a teenage girl, so how many of her family members would accompany her?
Darius didn't give Eve a chance to answer.
That's something that would need to be considered for an ongoing program. Would it be fair to choose someone from a large family when only one and maybe a guest could come?
Kane mentioned once that as much as he'd like to be able to help everyone, he couldn't afford to, Eve said. I get that. You'd want to set limits. But would you bring only a child and a parent? It'd be lovely to include both parents and siblings to make it a real family affair.
True, and these are questions I'll need to consider should I decide to set up the charity. Does Sophia have a bunch of siblings?
We're lucky there. She's an only child. They're not affluent, so I'd have to check to see if both parents could afford to take the time off from work.
How long would the trip last that you're considering? Darius asked.
Kane's was only 3 or 4 days there, since it takes so long to travel to and from.
All right. You check with her family.
He pulled out his phone and opened it to his calendar.
If we went mid to late September, well after Labor Day, we might be able to deal with fewer crowds, but the weather should still be decent.
Well, it is Scotland.
What does that mean?
Eve held up her phone and turned it so he could see. The screen said that the average high was only 62 degrees in September.
We'll have to bring coats, he said.
And umbrellas. Eve flipped the screen on her phone and held it up again. It looks like the rain average in September is 5 or 6 inches, so close to twice what Boston receives.
But not much more than Boone gets.
Darius grinned, feeling a little excited about the trip for the first time.
I've never been to Scotland before.
Me either. Eve's voice was soft.
But your father was born there. You've never visited?
Nope. Eve's expression had turned flat at his question. Darius didn't say anything, but wondered what else was going on with her family, that she'd never mentioned it. He'd been to Greece as a boy to meet his great-grandparents, so he'd always assumed she'd been to Scotland. I'll send you a list of places she'd like to visit so your staff can start making arrangements. Joe Rowling finished the series in the Barliamo Hotel. Eve leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. If you could swing getting the same room Joe was staying in then, it could be the ultimate prize for Sophia's trip.
How do you know that?
Potterhead here. Eve leaned back and pointed at herself. I'm a Ravenclaw.
Are you sure this isn't your bucket list trip?
Nothing like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Eve tilted her head, the corner of her mouth curving up. We'll have to get you a kilt.
I don't think so.
You know very well that I'm of Greek descent,
not Scottish.
Ah, but Scottish myth says that the country was founded by Greek prince Goidelglas and his wife Scotta. She was the daughter of the pharaoh. Darius stared at her, the corner of his mouth twitching. He loved that Eve hadn't stopped being a trivia queen.
And all this time I thought it was Brutus of Troy who founded Britain, he said dryly.
I'm surprised you know that much, but there is a connection, so embrace it.
We'll see. Do you want any dessert?
No, my cherry wine float was plenty. When the waitress put the ticket on the table, Eve reached for it. Darius grabbed it, feeling victorious when he got it first. She rose before he could get her chair. When he gave her a flat look, she put on her saucy grin again. She also didn't wait for him to offer her his arm, so he placed his fingers on the small of her back. It took a little more effort than he cared to admit to not put his arm around her waist. Prep time with Eve, and then 5 days, counting travel time. It was going to be an interesting trip. Chapter 3. Good afternoon, Mrs. Hernandez, Eve said as she shook hands with Sophia's mother. It's nice to see you again. What brings you to our house today? The woman opened the door and stepped aside. I've got an exciting proposition for you and Sophia. Eve wiped her feet and stepped into the pristine hallway. Mrs. Hernandez's home would be great advertising for her small home cleaning business. Sophia, she called, We have company." Eve waited expectantly, wondering what kind of day the girl would be having. Lupus was an autoimmune disease that tended to run in spurts. People could be in remission and feel relatively fine, and then have a flare-up that would send them to bed with swollen and achy joints, fevers, fatigue, and photosensitivity. That was one good thing about the trip to Edinburgh. The sun could create all kinds of problems. But there was a fairly good chance it would be cloudy while they were there, limiting Sophia's exposure. The girl came skipping down the stairs. "So it must be a good day." "Oh, hey, Eve," Sophia said. "How long are you in town?" "Not too long, though my visit today is because I have something I'd like to talk with you and your mother about." She nodded her head toward the living room. "Please sit down," Mrs. Hernandez said. Eve took a chair, while the mother and daughter sat on the couch. The furniture in the room was well maintained, but worn. Eve knew from talking to Mrs. Hernandez once that Sophia's health issues had been a financial drain. While the family business was doing relatively well and everyone worked hard, all the discretionary income went to paying medical bills. Now that Eve was facing them, all the ways she'd considered making the proposition didn't feel right. If Darius decided to go ahead with the endowment, talking with people would be very different, since they'd have applied for the bucket list fulfillment. This was a proud family, and they wouldn't appreciate the suggestion that they were in need of charity. Why hadn't she considered that last night? Something niggled at the back of her mind, and she struggled with it for a second before she was finally able to grab the memory. Kane had mentioned once that Granny and Sona hadn't wanted his charity either, so he'd had to broach the subject as them doing him a favor. That seemed the best approach in this situation, too. "I have a favor to ask you," Eve said. The mother and daughter exchanged glances and shrugged, obviously confused. "I have a friend who's creating a charity, kind of like Make-A-Wish or Dream Factory. It's still in the beginning stages, and they're working out how they want the program to run." Eve crossed her clasped hands over one of her knees and leaned forward, wishing she didn't have to stretch the truth. "He's asked me to come along for the medical side of things. His favorite aunt had lupus, so when he asked me if I knew anyone who might be willing to act as a test case for him, I thought of you." "I don't understand what you want me to do," Sophia said, her expression interested. The important thing was that her mother didn't look insulted. "Have you ever heard of a bucket list?" Eve asked. "No. Maybe it's something we older people think about more." Eve exchanged a knowing glance with Mrs. Hernandez, who smiled in understanding. Eve continued. "A bucket list might include dream trips or things you would want to do or learn before you kick the bucket. So essentially, my bucket list would include things I'd like to see or do before I die. For most people, it's only a dream because how many people could afford to go on a cruise around the world?" "You'd like to go around the world on a ship?" Sophia asked. "That was just an example," Eve said. "But I think it might be fun. Though, to be honest, my mother would be more likely to have it on her list. She likes cruises because she says it's a great way to visit a lot of different places without having to haul her luggage around. But I know people who've had things like climbing mountains or going to Disneyland or swimming with the dolphins on their bucket lists." "Sophia is too young to have a bucket list," Mrs. Hernandez said. "I don't think anyone is too young to start thinking about things they'd like to do or places they'd like to see." Eve looked at the girl. "If you had one place you'd love to visit, where would it be?" "Scotland," Sophia said without hesitation. "That's where Hogwarts is supposed to be." Eve bit back a smile, glad she wouldn't have to research a completely different place. "I have a confession to make," she said conspiratorially. "You know my father is Scottish?" Sophia didn't roll her eyes, but she grinned. Since she sometimes helped her mother to clean houses, she'd met Eve's father. Well, my father and grandfather had a falling out just before my dad immigrated to the United States. Because of that, we've never visited Scotland. I'd love to see some of the country where my father was born. But I'm also a Potterhead, too. As you know, there are tons of places in Edinburgh that we could visit. Sophia's breath caught, as though she understood for the first time what Eve was suggesting. Yes, Eve said, that's what I'm proposing. You and your mother, and your father, if he can make it too, would have an all-expenses-paid trip to Edinburgh. That's where J.K. Rowling finished writing the last book, Sophia said, her voice breathy with excitement. I know. At the Barliamo Hotel. That's where we'd stay. Eve kept the details to herself until it was confirmed that Darius's staff could reserve Joe's room. And my friend is rich. He owns his own jet. Well, his business does. But anyway, we'll all fly on it. Oh, Mama, please tell me we can do this. Sophia had turned to her mother and was clutching her arm. I want to go. Please, tell me I can go. Mrs. Hernandez had developed a crease between her brows. Remember, Eve said, trying to head off any objections, this would be a test case for my friend. He can't set up expectations by opening it up to the public when he doesn't know how he wants the program to run. Yes, Sophia would have a wonderful vacation, but you'd be helping him figure things out. Who is your friend? Mrs. Hernandez asked. His name is Darius Dimitriou. Eve wasn't sure Sophia's mother had ever heard of REKD gaming. His father is Damon. You might have heard of him. Damon Dimitriou? Is he connected to Dimitriou Investments? He owns it. Mama, please say yes. Don't you want to come with your girl on her dream vacation? Mrs. Hernandez gave her a flat look, but then her expression softened. The mother reached up and stroked her daughter's cheek. I know you can't miss too much work, Eve said. The trip would last 5 days, 2 of which would be travel days. What's nice is that Darius's plane has a bedroom where you and Sophia will sleep in an actual bed. Where would you sleep? Mrs. Hernandez asked. They have bunks there for the crew. I've flown on it before. It's really quite nice and much better than taking a commercial flight. Will you vouch for this man? The way Sophia sat with her hands clutched to her chest, her eyes raised to heaven, and mouthing, please, 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 almost made Eve burst out laughing. She had to take a deep breath before meeting Mrs. Hernandez's gaze. Darius was my best friend in high school, and I believe he's as fine a man as I've ever met. I put him on the same caliber as my father. She knew the woman thought highly of Eve's dad, so the statement would carry a lot of weight with her. Mrs. Hernandez looked at her daughter. When would we go? Sophia threw her arms around her mother's neck. Calm down, Mrs. Hernandez said, patting the girl's arm. Do you all have passports? Eve asked. I do. Sophia does too, but I'll have to see if it's expired. We got it to visit my parents in Chile, but we haven't been able to afford to go yet. I know Darius would like to do this sooner than later because he's got some pressing business in October. Is there a chance you could find her passport and check the expiration date while I'm here? Eve asked. I know some countries won't let you enter if your passport's going to expire within the next 6 months. If it's expired, the charity will pay to renew it, but we'd have to rush it. Mrs. Hernandez rose from the couch and hurried away. Sophia jumped up and ran over to give Eve a hug. Thank you so much for submitting my name for this. The girl's happy expression suddenly went gloomy. Now, as long as I don't have a flare-up, let's think positive about that, Eve said. And I'll be there too. It expires in 9 months, Mrs. Hernandez said, entering the room with an open passport before her. Is yours still good? Eve asked the mother, and Mrs. Hernandez nodded. I'll let Darius know then and get you information about the dates. He was hoping in less than 3 weeks. Do you have any conflicts? No, my cousin owes me a favor, so I'm sure she will be happy to cover for me. And your husband? I will ask him, but I think we cannot both come. It's too much. I understand. Let me know for sure. Thank you both so much for helping my friend with this. Eve gave them both a hug and left, feeling incredible. She would love to keep doing this. Now to convince Darius. Darius had been disappointed when Eve had left right away to go to Boston to contact Sophia and her family. She'd returned the following week with a list of things they needed to do in preparation for the trip. It'd been fortunate that his new assistant, Ari, had been working in the CEO's office when Kane first proposed the charity, so she was already aware of it and had done some of the prep work for the Ireland trip. Darius had arranged for Eve to stay at the bed and breakfast that belonged to his partner's mother, Francie. It served two purposes for Darius. The first was that it made sense because it had a weekly rate that was much better than getting a hotel room for her, but also because Ari was frequently there. The impromptu brainstorming sessions that arose when the three of them got together reminded him of the synergy they had going at the office, and REKD Gaming was known for its creative atmosphere. On a personal level, it gave Darius an opportunity to spend time with Eve outside of a formal office environment. Francie was the epitome of a Southern hostess, and she had the four partners over for Sunday dinner every week. Those often turned into spontaneous confabs, too. He was actually getting excited for the charity, something he hadn't expected. He drove up to the bed and breakfast 2 days before the scheduled trip. Francie and her husband had taken their two young children to a movie, so Darius expected to have Eve to himself. He tapped on the front door and let himself in.
Eve, where are you?
He called. In the kitchen. It seemed like everything that happened in this house led to the kitchen. Francie was an incredible cook and had been teaching Ari while she lived there. Darius wondered if Eve was the newest student. When he entered the room, he found her loading a casserole into the oven. She looked adorable with her braids piled high on her head and wearing one of Francie's lacy aprons. Francie taught me a new recipe that I thought I'd give a try, Eve said, glancing at him. Since I travel around so much, I don't get many opportunities to cook. Did you know she's going to do a recipe book?
She's been talking about it for years.
He took off his jacket and put it on a chair, hoping Eve didn't expect much in the way of culinary talents from him. He was no Rafe, who was a whiz in the kitchen like his mother.
Is she really going to do it?
They're thinking about starting off with a YouTube channel. She can put some of her simpler recipes on there, and when the book is ready, they can advertise it on her webpage, Eve said, washing her hands at the sink. I think it's brilliant. I suggested that she also do a version for people who know absolutely nothing about cooking.
You don't need that. I remember you being quite the baker in high school.
But you wouldn't believe the number of people who don't know you have to take the egg out of the shell before you whip it. She gave him a flat look that made him chuckle.
I'm guessing you're speaking from experience?
One of my roommates in college. Another one had never used a dishwasher and didn't understand the difference between the Low Suds dishwasher detergent and regular dish soap. Eve rolled her eyes. What a mess that was. We thought she'd broken the dishwasher when all the bubbles started coming out of the seals. He chuckled. Do you mind stepping out to the garden with me to collect some vegetables for a salad? Eve didn't wait for him, but headed out the back door. Darius glanced down at his dress shoes and wished he'd changed his clothes before coming over. He followed her outside. She handed him a basket and started picking tomatoes. Francie said the garden won't last much longer if they get a cold snap, so we should pick as much as we want. She can only bottle so much. They worked in silence for a few minutes. It was more comfortable than he would have expected, more like the time they used to spend together in high school. Darius wanted so badly to talk about that night, about the kiss. But the fear that had stolen his speech all those years ago returned. He had many regrets about what had followed. It had never been his intention to not speak to her again. It'd been embarrassing to have just turned 18, be about to graduate from high school, and find out he was a coward. It was too bad there wasn't a bucket list wish that involved time travel. "This will do for tonight." Eve indicated the house and headed toward it. Darius glanced around, enjoying the beautiful evening, the sound of crickets in a nearby thicket, the wind rustling in the trees. What would it be like to share a place like this with Eve all the time? He pushed the thought aside. He was getting way ahead of himself. "Are you coming?" she asked, poking her head out the screen door. "I need the vegetables to make the salad, you know." Grinning, he returned to the house. Maybe he'd find his courage in Scotland. Chapter 4. "You think you're up to this little jaunt to Scotland, Noah?" Darius asked his temporary intern as they were driven to the airport. "Oh, aye, sir," the red-headed young man said. "'Twill be interesting to see how the very northern part of England compares to the Emerald Isle." "Now, don't you go causing any problems with the locals." "Of course not, sir." Noah wore a look of innocence. He was also an edition of Kane's. That whole thing with Sona had ended with a surprise. Darius's partner had made an unexpected return trip to Ireland and come back with her as his fiancé. Noah was her cousin. The only person in their group who hadn't been surprised had been Kane's sister Ari. The man had gone from gloomy to ecstatically happy. Since Noah was interested in a career in gaming, Kane had invited him to attend Appalachian University in Boone, and the boy would begin classes in January while working at REKD Gaming. He was making the rounds in each of the departments as an intern to help him narrow down his major. "So you've done this kind of thing before, Joe?" Darius said to the bodyguard in the front passenger seat. "Yes, sir. I was assigned to guard Kane during his trip to Ireland." "From your experience, then, what kinds of things do you suggest I look for relating to the program during this trip?" Darius asked. "I'm an artist, not an administrator." "And Kane is a programmer." The older bodyguard shot Darius a wry grin. "Seems like you two are the creative types, the idea guys. So you come up with the goal and hire people with administrative skills to make it happen." "That's true in some ways, I guess," Darius said. "But I'm also a hands-on guy. I'm one of the artists actively working on the art in our game. I'd never give that up to run the show." "Right. That's something I like about your organization. You four are deep in the trenches with everyone else." That's what they'd been shooting for when they created REKD Gaming, being in the trenches. Maybe that's what Kane had been going for when he'd first imagined the bucket list charity. He'd wanted to be more involved. Well, it had certainly turned his life upside down, but in a good way. Would it do that to Darius? So far, Kane hadn't asked for the charity back. Until the trip to Scotland was over, that suited Darius just fine. He watched the scenery go by, wondering what the trip would be like. Spending the last 2 weeks with Eve during the evenings and weekends working through the plans for this trip and brainstorming ideas for requirements for future ones had rejuvenated him. He'd been looking forward to some time off, but she'd turned out to be his vacation. Now he'd get to spend 5 full days with Eve. Her excitement about the trip had been contagious. Would she always be like this, or was it because she knew Sophia? Due to the time limitations in his schedule, he'd paid extra to encourage the person with the reservation for the J.K. Rowling suite at the hotel to make a change to another room. The timing of the trip was good. He'd have a few weeks after the trip to wrap things up before he had to focus on his responsibilities for the October North American Finals in New York. When they reached the airport, he wasn't surprised to find Eve standing by the plane with the Hernandez mother and daughter. Eve acknowledged Darius's arrival as he got out of the car and waited for them to approach. "Hey, Noah," she said. The boy raised a hand in acknowledgement. She nodded to Darius and looked at the mother. "May I present Mr. Darius Dimitriou of REKD Gaming. Darius, this is Carmen Hernandez and her daughter Sophia."
"It's a pleasure to meet you."
Darius extended his hand. Eve had stressed how important it was that they thought about it as helping him. He said,
"I appreciate you giving me a hand with this project. I don't know if Eve mentioned that I kind of inherited the project, and I'm trying to decide whether or not to move forward with it."
"Oh, Mr. Dimitriou, I hope you will," Sophia said. "Any time we can help someone who struggles every day with pain and illness to find joy in life is a good thing."
"Very true."
Darius liked the girl's enthusiasm.
"I suppose that's part of what motivates you with your volunteer work."
"Oh, you've heard of that?" Her words turned soft. An emotion radiated from her that was almost tangible. "It does motivate me because I know what it's like to be in a dark place."
"I'm glad we can help each other then."
Darius glanced back at his companions.
"This is my bodyguard, Joe Brooks, and the young man is my intern, Noah Kelly."
Mrs. Hernandez was staring at the tall black man, a crease between her brows. She turned a steely gaze on Darius.
"You need a bodyguard? Is my daughter going to be in any danger on this trip?" "It's simply a precaution, Mrs. Hernandez," Joe said. "We recently did a similar trip to Ireland and had no problems. Just look at me as a strong, helping hand."
The mother looked at Eve, who nodded. "I was on that trip, too. Very uneventful." Mrs. Hernandez hesitated, but finally let out a breath. Evidently, Sophia took that as a good sign and threw her arms around her mother's neck, and the panicked expression left the girl's face. "Nice to see you again, Joe," Eve said to the bodyguard as they shook hands. She bumped knuckles with Noah.
"I assume everyone's luggage is already loaded?"
Darius asked. "It is," Eve said.
"Then let's get Sophia's dream trip started."
Darius skipped up the steps and waited at the open door as though he were the host, which he realized he was. Eve held back with Joe and Noah, watching as Darius interacted with the Hernandezes. He was gracious and welcoming, and hot. She told herself to forget that last thought, considering how she'd felt as she'd approached that first meeting. Her feelings had sure flip-flopped. She'd have to be careful about that or risk getting hurt again. Even without their history, wouldn't their working relationship within the charity make any potential romance? She shut the thought down. Eve did, however, notice that she wasn't the only one thinking one of the guys was hot. Not based upon that look Sophia had given Noah. Eve decided she'd have to watch that, though she doubted it'd be a problem. Not with Carmen there. "Have you done a lot of research for this trip, too?" she asked Joe when they finally took their seats on one of the plane's couches. "Did you do research for your Kong trip?" Noah asked, putting on his seatbelt.
"I like to know stuff when I visit a new location," Joe said. "I've worked in a lot of places over the years, and it comes in handy."
"He was a great source of information," Eve said, studying Darius as he talked with his guests. He'd always had an easy way with people. In high school, she'd thought it had something to do with his family. Now, watching him, it seemed like perhaps it was just something he did well. She wondered what he'd been like as a teacher. How many of the girls had crushed on him like she had, like she still did. Sophia had turned to her mother and was standing very close, whispering. Eve wondered what that was about. She stood and went to Mrs. Hernandez. "Can I help with something?" Eve asked. "She doesn't want to sleep in the same bed with me," Mrs. Hernandez whispered, sounding irritated. "She says I snore." Before Darius came over to inquire about something Carmen thought was embarrassing, Eve took her arm and guided her to the section with the rooms that were like cruise quarters on the commercial lines. This is quite nice and even has a partition you can close so you have more privacy. Eve pointed to a lower bunk. It's near your daughter's room and not far from the restroom. I'll be nearby, but the guys will sleep clear down on the other end. Mrs. Hernandez stared at it with pinched lips, but she finally sighed and nodded. Eve patted the woman on the shoulder. This is going to be a comfortable flight. Don't worry. We need to take our seats for takeoff, Darius called. Yes, she tried not to smile. 5 days with him. Chapter 5. Darius stared up at the regal building that was the Barliamo Hotel. He shouldn't have been surprised it was surrounded by other large stone buildings, but he'd expected it to have grassy grounds and gardens around it. Evidently not. Barliamo means majestic abode, Joe said from beside him. It first opened in 1902, but they did a major rehaul of it in the early 1990s. It's now a 5-star hotel. I told you he was a great source of trivia, Eve whispered as she came to stand by Darius. Is that a wedding party? He pointed to 4 men who stood near the entrance, all formally dressed in suit jackets, ties, and matching kilts. It must be, Sophia cried, pointing to a car that had pulled up to the entrance and was unloading a pretty, plump young woman in a white gown. Oh, they're adorable! Sophia pointed to 2 young children, a boy also dressed in a kilt, and a toddler girl wearing a formal white dress. One of the 4 men stepped forward and approached the bride, his hand extended. She took it, and he pulled her to his side. That must have been a signal, because a man in a full-on formal kilt uniform and a furry hat appeared and started playing bagpipes. He then did an about-face and led the party, now being joined by others in formal dress, into the hotel. Does your father have a kilt? Darius asked Eve. He sure does, and he's quite proud of it, too. She looked up at him and grinned. When he married my mother, she insisted that if she was going to marry a red-headed Scotsman, he had to dress the part for their wedding. I'll have to show you the pictures sometime. Wait, Joe said. You're part Scottish? Stewart, duh. Did you think I was only African American? But you don't have an accent, Noah said. Oh, but I do when I want to, Eve said in an excellent Scottish brogue. But dinna fash yourself. I'll translate when you need it. I think I caught most of that, Darius said with a chuckle. He'd loved it in school when she'd put on her accent. I know dinna means don't, but what about fash? Essentially it means, don't worry about it, she said with her normal accent. I must have heard that a million times when I was a teen and would whine to my dad about something. But Sophia is looking tired. Since the wedding party has gone inside, shall we? Good idea. Darius led the way. The luxurious lobby had a nice combination of dark wood furniture and light walls, with a beautifully crafted railing along the mezzanine above. He and Joe went to the counter to check in. I should probably have made Noah come with us, but since he's not going to be an administrative assistant, I guess it doesn't matter. You could have brought your assistant with you, Joe said as they got in line. Hardly. Rafe would kill me, since it's Ari, and she's his new girlfriend. Kane's sister? One and the same. When he wanted to start dating her, that was my gain and his loss. He can't date someone he supervises, so she came to work for me. Darius was glad that Eve wasn't technically working for him, even if he continued with the charity. He'd be removed from it. They were next, and he stepped forward. Are you sure you're feeling all right? Eve put her hand to Sophia's forehead. a little worried that the girl seemed warm. "You're going to want to make sure you get some good rest today and not do too much, or you won't have enough energy for tomorrow. The last thing we want to do is bring on a flare-up." Sophia looked irritated, shooting a glance at Noah. She must hate anything that would draw attention to her condition, especially around a cute boy. "It's so luxurious," Carmen said, scanning the room. "I wonder how many rooms they have. It must be insane having to coordinate the cleaning staff." "Right," Eve said. "I wonder how many medical emergencies they have each week." "Enough that my granddad has almost come out of retirement because he's being called to Tash and Castle so often," Noah said. "Where's that?" Carmen asked. "Ireland," Noah and Eve said at the same time and laughed. She added, "It's an 800-year-old castle that's also a 5-star hotel." "We're ready," Darius said, approaching them with their room cards in his hand. He turned to Sophia. "We've got a special treat for you. Eve thought you'd love to stay in the same room that J.K. Rowling finished writing The Deathly Hallows in." The girl's eyes went round, and then she did the best happy victory dance Eve had ever seen. "Good suggestion," Darius said softly. Then he blinked at some men in kilts who'd come forward to collect their luggage. "We're totally going to have to get you one of those," Eve whispered. He shot her a flat look, and she had to bite back a grin. "Let's go." He headed toward the elevator. "But you had great calves in high school," Eve called after him. Darius ignored her, so she slid her arm through Sophia's, and they followed him. "Look at all those glass mirrors that have to be cleaned of fingerprints," Carmen muttered when they entered the elevator. "I hadn't thought about that," Eve said. "Me either." Darius stood beside her, his hand at his side, close enough that she could feel the warmth of his skin. The urge to touch his hand, to wrap her little finger around his, almost overwhelmed Eve's instinct to pull away. Pull away. That's what he'd done all those years ago, and broken her heart in the process. But her hand wouldn't move. The battle going on in her mind, making her immobile. She couldn't help wondering what it would feel like now, as an adult, to lace her fingers with his. No, she shouldn't think that. He'd shown her rather dramatically what he thought of a romantic entanglement with her. If he knew how often he'd been in her thoughts the last couple of weeks, he'd probably be irritated. Still, almost of its own volition, her little finger brushed against Darius's hand, and he stilled, a slight crease appearing between his brows. He didn't turn to look at her, but shot her a sidelong glance before turning his gaze to the front again. Before she could give in to temptation again, the elevator door opened. He was the first one out. All right, fine, she'd behave. If Eve wanted to continue working with the charity, she couldn't alienate the boss. Besides, she didn't know if she could handle being ignored by him for another dozen years. Darius led them along the brightly lit hallway. He stopped before a door and made a big production of handing the keycard to Sophia. "Look, it's an owl!" She ran her fingers over the small door knocker before using the keycard and entering the room. She paused and glanced back at the rest of the group in confusion. "It's a suite." Eve stretched her arm past the girl and pointed to an open door visible around the short hallway. "Go inside so the rest of us can see, too." Carmen slid past Eve and gave her daughter a gentle push forward. Sophia looked a little breathless as she stepped into the living room. She walked in slowly past the small dining table and the couch, her eyes finally settling on a desk. She went to it and ran her hands over the worn red desktop. "This is where she finished the final book," she said. "I'm touching something that she touched." Eve glanced up at Darius, who'd come to stand beside her. "Imagine if we'd been able to schedule a meeting with Rowling," he said, his voice low so only Eve could hear. I hope it doesn't interfere with her being able to eat and sleep well. We need to keep her healthy to enjoy the trip.
She certainly feels everything powerfully.
To be a teenager again.
Not. Eve wouldn't go back to that heartbreak for any price, unless it was to stop the kiss from happening.
What would her life have been like if she and Darius had remained friends all these years? She pushed the useless thought aside and scanned the room. It was in one of the hotel's corners and included turrets. She took the sleeve of Darius's jacket and pulled him over to one near where Sophia sat examining a brochure on the desk.
What are you doing?
He asked. Come see. It was what Eve had expected. The small turret held a marble bust of the Greek god Hermes, enclosed in protective glass and sitting on a pedestal. She squeezed over to make room for Darius on the other side. Eve was struck by how much bigger he seemed now. He'd always been really tall, but in the small space, with his tailored suit jacket fitting his broad shoulders so well, it drove home how much he had filled out from the almost lerpy guy she'd known before. She had a strong sense that he'd be one of those men, like Sean Connery, who just got better looking as he aged. Read what's on it, she said. Darius leaned closer and the corners of his mouth curved up. He looked up and met Eve's gaze.
Are you kidding? Rolling graffiti the back of the statue?
She sure did. It's a testament that she finished the last book here. Why not sign and date it? The hotel loved it so much they put it on display under glass. Shall we see how Sophia responds to it?
Let me give her some room.
When he was clear, Eve called her over. Sophia, I think you're going to want to see this. Eve stepped back to give the girl plenty of room. Sophia didn't let them down and squealed when she realized what was written on the bust.
I couldn't have asked for a more enthusiastic recipient, Darius said. Mrs. Hernandez, we've ordered a cot for you, and the hotel staff will set it up in the living room each evening. Eve is in the room next door, so she'll be close. I have a suite down the hall that's big enough we can gather together. It's also got a dining room large enough to seat all of us. Joe and Noah have a room next to mine.
Darius then turned his attention to Sophia, his expression very much like he expected an argument. Eve hoped he had enough finesse to deal with a teenage girl.
I imagine this is exciting for you, but I also understand that we have to be careful that you don't overdo it. I don't know if Eve mentioned that I had an aunt who had lupus, so I do understand a little about what you're dealing with. I'd hate for you to overdo it on your first day and ruin the rest of the trip by triggering a flare-up that puts you in bed.
Sophia nodded. Eve gave her an approving smile. It was frustrating, especially for a teenager who just wanted to be like everyone else, to be constantly reminded about health issues. Eve worked with many adolescents who had been diagnosed with diabetes. They hated being different, not being able to eat the same kinds of foods their friends did. When they felt rebellious and acted out by eating wrong or refusing to take their insulin, they could put themselves in dangerous and sometimes deadly situations.
I suggest we take time to unpack and settle in our rooms. I highly recommend that Sophia try a nap.
Darius glanced at his phone.
I've arranged for dinner to be served for all of us in my suite in 2 hours. We can discuss the itinerary that Eve's put together with the places Sophia said she'd like to visit. Eve's mapped out a route that will be the least stressful. On our 3rd day here, I believe we'll be visiting Edinburgh Castle. I've arranged for a wheelchair just in case the walking gets to be too much. The castle's hilly, and it's the farthest of all of our locations from the hotel. Once again, we want to do this in such a way that you can enjoy all 3 of your days here.
Thank you, Mr. Dimitriou, Carmen said. My daughter and I appreciate everything you're doing for her. Sophia's cheeks darkened, but her illness had made her old for her years. Eve wasn't surprised when the girl straightened her shoulders and seemed to mentally accept the limitations on her trip. "Yes, thank you," she said. "I am grateful." "Good for you," Eve said softly. Sophia shot her a grateful look. Eve then left the mother and daughter to unpack. Chapter 6. Eve stood at her window overlooking the streets. The dinner had gone well, and she'd been impressed with the apartment-like suite Darius had. It'd be a good place to work if he needed it. With all of their rooms spread out on the floor, it wasn't quite as cozy as the accommodations had been in Ireland, but it would also afford a bit more privacy. She wasn't ready to go to sleep yet. Though it had been tempting to take a nap earlier, she knew better than to do that if she wanted to adjust to Scotland's time zone. She wondered if it was safe for her to go for a walk. It might or might not be. Would Darius be sleeping already? Maybe she should drop by his room and see if he wanted to explore. Eve put on her walking shoes and headed out. She gave a soft tap on his door, hoping she wasn't waking him. It opened immediately, and Joe stood in the entrance. "Come in." He stepped back and held the door open for her. Noah sat at the desk with his hands poised over a laptop, and Darius looked like he'd been talking. He rose. "Is everything all right?" "Sophia's going to bed, but I'm not ready to sleep," Eve said. "I wanted to take a walk, but thought maybe I shouldn't go out alone, so I was wondering if any of you guys would like to keep me company." "It's safer in numbers, and company is always nice," Joe said. "I'll come," Darius said. "And Joe will come anywhere you go," Eve grinned at the bodyguard. "What's that?" Darius glanced at the older man, who shrugged. "It's my job." "Yeah," Eve said. Kane wasn't thrilled about it either, but he finally got used to it. She said to Noah, "You coming?" "I scheduled a game with the lads since I'm in their time zone again." He glanced at Darius. "If that's all right." "It's fine. I'll get my shoes on." She waited by the door, remembering how many times Kane and Sona had gone out on excursions together in Ireland. Eve sympathized with Kane for the first time. How difficult must it have been for him and Sona to flirt with each other with Joe tagging along. It gave her a new understanding for the royals, who'd have bodyguards around all the time. From Darius's surprise, she guessed he hadn't needed a guard in Boone. Maybe they only came when the guys traveled. "Any luck finding a house?" she asked Joe when he came to stand by her. "I have an offer in on one, and I've invited my kids to spend Thanksgiving with me." "Have they accepted?" She knew that because of the traveling required for his previous job, the man's marriage had fallen apart, and he'd become estranged from his children. One of the most important parts of Kane offering Joe a job with REKD Gaming had been that he'd have a home where his college-aged children could visit him. "They have." He gave her the biggest smile she'd seen him wear, his white teeth bright against his dark skin. "I'm happy for you." "I'm ready." Darius grabbed a leather jacket from the couch. "You're welcome to play here, Noah, or you can do it in your room. Just don't stay up too late." "Ida," the young man gave him a cheeky grin, and Darius returned it with a very high school teacher flat look. The three of them left the suite and didn't speak until they were out on the street. As Eve had seen Joe do in Ireland, he stayed back a few paces. "What do you have in mind?" Darius asked. "Because you always have a plan. I think the only person who might be even more organized than you is Ari." "Then you must be thrilled to have her as your assistant now." Eve pointed to the left. "St. Andrew's Park is in that direction and isn't far away. I thought it'd be fun to check it out." "Parks can get dodgy after dark, so don't plan on staying long," Joe said, not looking happy with her suggestion. "We'll only stay as long as you're comfortable," Eve said. "Let's go." They hadn't gone very far when a crowd of laughing teens walked past them. Darius took her arm and pulled her closer to him, sending thrills of hope and alarm through her.
One of the young men saw the gesture and winked at her. Darius dropped his hand but held out his elbow. Remembering how he'd done that her first night in Boone, she took it. As they headed in the direction of the park again, the last of the sunlight disappeared, and she was glad for his added warmth. "How long do your jobs usually last?" he asked. "It can depend. Sometimes a week or two, while others can last for several months." "Do you like being on the move so much? You've always been close to your family, and it must be hard." "It has been." Eve hadn't expected to talk about this with him, but they'd always been friends, so why not? She let out a deep breath. "I liked it at first because I wanted to stay away from Boston and the bad memories there." "Because of me?" he asked, his voice soft. Eve glanced at him, startled. Was he talking about the elephant in the room that they'd been skirting the last 2 weeks? "No, I got engaged right out of college. He stood me up at the altar." Eve carefully kept her gaze forward as they walked, not meeting the sidelong glance he gave her. Her shoulders tightened, expecting his pity. But it didn't come. "I'm sorry," he said, but his tone had a choking quality to it. She glanced at him then, wondering what she'd said to elicit such a powerful response. He continued to face forward, his posture stiff. "That must have been devastating." "It was. He'd made reservations for our honeymoon cruise, and I heard he took his new girlfriend." Darius's arm twitched under her hand. "Ouch." "Yeah, it was the ultimate slap in the face. A part of me wanted to scratch his eyes out, a sentiment my father completely agreed with, by the way." Eve tried to keep her tone light. "Mother, on the other hand, said the last thing I'd want to do was let him see just how much he'd hurt me. It wasn't long after that I received an offer for my first out-of-state nursing job and didn't come home for almost 2 years. There were too many memories. Lately, I've come to understand that I let that jerk keep me from seeing my family as much as I'd like. That's going to end." It didn't hurt that he'd taken a job on the West Coast and his parents had moved to Florida. The likelihood of her seeing him again by accident were slim. Darius was quiet as they strolled through the park and then made their way back to the hotel. He'd always been a good listener because he didn't push. Eve appreciated that he hadn't asked a bunch of prying questions. Darius lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. He hadn't been able to shake the sick feeling that had twisted his gut when Eve had shared her story. He'd been able to tell by the tightness in her voice and the way she held herself that it still hurt. He wondered how he'd missed that in the society pages. While neither of their families were wealthy or influential enough to run with the big players in town, something that sensational would surely have made the papers. His disastrous breakup certainly had, and, thinking back, he was surprised she hadn't asked him about it. Had she already fled Boston by then? That might also have been why his parents hadn't mentioned it to him. It hit too close to home. Darius let out a long, slow breath. They'd been such good friends in high school. If he hadn't been so immature that a simple kiss, an incredibly amazing simple kiss, had scared him speechless, they might have gotten together back then. Instead, he'd avoided her the last month of their senior year while he tried to figure out what to do, what to say to her. Then they'd both gone their separate ways for summer family trips and a semester at different colleges. But he'd thought about Eve the whole time. When he'd seen her again 6 months later for the Christmas break, she'd had a boyfriend. Now, spending time with her again after all these years drove home how much he'd missed. He didn't think he was imagining the chemistry between them. If anything, it was more powerful than ever. He wanted to test the waters between them. But how could he, knowing what he knew now about Eve's past? Would she consider dating him if she knew he'd left his fiancée standing at the altar? Darius sat up and put his feet on the floor, resting his elbows on his knees.
He ran his hands through his hair. He wanted to come clean, but he'd given his word. Had enough time passed that Melanie would free him from his promise? He went to stand at his window. In the distance, he could see the lights from Edinburgh Castle. He had less than a week to figure it out. Darius felt like he'd been given an opportunity to connect with Eve again, and he had to find a way to make the most of it. It might not matter. 12 years was a long time, and people changed after high school. They'd both been in serious relationships since that hadn't worked out. Spending so much time with Eve would help him figure it out. If nothing came of it, then it was a moot point, and there was no reason to contact Melanie. Chapter 7. When Darius heard the knock on his door, he hurriedly pulled a sweater over his head and was straightening it as he stepped into the suite's living room. He wasn't surprised to find Joe opening the door for Sophia and her mother, with Eve following them into the room. The girl was practically shaking with excitement, and he wondered if the suggestion to start the excursions mid-morning so she could get more sleep had worked. He didn't doubt that she'd been up since the crack of dawn like a child on Christmas morning. "Welcome, everyone," he said. "Noah is setting up breakfast in the dining room." They followed him there, where the young man stepped aside to show the row of food on the sideboard. "It smells good," Eve said, sniffing the air. "What did you order for today?" "It's called a full Scottish breakfast." Joe indicated the others should come to the table. "It includes tomato with broiled cheese on top, bacon, though you should note that it's more like thinly sliced ham here. There are tatty scones, which are made out of potatoes." He glanced at Noah, who grinned. Joe continued. "There are bangers, which are sausages, sautéed mushrooms, baked beans, or what we'd call pork and beans, eggs, and black pudding." "Ew," Sophia made a face. "I've heard of black pudding. Isn't that stuff made out of blood?"
"Aye, it is," Noah said.
"Lupus might make me be careful with sunshine, but that doesn't make me a vampire. I don't do blood as a food option."
"'Tis not so bad when you grow up eating it." "Along the sidebar," Joe continued, ignoring the two squabbling teens, "there are juices, tea, coffee, yogurt, fruit, and porridge. If everyone will be seated." "I wonder if he should have been a maitre d' at a restaurant instead of a bodyguard," Darius said to Eve, keeping his voice low.
He wasn't like this in Ireland, but that might be because Sona took care of ordering the food. I think Joe's cute. She slid into a chair and reached for the tongs to serve herself from the tatty scone dish. Darius took the chair beside her, choosing a banger instead. The first few minutes, the group was quiet as they focused on trying out the different foods. Eve finished hers first and pulled out her phone. "I'm going to review today's itinerary so everyone knows what to expect," she said. "We'll walk from the Barliamo to the Royal Mile."
"Why is it called the Royal Mile?"
Darius looked to Joe, but surprisingly it was Noah who answered.
"I took my cue from the big guy here," the young man said. "'Tis a bit more than a mile from the Edinburgh Castle gates to the Palace of Holyrood. It's where they hold the procession when the Scots would crown a new king or queen. The Scottish crown jewels are kept at the castle, so they start there and walk down the Royal Mile to the palace."
"Do you think there's any chance we could see the Queen while we're here?" Sophia asked.
"Her annual visit is the end of June to the beginning of July," Joe said.
"Oh," the girl's expression fell. "But that also means that we won't have as many crowds while we're looking at Harry Potter sites," Eve said, bumping shoulders with Sophia. "So that's a plus." "Yeah," the girl said, "but it'd have been fun to see some of the royals."
"There's a lot of unfun hoopla that goes along with being rich or famous." Darius shot Joe a meaningful glance. "Like needing bodyguards."
Sophia looked at him then as though she hadn't seen him before, her eyes growing round. "That's right. You're famous, aren't you?" She scanned the people at the table as though she were looking for confirmation. "There's famous, and then there's famous." Eve reached over and gave his hand a consoling pat that sent a thrill through him. She seemed to be getting more comfortable with casually touching him. That had to be a good sign. She said, "Darius here is mostly famous in the gaming world, so it's not quite the same thing as being an actor or singer who people would recognize on the street."
"I'm glad not to be that famous. It definitely has its disadvantages."
He wiped his mouth with his napkin and placed it on his empty plate.
"Why don't you remind us of what places we're going to see?"
Eve shot him a quick glance before leaning closer to Sophia and whispering conspiratorially, "There are lots of bakeries and shops along the mile, too." "Ooh, that sounds yummy." The girl clapped her hands. "I'm excited to try them all, except blood things." It'd only been 3 years since Darius had taught high school art, but he'd forgotten how much some teenage girls could feel things. The over-the-top enthusiasm could get a bit wearing, but it made him a little nostalgic, too. Those had been good days. He'd enjoyed being a teacher and helping kids to free their creativity. Finding the balance between being a mentor/role model and a friend had been fulfilling. When Eve began reviewing their stops for the day, he stood and began gathering the plates. Carmen glanced at him in surprise and jumped up to take the dishes from him.
"It's all right,"
he said, holding the plates above her head so she couldn't take them from him.
"I do dishes for myself all the time. I do know how. You should know what's on the itinerary for today, so you can share this time with your daughter."
"Thank you." She sat back in her chair. Darius turned and found Eve watching him, wearing a soft smile. Their gazes met for a second before she went back to her description. He wasn't surprised that the room had suddenly turned too warm. Darius let Eve lead the way. He'd seen the Harry Potter movies because his students had been interested in them, but he'd never read the books. Maybe he should have. Evidently, Noah was also a fan, and he and Sophia kept Eve talking while poor Carmen nodded, listening intently. It seemed she might be a fan, too, though probably not to the same degree as the others. At the very least, it should be entertaining. Glancing up at the gloomy sky, Darius hoped the weather would hold for them. Joe must have wondered the same thing, though he already carried an umbrella. The bodyguard was nothing if not prepared. At least Sophia wouldn't have to worry about getting too much sun. She had a floppy-brimmed hat hanging down her back from a strap, just in case. Because they were getting a later start, he thought the sidewalks probably weren't as full as they would have been during rush hour. They made their way along something called North Bridge and kept a pretty good pace until the bridge ended, and the street was full of stone buildings. Sophia and her mother's interest became fixed on the stores that now lined the street, and their pace slowed. Noah and Eve fell back to join Darius and Joe. "Look," Eve said, taking Darius's arms and pointing to a shop that supported kilts of many colors. "We should check these out for you."
"Oh, Noah crowed. 'Twould be grand to see." "I'm not wearing a kilt."
Darius said the word slowly and firmly, but kept his tone light. He liked having Eve's hand on his arm, so he bent his elbow, hoping she wouldn't release his bicep. She shot him a quick, assessing glance, but left her hand where it was. It took a huge effort not to smile. "There's a Pizza Hut," Sophia cried, pointing to the familiar logo outside of a shop. "We'll have to eat there." "You're kidding, right?" Eve asked. "You're going to travel thousands of miles to visit another country and eat fast food from home?"
"It would seem like a wasted opportunity to experience the culture," Darius added. "Wasn't the food in the Harry Potter books kind of a big deal?"
The girl nodded and asked Noah, Do they have Pizza Hut in Ireland?
Aye, but they're in Dublin.
Where do you live?
Near Galway, on the other side of the island.
They continued to talk until they reached the first intersection, where the road changed from asphalt to worn-colored bricks. If we turn left, we'd head toward Holyrood Palace, Eve said. Edinburgh Castle is to the right. Today the things we want to check out are in that direction. There's Starbucks, Sophia said in a loud whisper to Noah as they made their way up the Royal Mile. Do you have Starbucks?
Now that we do have, he said. It's more congested than I expected. Darius scowled at the number of service vehicles on the narrow street, probably making deliveries to the shops. That's because the street is narrow, Joe said, scanning the area. See how wide the sidewalks are? It does make sense, Darius said. Considering the road serves as a place for the royal procession, they'd need lots of room for the spectators.
This place must be a mass of humanity during that time.
Eve gave a little shudder. Yes, Darius grinned. I seem to remember you not being a fan of crowds.
Maybe I've been to too many big cities, and I'm paranoid of pickpockets. She was watching Sophia, who had stopped to stare at the opening of a side alley. Eve asked, What is it? Flesh market close? The girl asked. That sounds creepy.
'Tis not, Noah said.
Joe already had his phone out.
The term flesh market means a butcher's market, and close is an alleyway. You might find that one interesting. There's a pub in there called Jinglin' Geordie's, after a famous Edinburgh jeweller.
Oh, aye, Eve cried, using her Scottish accent. Poor fatherless bairns of the town of Edinburgh.
What? Darius asked with a chuckle. Whenever she did that, it took him back to those rare times in high school when she'd put on her brogue. It struck him how much more serious she was now. Just as intense at times, but not in the light-hearted way she'd been in school.
It means poor fatherless children of the town of Edinburgh, she said in her American accent. George Heriot was the jeweler. He didn't have a family, so he left his estate to be used as a school for poor kids. He died in the 1600s, I think. So that tells you how forward-thinking he was. The school's still used as a center for education. It's been suggested as one of Joe's inspirations for the Harry Potter books. We'll be checking it out tomorrow. Nice find, Sophia. Eve pointed at some stone arches ahead. That building to the right is the city center. There's a plaque there that pays tribute to winners of the Edinburgh Award, which is presented to outstanding residents. Joe's handprints are in bronze in the concrete of the courtyard. The sun broke through the clouds, and Sophia hurriedly pulled her hat onto her head. Eve finally released Darius's arm and stepped ahead with Sophia and Noah. He'd only been reacquainted with Eve for a little over 2 weeks, and he already felt the absence of her from his side. Even though he'd been the one to cause the breach between them, he wondered if he could take it if she stepped out of his life again.
She's a beautiful woman, Joe said, scanning the people around them. She is. Convenient the two of you have a history. Ancient history? Darius glared at him. What's your point? Just curious about how intense that history was. Joe looked at him, one brow arched. I heard rumor about a kiss. I kissed a lot of girls in high school. Darius wondered if he was being that obvious in his interest. He was an adult. Did it matter? A good-looking young man like you. I'll bet you did. Joe turned his attention to the others. They stood around Sophia, who was kneeling on the concrete ground and resting her hands on it. I hope you'll take better care than Kane did. What do you mean? Darius hadn't been given any particular details relating to his friend's sudden engagement, other than the obvious gray funk Kane had been in before he'd returned to Ireland. If you decide to pursue Eve, please be serious about it. She's not a woman to be trifled with. Is that a threat or a caution? Neither. maybe a bit of fatherly advice. Joe raised his hand as though he thought he had overstepped his bounds. I know Cain didn't have a father to counsel him, and you do. But Eve's good people. I've seen how she looks at you, and I don't want her to get hurt. Darius watched her for a few seconds. Maybe he deserved the warning. Since his own disastrous almost marriage, he did have a reputation for dating a lot, but never getting serious. But this was Eve. This time he was serious. I don't want her to get hurt either. Then we're of one mind, I guess. Joe stepped to the others and offered to take a picture. Chapter 8. As they made their way back to the hotel, Darius couldn't stop thinking about Joe's comments about pursuing Eve. Pursuing Eve. That wasn't the way Darius had been thinking of a second chance with her. Upon reflection, it described it perfectly. He'd made the mistake all those years ago of assuming that their friendship could withstand his silence. He'd been wrong. The more time he spent in her company, the surer he became that he didn't want to let her go again. They only had a few days, and then she'd be taking another job. Darius knew it would take some time to get the charity up and running, and she'd be needed again. His silence had killed their relationship before. He would not let that happen again. So he needed to make his interest clear to her. Your expression is pretty intense, Joe said, coming to stand beside Darius. Eve does that to me. I'm planning to ask her out to dinner tonight. The bodyguard nodded, but his expression was neutral. Darius had no idea if the man was on his side or not. You, young lady, have done enough for today, Eve said as they dragged themselves into the hotel. As much as her feet hurt, Sophia's must be doubly so. It was a good thing they'd been able to sit down while they ate lunch. But there's so much more I want to see, Sophia said. Which is why you have to rest now, so you have energy for tomorrow. Sophia, her mother said softly. You're right, the girl nodded with a fatalistic expression and followed her mother to the elevator. Eve's heart twisted for her, knowing that if she'd been in Sophia's shoes, she'd have wanted to be out doing and seeing everything she could. Eve hoped the girl hadn't overdone it. Since when do I become a footman carrying around shopping bags for the ladies? Noah grumbled. Didn't you know? Darius asked, his tone teasing. It's in your job description as other duties as assigned. Noah heaved a sigh worthy of a martyr, but the corners of his mouth quirked. Do you really mind? Sophia whispered. Nah. The young Irishman winked at Darius and said, I just like to give the big guy a hard time. Darius shook his head and stepped into the elevator beside Eve. When the doors closed, he asked, What are your plans tonight? I was thinking of going to the gym. We must have stopped at every bakery and sweet shop along that portion of the Royal Mile. The elevators opened and everyone exited. Sophia and her mother's room was the closest, and they disappeared inside. Darius stepped ahead before they shut the door. You're both welcome to have dinner in my suite again, but don't feel like you have to, he said. If you'd prefer to order room service for yourselves, feel free. Thank you. Carmen looked over her shoulder. I think we will do that tonight. She needs to rest. Eve moved beside him and said, Let me know if she's overdone it and starts showing signs of a flare. Carmen nodded and closed the door. You're already tired, Darius said to Eve. Could I talk you into going to the gym in the morning and having dinner with me tonight instead? I asked the concierge last night about places to eat nearby. After he recommended the hotel's restaurant, of course. He said the Golston Arms is a nearby pub with good food. All right, Eve said, keeping her voice casual and hoping that the racing of her heart didn't make the vein in her throat pulse too much.
Obviously, she wouldn't just be going out with Darius, but still, I'll get cleaned up. She felt like wearing a dress. So after a quick shower, she went to her closet and considered her two options. One fit under the description of little black dress, classy and elegant. The other was a bright, summery dress. She chose the latter, hoping that her cardigan would be sufficient to keep her warm. When she stepped from her room, Darius was heading her way. They must have been thinking the same thing, because instead of the jeans and sweater he'd worn during the day, he'd changed to trousers and a button-down shirt. Dang, but he looked hot. He paused and watched her. "Nice choice," he finally said. "The white fabric and the sunflowers make your skin glow." The expression on his face shifted. "I'd love to paint you sometime." The almost tender tone of his voice made her entire body flush. Before she could respond, Joe appeared at Darius's side. "Noah's playing REKD with his friends again. He said he'll order in." The man paused as though he realized he might have interrupted something. "I've already called to reserve a table for myself near yours." "You're welcome to join our table," Eve said. Darius pulled a face but quickly schooled his features. "Thank you, but no." Joe indicated they should go ahead. Darius extended his arm to Eve, and she took it. The bodyguard followed at a discreet distance. "We were fortunate it didn't rain until we reached the restaurant for lunch," Eve said as she held her skirt close to her leg against the wind. "How far away is this place?" "Just look at that street." Darius glanced at the sky. "I wonder if we should have dined in the hotel." "Let's be brave. We can hurry." Eve let go of his arm and started jogging, glad she'd worn flats. She'd only gotten a couple of steps ahead of him before he grabbed her hand and was running with her. It brought back a flood of memories of other times so long ago when they'd done the same thing. They were only a little breathless by the time they stopped in front of an interesting-looking building that faced the corner. It was shaped almost like a triangle, with the point sheared off and rounded. Joe moved forward and opened the door. He scanned the room, as he always did. Once they were inside, he stepped ahead and started talking to one of the staff members. "That man is something else," Darius said, watching the bodyguard. "He's a good man." Eve wondered how long before Darius would drop her hand. He didn't. Joe signaled for them to come forward, and a young woman led them up a set of stairs to a mezzanine that overlooked the bar. She indicated a table for two and a smaller one nearby with a single chair. Darius pulled out hers, and she sat. He shifted his own so it was closer to her, but also put his back to the wall. "Are you paranoid?" Eve asked. "I could blame Joe for making me that way, but in truth, I just want to sit closer to you." Eve blinked at his straightforwardness, unable to fight the rush of excitement. She swallowed and opened her menu. "You weren't this smooth in high school," she said. "It's been a long time since then. Would you like some wine?" "I'm technically on the job, so I'll pass." Eve decided on her meal and set down the menu. She glanced around the room. "I love the decor here. The rich, deep colors, that beautiful scalloped ceiling. It's gorgeous." "It is." Darius closed his menu. "What's the thing that struck you the most since being here?" "The accents. I love hearing them." Her eyes stung, and she had to blink. "They remind me of my dad." The server stepped to their table. "Are you ready to order?" Darius looked confused, probably from the man's heavy accent. So Eve gave her order. "I'll try the haggis, neeps, and tatties. But give me a half portion of the haggis, please." "What did you even order?" Darius asked. "Neeps are mashed turnips, and tatties are mashed potatoes. Haggis is made up of organ meats that are mixed with suet, oatmeal, and seasoning. It's the one food my father misses the most. That's because he can't get the authentic version in the U.S. since it's illegal. The USDA doesn't allow food made with sheep's lung. Darius's expression turned pinched. I think I'll have the steak and ale pie. He leaned closer to the server. It doesn't have sheep lung in it, does it? No, sir, he said with a patient grin that made Eve think he must have heard that question many times. He took their menus and left. You're really going to eat it? Darius asked. I promised my dad I'd try it. You have to remember it was a dish created by the peasants. They couldn't afford to waste anything. My father makes a U.S. version at home, but he says it's not the same. I'll find out for myself tonight. The poor man hasn't had any in almost 45 years. If your father loves haggis so much, why hasn't he come here for visits so he can have some? Darius asked, taking the end of her dress's long sash and rolling it between his fingers. Even though he wasn't touching her, goosebumps broke out along her arm, and a delicious thrill ran through her. Eve swallowed. My grandfather disowned him, and Dad swore he'd never come back to Scotland as long as the man lived. Darius paused. What did your father do that made your grandfather so angry? He refused to let his father run his life. Anytime he's mentioned my grandfather, I've been worried my dad would have a stroke. That must be uncomfortable. He started playing with the sash again. Very, she said, hating that her breathlessness was giving her away. Eve? The way he said her name made goosebumps appear on top of her goosebumps. What? She whispered as his face came closer to her. You are the most beautiful woman I've ever known. Eve shook her head. No, I'm serious. He dropped her sash and covered her hand with his. I'm sorry, but you can't do this to me again. She steeled herself against his hurt expression. Remember, you're the one who kissed me and then didn't talk to me for 12 freaking years. You're right. I was a cowardly fool, and I've regretted not saying something. Anything. Darius shifted in his seat so he could see her better. I was afraid, Eve. Scared that I'd ruined everything between us. I'd spend all night thinking about what to say, but then I'd see you and I couldn't make up my mind. Go for it or try to return to just being friends? I wanted to go for it, but I was afraid I'd lose you. Which you did anyway, she said, her voice soft. Which I did anyway. Like I said, I was a coward, young, and stupid. I thought I'd have time. Once I'd heard you had a boyfriend, I knew I'd blown it for good. You'd moved on, and I didn't know how to fix the friendship. I've regretted it ever since. Eve stared at his sincere and vulnerable face. From his cool expression at the meeting last month, she'd never have imagined he felt like this. Why are you telling me this now? She asked. Because I feel like we've been given a second chance, and I'm determined not to let this one slip by. Don't you feel it? Please don't tell me it's just me. Her cheeks went warm, but she forced herself to continue to meet his gaze. For years, she'd wondered if the chemistry between them could possibly still be there. It was. In spades. Yes, but there's more to relationships than attraction. I agree. Don't you still feel that between us, too? I've never known anyone who I've connected with like I have you. Oh, Darius. Eve didn't know what to say, to do. This was just what she'd been wanting but denying. Please give us a chance. Something shifted in the connection between them. A powerful surge of affirmation, a sense of rightness. All right. I'd really like to kiss you right now, he said, his voice husky. A favorite phrase for fathers leapt to mind. and she said the words aloud. "Wits for you'll no go past you." Darius stared at her, a confused crease between his brows. It essentially means, que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. Smiling now, Darius gently cupped her chin. Eve closed her eyes, memories of that other kiss filling her mind, and her lips pulsed in anticipation. The musky scent of his aftershave filled her senses. She felt him draw close, his breath warm. "Your food, miss," the waiter said loudly. Startled, Eve's eyes popped open at the same time her mouth smacked Darius's, her teeth hitting soft flesh. "Sorry, miss." The server put their plates down in front of them and left. Eve glanced at Darius, who was running his tongue over his lip, putting a finger to hers that was now pulsing for a completely different reason. Eve tasted blood. How embarrassing. But it was kind of funny. The humor of the situation started to gurgle inside her until she couldn't keep it in, and she chuckled. Darius burst out laughing, a joyous thing to hear. He sometimes seemed so serious it was nice to know that the boy's humor hadn't been lost in the man. "Oh, my word," she said, still trying not to laugh. "What must that have looked like?" "Do you think our server did that on purpose?" Darius asked. "If he wants a tip, he shouldn't interrupt a good lip-locking." Eve had taken a sip of her drink, but a bubble of laughter erupted again, and she choked. "Are you all right?" He put his hand lightly on her back, his expression concerned. "I'll be fine," she said with a raspy voice. "Once I can breathe." She coughed a couple of more times. "That comment really took me back. Do you remember that group date our junior year?" "For prom? How could I ever forget Jill and Tyson? Talk about awkward lip-locking." "Oh, my word. They kept choosing the most random places to make out. Public places, too. When our group was at dinner and they started in again, I noticed people looking at all of us like we were all going to start in, too." Darius picked up his fork and poked it into the flaky crust of his pie. "That's another one of my dad's favorite meals." Eve nodded at his dish. "We'd have it at least a couple of times a month when I was growing up." "Would you like to give it a taste so you can compare it to what you had at home?" Darius pushed his dish a little closer to her. "If you don't mind." "I wouldn't have offered if I did." "Don't you get snarky with me." Eve shook her fork at him like it was a finger, and she was chastising him. Darius took her hand that held it and poked it into his pie. Eve met his gaze, and that familiar intensity swelled up between them again. She shifted the fork, cutting a portion of the pastry, and lifted the crust and meat. Instead of bringing it to her mouth, she turned her hand toward his. Still watching her, he opened his mouth and let her feed him. His eyes widened as he chewed. "Do you like it?" she asked softly. "It's almost as delicious as the company." Darius then stabbed a similar bite with his fork and held it up to her. Feeling overly warm, Eve wished she'd taken off her cardigan. She opened her mouth and accepted the bite. Chewing, she considered the savory taste of the gravy and meat with the pastry. "It's delicious. My mother has an authentic recipe for this, one she's taken years to make, so it matches my father's memory of it. I think she's got it right." Eve took a scoop from the haggis and held it up to Darius. "Would you like to give mine a try?" "Nope, I'm not into sheep's lung." That should be the only difference between my mom's recipe and this one. It's not really all that different from Thanksgiving dressing. I'll bet your mother uses the turkey organs in that. Darius still didn't look convinced, so Eve didn't push it. Then she remembered she wanted to take a picture of herself eating it to send to her father. She pulled out her phone and handed it to Darius. "I promised my dad." He did as she asked and snapped a picture as she opened her mouth. "How does it compare?" He handed back the phone. It has the same peppery flavor, but it doesn't taste as sausagey as my mother's does. That's the one thing my father has complained about, too. Eve took another bite and chewed slowly. Yes, I agree that this has a lightness that's missing in my mother's. Dad says that comes from the lungs. You sure you don't want to give it a try? My pie is fine for me, but I'd be interested in a taste of your neeps. Do you mind? Eve shifted her plate so he had easy access to the food. So they're turnips, huh? Darius asked, studying the mashed yellow mass on his fork. Technically, rutabaga. It's in the turnip family. Ah, I don't know if it's a Greek thing or that my mother just doesn't like turnips, but I don't think I've ever had them before. He put the forkful in his mouth and chewed slowly. Not bad, but I think I still prefer mashed potatoes. My mother does love her tzatziki, though. I can't remember if you ever had it. I might have when you had a pool party at your house our sophomore year. She had quite the spread out. What is this ziki whatever? Eve asked. It's a dip made with yogurt, cucumber, and garlic. Yogurt and garlic? She asked doubtfully. Talk about garlic, though. Do you remember that awful pizza I made in home ec? The one where you were missing half the ingredients, except the garlic, he said with a chuckle, and the middle was gooey. Yes, that one. I couldn't believe you still ate your piece. They spent the rest of the meal chatting about things from high school and laughing a lot. It was the most fun Eve could remember having had in years. Do you want any dessert? Darius asked. No, I have plenty back in my room with all the shortbread I bought today. That's another thing my mother is still working to get the way my father remembers it. Eve tried to smile and ignore his thumb running over the top of her hand. She wondered what her blood pressure would be if she took it right then. I'm glad you took that job with Kane. Darius laced their fingers. I wished we'd met again before now. Me too. It looks like there's a break in the rain if you two want to get back to the hotel dry, Joe said from his table. Shall we go? Darius asked after signing the bill for the meal. He took Eve's hand again. She picked up her purse, and they left the restaurant with Joe bringing up the rear. Once they were outside, the bodyguard indicated that they should wait. Joe gave the area a quick assessment and nodded his head that they could proceed. Was he like this in Ireland? Darius asked softly. Yep, and he's good at his job. Darius gave a soft grunt but nodded in acceptance. As they approached the hotel, Eve's mind shifted to her charge. She hoped Sophia had been able to fall asleep all right. The time difference on top of all the excitement had the potential to be a perfect melting pot of triggers for a flare-up. Eve had told Carmen not to set the alarm, but to let the girl sleep as late as she needed to. They would build their schedule around her health. Do I still need a chaperone now that we're in the hotel? Darius asked Joe, who nodded. I'm starting to get really tired anyway, Eve yawned. She really was tired. But she wanted to be careful not to move too quickly on this, too. Then I guess I won't invite you to watch a movie with me in my suite, Darius said, sounding disappointed. I would be sure to fall asleep. Another time, maybe. They'd reached his room, and he seemed reluctant to let go of her hand. Joe was trying to be discreet and hang back, but still she didn't want an audience if Darius's intent was to kiss her. Besides, she still had some reservations. Eve stood on tiptoe and gave his cheek a quick peck before hurrying down the hall to her room. Chapter 9. Darius usually only got about 6 hours of sleep a night, and the time difference was interfering with that. He woke at 4 and finally decided to get up at 5 to go to the hotel's gym. He was hoping Eve might be on the same schedule, since she'd mentioned coming here the night before. Unfortunately, he and Joe were the only users. He was preparing to leave when he remembered the hotel had a pool large enough for laps. When they entered the pool room, they found her gliding through the water. Darius wondered how many laps she'd already done. She hadn't noticed them, so he settled on one of the lounge chairs. Joe sat on the one beside him.
"You should have seen her in high school," Darius said, his voice soft. "She was something else in the water. Her figure lithe and elegant, and fast." "Did she compete?" The older man watched her with interest. "Eve was on the swim team, so yes. Their coach suggested she might be fast enough to qualify for the Olympics, but she wasn't interested."
Darius glanced at Joe.
"She said there was more to life than swimming. Being a wannabe Olympian would take too much time from the other things she wanted to do." "That was wise for someone so young."
Joe watched her as she began another lap.
"It fits what I know of her. She has a solid head on her shoulders." "I didn't think so at the time. I spent an entire month bugging her to reconsider, but she was adamant. Looking back, I agree with you. To make that kind of sacrifice, you have to know for sure that's what you want. She didn't. She never wanted the limelight." "If you two start dating, which is looking likely," Joe said contemplatively, "will your situation be a problem for her?" "My situation?" Darius chuckled. "I've never heard it described as that. I'm just thinking about the increase in paparazzi at headquarters."
Joe's reference was to the press they'd received when Kane's sister Ari had come to hide with him after her estranged husband had been murdered. The killers had been caught and had been all over the news. When Ari and Rafe had become a couple, the press attention had intensified. That had been followed by Kane announcing the need for all of them to come to Ireland so they could all be at his surprise wedding. Now, Ezreal was engaged too. Was the bodyguard right? Would it bother Eve, who'd never liked attention, to suddenly be in the spotlight? Darius didn't want to complicate her life, but he definitely wanted to spend more time with her. Their connection to the charity shouldn't be a problem, since his future association would be limited. He wasn't a skittish, insecure teenager anymore, and he hadn't been this interested in a woman since Melanie. He winced. In his excitement, he let himself forget that fiasco. It was time to try getting in touch with her. The last he'd heard, her husband had gone from being a congressman to a senator. So they'd probably live in the Virginia area. How many years ago had that been? He might be close to finishing his first term. Could it really have been that long? Darius's gaze followed Eve's slender form as it sliced through the water. Too bad he hadn't thought to bring a sketch pad and pencil. He pulled out his phone and took a picture for later. The next time he woke up early and couldn't go back to sleep, he'd draw. Eve finally stopped and held onto the edge of the pool, breathing heavily. When she'd been on the swim team, she could easily put in 3 hours in the pool with barely a blink. She'd said she got a lot of thinking done while swimming. In spite of the arduous physical exercise, it seemed to relax her mentally. Darius had never understood it. She pulled herself from the pool, the muscles in her arms and back defined, and started squeezing water from her braids. He'd thought the colors of her dress accented her warm, almost toffee-colored skin, but the blues and greens in her swimsuit might be even better. Toffee. Yes, she did look good enough to eat. "Close your mouth," Joe said. "You don't want her to catch you drooling." Darius scowled. He had not been drooling. Much. Patting her face dry, Eve turned and saw them. She gave him a smile that made Darius want to jump up and get that kiss they'd almost had at the restaurant last night. He resisted. Not self-conscious in the least, she strolled toward them with the casual, easy grace he remembered from school. She was so beautiful. and seemed comfortable in her skin, even more now than in high school. He would not forget paper again. "It looks like you've already worked out," she said as she pressed the towel gently against her braids to soak up the moisture.
"We have."
Darius stood, and Joe did the same. While Eve wrapped a new towel around her head, Darius picked up a robe lying on another chair. He held it up, and she stepped into it. "You mentioned having made arrangements for some kind of scooter for Sophia," Eve said. "I think we should bring it with us today. We've got more walking on the schedule."
"You'll love what I got for her."
Darius indicated the door, and the three of them headed toward it.
"I met a guy at a conference a couple of years ago who was doing a fundraiser to build a prototype of a portable scooter. His mother was at that in-between stage where she didn't need one of those heavy-duty motorized ones except on rare occasions. He thought it'd be useful to have something easy to fold and put in the trunk, and yet sturdy enough to handle a reasonably heavy person."
The elevator door opened, and two middle-aged men exited. "When I first suggested a chair, Sophia freaked out." Eve stepped into the elevator and pushed the button for their floor. "She's really self-conscious and thinks it'll make her stand out."
"I did get one, and it's pretty cool looking. I put Noah in charge of it, and he couldn't wait to drive it. It's got 3 wheels instead of 4 and has a flashy blue paint job. It's easy to get on and off, and it can be folded up and pulled like luggage."
"Is that going to be Noah's job?" Joe asked as the elevator doors opened. The young man was standing there waiting and stared at them in surprise.
"What job?"
"You get to drag the scooter along when Sophia's not using it," Darius said, stepping out. "Can't I just drive it?" Noah asked.
"You need to preserve the battery for her."
"I don't remember that being in my job description," the young man grumbled.
"Remember?"
Other duties as assigned." Noah rolled his eyes.
"Well, it's a catchphrase for anything I need you to do while you're working for me."
Darius tilted his head and watched the boy, one eyebrow arched, as though daring Noah to argue further. "You're right. My granddad said I was sure to get at least one hard taskmaster. We thought it might be you, seeing as you've been a teacher and all."
"You're doing fine."
Darius put his hand on the back of the boy's neck and gave it a gentle squeeze.
"But it shouldn't be a surprise to you. I'm not going to haul the chair, and Eve and Joe have other responsibilities."
"True that," Noah said, his tone almost fatalistic. "'Twill be a lark to show her how to drive it." "Be sure to stress that to her when you do," Eve said. "It's going to take me a while to get these braids dry, so I better get going. I'll see everyone at breakfast at 9. Darius watched for a second as she departed, and then turned to join the other two men who were heading toward the suite. Eve was tired herself by the time they were done visiting the 2 cafes, said to be some of Joe's favorite writing spots. Greyfriars Kirk, the churchyard with names that may have inspired some of Rowling's characters, such as McGonagall and Tom Riddle. The George Heriot School, and the colorful split-level Victoria Street and Candlemaker Row that were said to be the inspiration for Diagon Alley. Her prediction that Sophia would resist the chair had proved correct. But Noah had come to the rescue. His honest excitement while demonstrating how to use it had changed her attitude. When he'd started suggesting that he could drive it instead, always with a sidelong glance at Darius, Sophia had stepped in and said she'd ride it. When they finally reached the hotel, all Eve wanted to do was go to her room and take a long soak in the tub, and not think about how standoffish Darius had been all day. The man was so confusing. What was all that talk last night about wanting to give them a second chance, and then the way he'd looked at her when she got out of the pool? There was no way she'd misunderstood those. Had he backed off because he'd changed his mind? The walls that she'd carefully built up around her heart, and that Darius had so quickly torn down, were coming up again. After all the years Eve had protected herself from more heartache, She'd begun to wonder if she'd ever get free. Then she'd seen Darius again. It'd taken her back to the time before she'd been hurt, reminded her of what it could feel like to be open to these feelings. She'd let herself wonder if she was ready to take a chance. Evidently not. After what she'd gone through, trust didn't come easy, and she didn't have patience with being jerked around. She followed Sophia and her mother from the elevator. "Tomorrow is a tour of the castle," Eve said from behind them. "Because it's on a hill, there will be a lot of climbing, so be sure to relax tonight." "Remind me again why we're going to this castle?" Carmen said, pausing at their door. "It's said to have been one of the inspirations for Hogwarts. It's also where they have the Scottish crown jewels." Eve peered at Sophia more closely. "You have no obligation to go if you're not interested, or if you're too tired. We can do something else." Carmen looked at her daughter with concern, but the girl held up a hand. "I'd like to go. I'm just really tired right now." "Be sure to let me know if you need anything," Eve said. Sophia shot a longing look at Noah's retreating back and followed her mother into their room. "What are your plans for the evening?" Darius asked from behind Eve. She didn't turn around because she didn't want to give away her feelings, which she knew were too close to the surface. "I'm tired. I'm going to go to bed early." Eve started to walk down the hallway, but he grabbed her hand. "Are you all right?" The worry in his voice was the only thing that kept her from ripping her hand free. "Just a headache." At least that was true. "Eve?" Darius gently turned her around to face him, and when she wouldn't look at him, he placed a finger under her chin and lifted it. "I can tell I've done something wrong. Please tell me what it is." She met his gaze and then saw only concern. Maybe her fatigue was making her overly emotional, and she was making his aloofness into more than it was. But did she dare consider a relationship with a man who could be so hot and cold in the same 24 hours? "Okay, I'll be completely honest with you," she finally said. "That's all I ask, but this isn't the best place to talk," Darius said, glancing up and down the hallway. "We can discuss it better over dinner." "I don't want a chaperone." "Then let's order dinner into my suite. Joe doesn't have to be there for that." Darius watched her expectantly. Eve considered him for a second and finally nodded. "But I really am tired. I want to take a hot bath and try to pull my thoughts together." "All right." He dropped his hands. "I'll be waiting for you to be completely honest. Is half an hour enough time?" "Give me an hour. I have a lot of thinking to do." "You're scaring me." Darius was scaring her, too. "Order something Scottish and authentic," she said. "An hour, then." Darius leaned forward and kissed her cheek before striding down the hallway to his room. Eve slowly made her way to hers and took her time filling the jetted tub and pouring some bubble bath into it. She slid in, grateful for the warmth that helped her muscles to relax. Her cell rang, and she picked it up from the floor where she'd set it. "Hey, Dad. I had haggis, and I get what you mean about the American version." They chatted for a few minutes, and Eve kept expecting him to bring up whatever he'd called about. She'd spoken with her mother a couple of times on the trip already. All she'd said was that he was agitated about something, but wouldn't talk about it. When he got that way, they both knew to give him space. When he was ready, he'd tell them what was bothering him. "Will you bring me a new kilt?" he asked. "You know our tartan." I'd already planned on it. She sensed that he wanted to say something more, but he didn't. "I'll talk to you in a day or two." "Okay, talk to you then." "I love you, Evie," he said. "I love you too, Dad." He ended the call, and she put down her phone. What was that all about? Didn't she have enough male confusion in her life at the moment? That brought her thoughts to Darius. What did she really know about him? The man, not the boy. She reminded herself they'd been out of contact for more than a third of their lives. Did she really understand what kind of a man he'd grown up to be? How much he'd changed? She'd avoided digging too deeply into his past since high school. Could she assume the sweet boy she'd cared so much about back then had grown into a man she could transfer that old love to? Eve dressed casually, choosing jeans and a baggy sweater. He hadn't committed to continuing the charity. If he didn't, they might only have one more day here, and then the flight home. She glanced at her phone and thought about the emailed job offer she'd received. It'd come from Kane's Irish in-laws. Eve had met Dr. Kelly in Ireland last summer, and he'd contacted her about providing home care nursing to an old acquaintance in Cong. It seemed that the nurses Dr. Kelly knew in Galway weren't interested in the commute. Eve had loved her time in Ireland and wouldn't mind visiting again. She could go directly there instead of flying back home. Whatever came of their little chat tonight, she had options. Her phone buzzed with a text message from Darius. "Dinner's here." Eve's stomach tightened with an odd combination of queasiness and butterflies. She grabbed her keycard and headed for his suite. When she gave his door a soft tap, it opened immediately. Darius stood dressed in a brown kilt and sweater with a matching sporran. Her gaze went to his shapely calves. He was outfitted with matching hiking socks and suede brogues. He'd never looked so hot, and warmth flooded through her. "Do you like it?" he asked uncertainly. "Oh, my," she whispered, her hand pressed to her pounding heart. "I thought you said you'd never wear a kilt." "Come in." Darius stepped back and let her enter the suite. "I know how important your Scottish heritage is to you, and I get that I've done something to upset you. I couldn't think of any better way to say I'm sorry." The backs of her eyes stung at his thoughtfulness. Eve stopped in front of him and looked up into his dark brown eyes. She reached up to cup his cheek. His short beard was soft under her fingers. Rising on her toes, she pressed her lips to his. Darius let go of the door and wrapped his arms around her. The caress of his warm mouth sweeter than she remembered. All the fears she'd had just moments before vanished. When Darius finally broke the kiss, his chest was heaving as heavily as hers. He gave Eve one more quick kiss and asked a little shakily, "So you like it?" "Duh." Then she realized he wasn't talking about the kiss. She stepped back, holding his hand, and looked him up and down. "Yes, I definitely like it. You know what the difference is between a kilt and a dress, don't you?" If you wear anything underneath, it's not a kilt." Eve winked. Darius's face flushed, and she burst out laughing. Chapter 10. Darius was relieved at how well Eve had received his gift of dressing like a Scot. When they'd been walking back from the tour, he'd been desperate to understand what he'd done wrong. He'd lain awake for hours the night before, thinking about her. He'd thought things had gone well at dinner, and even that morning at the pool and breakfast. Something had gone wrong once they'd left the hotel. Since they were on the job again, he assumed her aloofness had been from that. As the day had worn on, though, she'd seemed to pull away from him, turning almost cold. Since he hadn't known how he'd messed up, he hadn't had the nerve to ask her. What if he made it worse? The tightness of her shoulders when he'd invited her to dinner had made up his mind. It didn't make any difference what he'd done wrong. He had to fix it. A couple of quick calls to the front desk had helped him order what he needed, and his instincts had been right. Once they were talking again, he was sure she'd explain. In many ways, she was still the girl he'd loved in high school. But life had hurt her. Eve was wary now, reserved. She didn't show her true self as easily.
"So, what did you order for dinner?" Eve asked, lacing their fingers and pulling him toward the dining room. "I ordered a sampler of all their Scottish dishes, so it might be kind of a hodgepodge." They'd reached the dining room where he had the food on the table. He started pointing out each of the individual items. "These are sausage rolls. Here's cream griddled scones, shortbread, a trifle-like dessert they said was cranachan, a soup called Cullen skink."
Cullen skink!
Eve's squeal could have rivaled Sophia's.
It's one of my very favorite dishes ever. It's smoked haddock chowder.
"I'm excited to try it then. There's also Scottish stovies, if I remember the name correctly. Looks like a meat and potato stew."
Pretty much.
Stovey means bits from the stove, so it's usually made with leftover Sunday roast, but it can be made with tinned beef or sausage, too. Eve pointed to another dish.
"Bangers and mash. Brilliant."
She then threw her arms around his neck and kissed him again. Darius pulled her close, feeling her, tasting her. Eve fit him so well. She seemed to get the humor of situations at the same time he did. Their conversation was never dull, and their silences were comfortable, usually. At the back of his mind was the thought that if he hadn't run scared when they'd first kissed, they could have been together for the last 12 years.
"All right," she said breathlessly. "We need to eat this great food before it gets cold."
"If we have to." He started to kiss her again, but she pulled away.
"Not too fast," Eve said, drawing him to one of the chairs. "We need to take our time on this."
"All right." Darius didn't want to take his time, but if she needed it, she'd get it. They spent the next hour talking and sampling the different dishes.
"Ugh,"
Eve put her hands to her stomach.
"I can't eat another bite."
"Me either," Darius said. "I'll clean this up." "We can clean it up together." Eve started loading dishes onto the cart. It didn't take long before they had the dining room in order and pushed the tray out into the hall. "Thank you for dinner. It was wonderful." "You're not leaving yet, are you?" Darius laced their fingers.
"We're still finding our way again, and I don't want the physical attraction to mask what's going on here."
Eve pointed from her heart to his.
"I've known people who were so caught up in the physical that they didn't realize they had absolutely nothing else in common. Those relationships didn't last."
Darius's heart gave a leap, and he wanted to crow. She was talking about them continuing on. He tamped down his excitement. "Is this going to be a relationship?" he asked, keeping his voice soft.
"Do you want it to be?"
Eve asked.
Her expression was open, and it showed a vulnerability he hadn't seen before. He sensed that opening herself to something with him frightened her. Considering how she'd been hurt, Darius understood that too well. Kane had mentioned how businesslike she'd been on the Irish trip, totally focused on the job. She hadn't been like that here. Was it because of her history with Darius? He needed to let himself be vulnerable too.
"I do want it to be," he said.
"Me too. But you need to understand that I was a little in love with you in high school."
When he took an involuntary step closer, Eve put up a hand to stop him.
"But that was a long time ago. I might have loved the boy, but I need to get to know the man. They aren't necessarily the same person."
"Then let's talk." He tried to pull her toward the living room, but she resisted.
"Like I said before, I want to be perfectly honest."
Eve met his gaze. "Spending time with you is bringing back a lot of old feelings. But it's a moot point if our goal isn't the same. And like you said, it's still early." Darius ran a finger down her cheek. "I'm going to be perfectly honest, too. What I felt for you in high school was so strong that it scared me.
Is that why you dropped me as a friend?
I told you last night I didn't drop you as a friend, he said with a groan. Please, come into the living room and let's talk. I promise I'll be a perfect gentleman.
Eve let him draw her toward the couch, but she shifted at the last minute and sat in a chair.
Don't you trust me? Darius asked.
I don't trust me, and this is important to do right. Sit down and tell me why you threw away our friendship because of that stupid kiss.
All right.
He sat on the couch and leaned back, stretching out his legs so his foot touched hers.
I'd been into you for a good year when that happened, but I was afraid to give away how I felt because I didn't want to lose our friendship. I've never had many female friends, and your friendship in particular was important to me. I didn't plan on kissing you.
You still haven't answered the question. Eve tossed her hands in the air in frustration. If my friendship was so important to you, why did you avoid me for the next 12 years?
I kept trying to work out how to put things back the way they'd been.
Darius leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees, his hands clasped before him.
I kept vacillating back and forth on what to say, but I couldn't decide. I promised myself I was going to make it worse by saying the wrong thing. Before I knew it, we were graduating. I thought I'd see you sometime during the summer, and I'd have it figured out by then. My grandfather died a couple of weeks before school started, and we spent the rest of the summer closing down his house. By the time we got back, you'd already left for school, and by Christmas, you had a boyfriend.
Eve studied him. If we had seen each other that summer, had you figured out what to say?
No, because what my brain said I should do didn't match what was here.
He pointed to his chest. Did you never meet someone else?
Yes, during my senior year of college, and I fell hard.
Are you divorced? Eve's gaze was piercing.
No. Darius rubbed the bridge of his nose so he wouldn't have to look at her. It didn't work out.
He still didn't know what, if anything, he should say to her about his engagement. Lying to her wasn't a good option, but he wasn't free to tell her the truth either. All he could do was hope that she wouldn't hear about it before he figured out how to explain it. Mine either.
Was he the same guy that you met your first semester? Darius asked.
No. He only lasted a couple of months. I wished you'd said something, but maybe it's just as well.
Why do you say that?
Because maybe we both needed to grow up before we could consider something real between us. Eve tilted her head. Is that a shared goal that we have? Are we both looking for something real between us?
Real. Darius liked the sound of that. Real is exactly what I'm looking for.
He stood and held out a hand to her. She took it and let him pull her to her feet. I'm scared, she whispered.
So am I.
Though he was pretty sure his was for a different reason. He brought her hand to his lips and kissed her knuckles.
I promised to be a gentleman, so I'll walk you to your room.
Thank you. Eve took his arm, but paused. Why did you almost kiss me last night? Practically ignore me today, and then kiss me tonight?
I do need to remind you that you started the kissing thing tonight.
That's true, but you were so hot and cold today. It was really confusing.
We were on the job, so it didn't seem appropriate.
And tonight we're on our own time?
Exactly.
She smiled then, and looked like a great load had been lifted from her shoulders. Darius understood he should have explained it to her that morning.
Your room awaits you.
Make sure you wear your kilt again, she said as they exited his room, her eyes twinkling.
For you, anything. Just not in front of everyone else.
Eve laughed. Chapter 11. Eve had to bite back a smile as they made their way up the now familiar Royal Mile toward Edinburgh Castle. Sophia was beginning to adjust to the time difference and must have rested well the night before. She was full of energy and feeling playful as she and Noah sported about with the motorized chair. They stopped at her favorite pastry shop to make a purchase before continuing on their way. Now that Eve understood Darius's reasoning for being aloof the day before, she recognized the occasional glance he'd send her way, or how he'd make sure she was never too far from him. When they reached the Esplanade, a flat expanse of asphalt before the castle, a woman in her mid-40s approached them.
"Is one of you Mr. Dimitriou?"
"That's me," Darius said.
"Are you the photographer?"
"Aye, Fiona Smith." She extended her hand.
"It's a pleasure to meet you."
He shook it, nodding toward Sophia.
"That young lady and her mother are who I want you to focus on. It's their trip. We're just support staff."
"Aye, right." The woman grinned at him like he was teasing her. "I'd say you're a bit more than support staff, sir."
"You don't believe him?" Eve wondered if the woman knew who he was.
"I have a son who plays REKD. When I mentioned Mr. Dimitriou's name this morning, 'twas all I could do to calm me boy down." "I understand just how your son feels," Noah said with a grin. "'Tis a shame you didn't bring him." Fiona flushed and glanced to the side. "Well, I couldn't bring myself to deny him, so I brought him along as my assistant for the day." Darius turned around and scanned the small crowd to the side. Eve pointed to a young man of about 14, who stood a little off by himself, straps of camera equipment hanging from his shoulders as he watched them.
"Invite him to come over,"
Darius said, amused. "I didn't mean to impose." The photographer waved to the boy, and after a second's hesitation, he came over. "This is my son, Blair."
"Nice to meet you."
Darius shook hands with the boy. Eve watched with interest as he interacted with the young man. During the Irish trip, Kane had only met one person who'd known who he was, one of the hotel's bellhops. Finn had been friends with Noah, and both of the boys were now REKD gaming interns. Darius spoke easily with the young man. Once again, she thought he must have been a wonderful teacher. "Well, we have a lot to see, many steps to climb, and limited energy," Darius finally said, "so we should get going." They'd made arrangements ahead of time, so they were able to avoid the line to the ticket office. He hadn't been kidding when he said they had a bunch of stairs to climb. Eve purposefully led the group and walked slowly to keep them from going too fast, stopping frequently to look at plaques or views or anything else she thought would be a decent excuse. She tried to be discreet and not bring attention to Sophia's fatigue. "I'll be thinking it's time for you to use the chair," Noah said solicitously as he slid it behind the girl, and she sat down with a grateful glance. Carmen had brought along their self-guided tour map. She and Sophia must have decided what they were particularly interested in. The mother took control, and they wandered ahead with the photographer and her son trailing. Noah stayed close in case Sophia needed any help getting in and out of the scooter.
"This place is massive,"
Darius said, glancing up the towering walls.
"It must have been pretty impressive to defend in a battle."
"Did you see the size of the guns?" Joe asked, pointing to the Mons Meg.
"It was built in the mid-1400s.
My dad used to talk about this being able to shoot 2 miles. Eve ran her hands over the big black cannon. I always wondered how they knew back then what they were shooting at.
"Is your father from this area?"
"Well, Edinburgh is in the lowlands, but my father was born south of here, near the borders."
"I've only ever heard of the Highlands."
"There's a fault that separates the two. North and west of the fault is considered the Highlands. It's where a large portion of the population lived until the people started migrating away," Eve said, walking to the short wall that overlooked the city. Below them, the others were stopping at the snack bar for a drink. She pointed to the view. Isn't it beautiful?
It is. Darius came to stand beside her and put his hand next to hers on the top of the wall. She doubted that anyone but Joe would see if she covered Darius's hand, but if he could be professional, so could she. What's different about the lowlands, besides them being south of this fault? He asked.
The highlands actually have a ruling council, but the lowlands aren't an official administrative area. There's even a difference in the languages between the lowlands and the highlands. From what my father has told me, my grandfather owns a lot of land in one of the most agriculturally productive regions in the country.
That's pretty impressive. Have you ever wished you could see it?
Yes, but out of respect for my father, I've never mentioned that to him.
Do you want to get something to eat or drink? He asked, pointing to the snack bar.
Maybe something to drink. The three of them started down the curvy walk to where the others were sitting. Once there, Darius headed toward the cafe, but Eve's phone started to ring. "Those scones look good," she called after him. "Grab me one of those and a water, please." She put the phone to her ear. "Hey, Dad, is everything all right?"
"Are you still in Scotland?"
he asked without any opening comment, which was very typical for him. "We're at the Edinburgh Castle and just about to get some food. It's pretty early back home, so what's going on?"
"'Tis your grandfather."
Her father's voice was gruff with emotion, but Eve couldn't tell if it was sadness or anger or even maybe frustration. "Has his health gotten worse?"
"He's calling me home."
Eve went still. Would her father actually back off on his promise never to return to Scotland while his father lived? She and her mother had both tried to encourage him to let go of his anger, if only to visit the land he loved so dearly. They'd argued that he could visit Scotland without going anywhere near his ancestral home, but he'd always refused. "Are you going to come?" Her father started to swear in Gaelic. She held the phone away from her ear until his ranting finally died down enough that she could hear her mother in the background, trying to calm him. "I take that as a no."
"Of course 'tis a no. My word is my honor."
He muttered some more. "Then why are you calling me? I'd hoped maybe you were going to say you would join me here, and we could do a family vacation. I'd love you to take me around." For a second, there was silence.
"You have never said before that you wanted to visit Scotland together."
"Because you made it perfectly clear that you'd never come. I have no wish to send you to an early grave by making you so angry you have a stroke." Darius approached, carrying a couple of plates of food, while Joe had the drinks. Eve signaled that they should sit at a table that had just been vacated. She mouthed, "My dad," and Darius nodded.
"Since you're already in Scotland, I'm needing you to visit my father."
Something in her expression must have alarmed Darius, because he was on his feet and at her side in a flash.
"What is it?"
he asked softly. Eve muted her phone. "My dad wants me to visit his father while I'm here."
Is that a problem?
"Have you heard anything I've said about my dad's relationship with his father?" Eve unmuted the phone and put it on speaker so Darius could hear. She said, "Who are you and what have you done with my father?" "I told you she wouldn't believe you." Her mother's voice came from the background.
"'Tis important, Evie."
Her father's voice was low, full of emotion again. "If it's this important, then why aren't you coming to see him?" Eve had grown up with stories about a crotchety, authoritarian, unreasonable man. She wasn't sure she wanted to meet someone who'd throw away a child.
"I told you, my word is my honor."
"Dad, you have to tell me more."
"I believe my father is dying, and he's trying to decide who to leave his estate to."
"Do you want it?"
"I want it for you."
"What do I want with a farm in Scotland?" Eve looked at Darius and shrugged. For some reason he seemed amused, which irritated her. "Look, Dad, if there's someone else who's eligible to inherit, let them."
"No, 'tis my home, and I'll not have it in the hands of a buffoon."
"Interesting family dynamics," Darius whispered in her ear. You have no idea, she muttered.
What was that? Her father demanded. Who are you talking to?
Darius Dimitriou. Do you remember him from my high school days? She asked.
Do you mean Damien Dimitriou's boy?
Eve glanced up at the tall man beside her and grinned. He's definitely not a boy anymore.
What's that? Why is he there?
She closed her eyes and let out a breath. He's the one running the charity that I'm here with.
The billionaire?
Eve didn't want to go there, so she shifted the conversation back to the original topic. You were talking about your father and why you think I should visit him.
You have to do this for me.
No, she actually didn't. But something in her father's voice kept her from saying that out loud. For some bizarre reason, this was important to him. She looked at Darius, not sure what to do.
What will it hurt?
Aye, her father cried.
Listen to him.
Can I talk to Mom? She asked, and after some grumbling, he must have handed over the phone. Sweetheart, this is really important to your father.
So I can tell.
Will you please go? Eve glanced at Darius, who nodded encouragingly. All right, I'll do it, but I'm not promising to stay very long. Her father let out a whoop, and her mother said, Thank you, Evie. When they ended the call, she just stood there a little numb. She didn't want to go there alone.
Second-guessing your decision?
Darius asked. I don't want to go alone.
You don't have to, because I'll come with you.
Eve turned to face him. Will you really?
Course.
Thank you.
If they weren't on the job, she'd have kissed him.
While Eve went to check on Sophia, Darius pulled out his phone and started sending messages to his staff to notify them he'd be gone a little longer. He'd intended to spend a few days with his parents after the bucket list trip, so he texted his mother as well. He hoped they hadn't made any plans. She replied immediately. Why are you staying longer in Scotland? Is it a girl? He debated whether or not to say anything. It was all still so new with Eve, and he didn't want to raise his mother's expectations. At the same time, his gut told him this thing with Eve was different and important. His father had always said that when Darius met the right girl, he'd know it. The only other time he'd felt that was with Melanie, and that disaster was the only thing that made him hesitate. What if he was wrong again?
I guess we should inform Bill that we'll be here a little longer,
Darius said to Joe while deciding what to say to his mother.
Already done.
Am I moving too fast with Eve? Darius surprised himself by asking.
Not if you want to make it clear you're interested in her. If she doesn't reciprocate your feelings, she'll let you know, and you can move on.
Joe watched her where she was talking with the others.
I haven't been told any specifics, but I see in her eyes that she's been hurt. I saw a couple of men make moves on her in Ireland, and she's good at shutting them down. Since she hasn't done that to you, I'd take that as a good sign.
He turned to look at Darius and said,
I guess it depends on what kind of history you two have. Do you have any baggage between you to clean up?
I think we've already done that. She'd taken his reasons for ignoring her better than he'd expected. The biggest hurdle he'd have to overcome, when and if it came to that, was his history with someone else.
Are we going to fly home first so Eve will be available for Sophia on the flight? Or are you planning to hire a nurse for that trip?
Joe asked.
Good question. My flight team has EMT training. I'll have to ask Eve if that'll be enough.
Darius had finished his food and was about to stand when she returned. I guess I should eat my lunch now. She sat and started putting things on her scone. Sophia's done really well, better than her mother thought she would. They're going to check out the crown jewels here and then call it a day. I'm not excited about making a round-trip flight back to back.
We were just talking about that.
Darius explained his idea.
Or we could hire a nurse here to fly with them. Which do you think is best for Sophia?
She's doing so well. I think your crew would be fine. I'll ask her mother what she prefers. If Sophia's still feeling well, she might find it awkward making the flight home with a stranger. Darius's phone pinged. It was his mother. Why aren't you telling me? It's a girl for sure.
Who's making you frown? Eve asked. It's my mother. Darius pocketed his phone. He'd deal with her later. Your mom's a sweetheart. Why is she making you frown? I told her I was staying a few extra days, and she assumes it's because of a girl. So tell her the truth. It is because of a girl. Eve put on that saucy grin he'd loved so much in high school. I'm going to tell my Greek mother that her 30-year-old son is staying extra days in Scotland because of a woman, and she's not going to start making wedding plans. Darius let the sarcasm show in his tone. Ah, good point. She wants her baby to get busy with babies of his own, I suppose. It's a good thing my younger brother is married already and has a child, or my mother would be doing the same to me. Eve took a bite of her scone and set around the food. This clotted cream is to die for. Darius pulled out the notebook he'd brought and started sketching, watching her surreptitiously. He'd thought he'd seen a flash of something when she'd made the comment about babies. As he drew the curve of her face and the lines of her long neck, he wondered what it'd be like to raise a family with her. Eve had been a loving and demonstrative person, always touching her friends. His mother had had to teach the importance of touch to his father, who'd grown up in a hands-off family. He'd never gotten comfortable with it, but he could greet family members now with a quick hug. What are you drawing? Eve asked, leaning closer. Darius blinked, pulled from his reverie. He held up a picture of her in the bright flowered dress she'd worn to the restaurant. She was glancing to the side and laughing. I always thought you had a natural talent, but with your education and what I imagine is a lot of experience, you're amazing at this. She handed back the sketch pad. At one time, you talked about wanting to see your work on display. Have you given up on that now that you're doing more fantasy-themed art with your champions? I still do some traditional work, but it's more a hobby since I spend so much time with my day job. He added a few more touches to the sketch. I gave up that dream a long time ago. I'm still a professional artist, but in a different way than I imagined when I was younger. That's true. My mother's favorite saying when I complain about how things don't work out is that life has a habit of happening while we're making other plans. Where did you think you'd be at this time in your life? Darius asked. I thought I'd be married and have a kid or two by now. Maybe working in a doctor's office so I could have a consistent schedule. Eve glanced off in the distance. But I've had a good run with the jobs I've taken, met interesting people, and visited fun places. It's just been a lonely life. Do you think you're ready for a change? She turned to meet Darius's gaze. I do. He started to reach to take her hand, but paused, glancing over to where Noah was helping Sophia rise from their table. Eve gave him a soft smile, as though to let him know she understood. He's handling her crush pretty well. What? Darius asked. You taught high school and you can't tell when a girl likes a boy? Eve shot him a disbelieving glance. I've been dealing with my own. He winked at her. The photographer had been busily taking all kinds of photos. She approached Darius. I was thinking 'twould be nice to have a picture of your entire party, she said. I know it is all for Sophia, but she says she'd like one. The girl has told me many times how thankful she is for this gift you've given her. 'Tis a good thing you do here. I'm glad she's enjoyed herself, and that her health has cooperated, Darius said. We'd be happy to pose with her. They tossed their trash and joined the others. Fiona had them pose at an angle with a view of the city in the background. Just before she was ready, the sun broke through the clouds. Quick! Sophia cried. Take it before I have to put my hat on. Fiona snapped several shots, and then more once the girl had put her floppy-brimmed hat back on.
Darius hoped there would be something in there that would make a nicely framed picture. He decided to ask for a copy so he could do a painting of it for her. I'll be in touch about putting the photos into a book that we can have printed for Sophia. It's been a pleasure to work with you, he said. If we end up doing any more fulfillments in Edinburgh, we'll keep you in mind. Thank you. Blair, you've been a good help to your mother today. Darius extended his hand to shake the boys. Noah over there has been playing on the EU server while we've been here. He might have room on his team tonight. Oh, aye. We've already exchanged usernames. Good for you. After seeing the Scottish Crown jewels, they headed back to the hotel. Sophia looked happy but tired and didn't argue when Eve said she should ride the entire way back, especially with Noah staying close by. Are you up to having dinner in my suite together tonight? Darius asked the group once they were outside Sophia's suite. If she can take a nap this afternoon, I think so, Carmen said. Thank you again so much for this trip. She surprised him by throwing her arms around his neck and pulling him down for a hug. It's my pleasure. Darius was surprised to find that it was the truth. He thought he would continue with the charity, though he had no intention of being in charge of it. He glanced at Eve. She'd done a lot of the organization for the trip. Maybe she'd be willing to be over it. It would also bring her to Boone permanently. What do you have planned before dinner? He asked her after the Hernandezes went into their room. Are you going to go swimming again? I've decided I'm not a fan of swimming when I'm wearing braids. My hair smelled like chlorine all day. It does not. Darius leaned forward and sniffed. Eve gave his chest a gentle push, but he caught her hands. Her breath caught as he lifted the palm of one and pressed his lips against it. I'd like to spend the time with you, and I promise to behave. She looked undecided. What? I need to arrange a car to take me to my grandfather's place. You mean take us? Right, us. I told Carmen about the change of plans, and she's fine with it. Eve seemed distracted. All right, he said resignedly. You've probably got some stuff you want to put together for this extra visit, so I won't bother you. She looked at him, then met his gaze, lifting on her tiptoes to kiss him. Jenny Mac, Noah cried from his doorway. If every one of these trips ends in a romance, you may have to start calling it a romance service instead. He winked. A grand one, too. Just don't you go wearing her face off. I'm not sure I understood all that he said there. Darius shook his head. If you get bored, Eve, give me a call. I'll keep you company. I will. She kissed him again, but was distracted as she turned back to her room. Darius watched until her door closed behind her. Chapter 12. Eve stared out the car window, wishing she could see her grandfather's house from the road. It'd taken almost 3 hours to drive there. As she'd watched rolling hills full of cattle and sheep fly by, she tried to imagine her father driving up this same road as a young man. When she told her father that she'd visit his old home, his relief had eased her irritation at being asked to do it. He'd texted her the solicitor's number so she could let him know when they'd arrive. She'd resigned herself to meeting her grandfather and decided a happier way to approach the visit was that she was there to see the home where her father had lived his first 20 years. Any idea how close we are? Darius asked. The solicitor said he'd have a servant waiting on the turnoff, waving a yellow flag. What was the name of the house again? Joe asked, staring at his phone, a crease between his brows. Eve thought it was entertaining that people named their houses. She'd read the Anne of Green Gables series when she was growing up and thought it was a fun thing to do back in the day. It's called Hedson Park. Why? Because the only Hedson Park I can find on the map
isn't just a farm."
"What do you mean?" Darius asked. "See for yourself."
Joe handed over his phone. Eve leaned against Darius's arm and skimmed the writing. She shook her head. "There's some kind of mistake. That place has a large manor house and 5 other homes on the property. That can't be right."
"It says it's owned by Archibald Stewart," Joe said, taking back his phone. "What's your grandfather's name?"
"Archibald?" Eve's voice came out sounding small, so she said it again, this time louder and more firmly. "Archibald. So maybe he lives in one of the houses or bought a couple more as an investment?"
"If you say so." Joe didn't sound like he believed it.
Eve scooted closer to Darius, and he put his arm around her. She doubted she'd have come if he hadn't offered to accompany her, and it would have killed her because she'd have let down her father. "Thank you again for coming with me," she said.
"This is the best adventure I've had in a long time, and I love the company."
Darius kissed her temple.
"What's making you so nervous about this?"
"Part of it is just all the terrible stories my father has shared about his childhood. When he asked me to visit the old man, I made him give me details about the rift. Dad was the oldest son, and his father put a lot of pressure on him to be perfect. Dad said there was nothing he could do that was ever good enough. The big thing was that his father was training him to take over the farm, and Dad didn't want to do it. He said he hated living out in the country, away from where the action was, as he called it. He'd gone to university a couple of years, which confirmed that he liked living in the city better. He had an opportunity to study abroad in the U.S., and his father refused. He said if Dad chose to go, he'd be dead to my grandfather."
"And your dad went?" Joe said. "Of course he went." Darius's grin made Eve think he approved of her father's decision.
"The only letter he received from his father was the one that came from his solicitor's office telling Dad he'd been officially disowned."
"And I'll bet your father never looked back."
Darius turned to Joe and said,
"You should meet him. He's a force to contend with. That's one of the things that made him such a good lawyer. When he wants something, he goes after it like a pit bull."
"That's how he won my mother," Eve said, smiling to herself as she remembered her mother's reflections on it.
"Did he just charge in?" Joe asked.
"It's more that he wouldn't be dissuaded by her reasons why they couldn't be together. My mother said her family would have disowned her if she'd brought home a white guy."
"But she did," Darius said. "Wasn't your father sympathetic since he'd been disowned?" Joe asked.
"He was, and that's why he went out of his way to charm her mother first. He started attending their church and volunteering at any event that my grandmother signed up for. Dad wasn't much into basketball, but when he found out that my grandfather was a huge fan of the Celtics, my father studied up on basketball and started attending some of the games."
"Was your mother aware that he was doing all this?"
Darius asked. "Only after his name started coming up in discussions at home, and then my grandmother invited him to dinner after church one Sunday."
"I'll bet he didn't tell your mother that either," Joe said with a dark chuckle.
"He didn't." Eve loved this part of the story. "He just showed up at the door, and my mother answered it. She panicked, thinking he was trying to force the issue. Then my grandfather was there inviting Dad in and introducing him to my mother, and she had to act like she didn't know him."
"Was it easy sailing after that?" Darius asked.
"There were still a few hitches, but Dad's a smart man, and he went slowly. By the time he officially asked her out, they'd been seeing each other secretly for months. He'd become a fixture at their house, and it didn't seem such an alien idea. My grandparents still struggled, but my father's always treated my mother like she was a queen. When my dad came to them to ask permission to marry their daughter, Grandfather was going to refuse, but my grandmother stopped him. She said that when a man treated her daughter the way my dad did, being a different race didn't matter.
"Is this the place?"
the driver called out, pointing ahead. Someone stood on a side road waving something yellow. Beyond that, a fair distance away, was what could have been mistaken as a small forest, except for the hint of a rooftop. That must be it. Eve's stomach twisted. Does your grandfather know his son married a black woman? Darius whispered. I seriously doubt it. Like I said, the only communication my father's had with him was that solicitor's letter, and then a couple of phone calls in the last few weeks.
Then they could be in for a surprise.
Yep. And that didn't help settle her nerves at all. The driver took his time up the tree-lined drive and made another turn. Darius was impressed with the well-maintained lawn and colorful flower beds.
Wow, he said. That's no farmhouse.
I can't believe my father never said he grew up in a castle. Eve tightened her grip on his hand. I'm getting intimidated, and I have a feeling that's not a good way to feel when meeting my grandfather.
Then don't be intimidated.
Darius pressed his lips to her temple.
You have no reason to feel that way.
You're right.
I'm not sure I like this place, Joe said, looking at his phone and then scanning the area. The reception's lousy. I'm glad I brought my satellite phone in case their Wi-Fi isn't any good. Or they don't have any.
A sense of unease settled on Darius. They were in an isolated part of Scotland, a good 30 kilometers from the nearest town, which hadn't been all that big. The car pulled up about 20 feet from the elegant manor. While it had the look of age with its many stone chimneys, it looked like the owners over the years had updated it by putting in larger, modern windows. It was actually a beautiful combination of old and new. The driver got out and opened Eve's door, while Joe got Darius's. Eve stepped out but didn't move away from the car, and Darius came to stand beside her. The front door opened, and a short man wearing a tweed suit emerged, his balding head shining in the rare sunshine. He scanned them, frowned, and then peered into the car like he thought someone else must be inside. Eve stiffened beside Darius, and he knew what the man was looking for.
Where's Miss Stewart?
His accent was English, not Scottish. That would be me, Eve said. The little man blinked.
Evelyn Stewart, daughter of Bruce Stewart?
One and the same.
Oh, dear.
The man started to wring his hands. This is most unexpected. I think it's time to go. Eve was still standing by the open door of the car and moved to get inside again. Oh, my goodness, Miss Stewart, please don't leave. The little man ran up to her door. I meant no offense. I apologize for my poor manners. He bowed and then extended his hand. Horace Dalrymple, solicitor. Welcome to Hedson Park. Eve considered him for a second before shaking his hand. This is my fiancé, Darius Dimitriou, of REKD Gaming. Darius twitched a little at the sudden advancement in their relationship, but he found he liked the sound of it.
This is my bodyguard, Joe Brooks, he said. He'll need a room next to mine.
As I mentioned in my email, Eve said, along with accommodations for our driver. Of course. We're all ready for you. Mr. Dalrymple stepped toward the house, saying over his shoulder, This way, please. The servants will get your luggage. He opened the front door, and two young men stepped out and hurried toward the car, where the driver had opened the trunk.
Do you think I ought to offer to help them? Joe asked softly. I'm trying to decide if that would be a sign of weakness. Darius rubbed his chin. I want to make sure we start her off in a position of power. Well, she already is. It's at her discretion that she's here at all, and she can leave any time, Joe said, scanning the area. Darius had guessed her grandfather wanted something, but Darius doubted the old man had anything he could hold over her or her father. Sorry about the fiancé thing, Eve said softly when Darius took her hand.
I can't shake the feeling that this whole thing is a power play, and I'm meant to be a pawn. I couldn't think how to describe you, and Friend just didn't have the same punch."
"I figured as much," Darius said as they leisurely strolled toward the house where the solicitor waited. "Did this guy give you any indication of why you've been asked to come?"
"Still nothing. He keeps saying that my grandfather will explain when I see him. He wanted my father to come, of course, but my dad said the closest my grandfather would come to seeing him was through me. Take it or leave it. I think the old man might be trying to decide if the best person to inherit is my cousin. Considering Dalrymple's shock at seeing me, I won't be surprised if we leave tomorrow."
"You don't think that having a woman of mixed race marrying into the royal family might have softened his attitude?"
Darius asked. "A lot of Scottish people don't like being under English rule, so I guess it depends on if my grandfather is one of them. Personally, anyone who would treat my father the way he did is going to have to work really hard to make me care what they think."
"Well, there's no one I'd rather pretend to be engaged to than you."
He kissed her hand. "How many people live here?" Eve asked when they reached the solicitor.
"There's Mr. Stewart, of course, and your cousin Graham has been here since your uncle's funeral." "Are there other cousins?" Darius asked. "No, sir, I'm afraid not. And now the house."
Mr. Dalrymple opened the front door with a flourish. Chapter 13. After the exterior of the house, Eve should have been prepared for the interior. She was grateful for Darius's arm around her shoulders as they entered the elegant foyer. Like the hotel in Edinburgh, the house must have been updated because it had a tasteful balance between the light walls and geometric tiles and the dark furniture. It even had a miniature coat of arms. Mr. Dalrymple appeared in the opposite doorway with an older woman. She barely hesitated before coming forward to Eve. "Welcome to Hedson Park, Miss Stewart. I'm Mrs. Campbell, the housekeeper." She spoke with an English accent that had a hint of the Scot in the way she formed her words. It made Eve wonder if she was from England originally. Eve introduced the men. "Where's my grandfather?" "I'm afraid he's had to take to his bed with a migraine. He may call for you if he feels up to it, but in the meantime, we can get you settled. This way, please." Mrs. Campbell went to the stairs at the side, and Eve exchanged a glance with Darius. He shrugged, and they followed the housekeeper. The hallway decor was similar to that of the lobby, but included family portraits. Eve slowed her pace so she could check them out. None were of her father, which didn't surprise her, but some of the men in the pictures looked like him. "This is your room, Miss Stewart," the housekeeper said to Eve. "Your fiancé's is right across the hall as requested, and his man's room is next to his." The servants arrived then with the luggage, and Eve told them which room to take which bags into. "I guess I'll check out my digs," she said.
"I can come with you. I'd like to see it," Darius said.
"All right." Eve was more than happy to keep him around anyway. "You coming, Joe?"
"Yes, and then I'll need to examine Darius's room."
The servant who carried her luggage came out, so they went in. "Well, I've always wondered what it would be like to sleep in a canopy bed," she said. Eve thought the floral print of the bedspread matched the yellow walls. It gave the room an airy feel. There was even a little sitting area to the side with a love seat and a lamp. She went to the window, which overlooked a garden that stretched away from the house. "Look at all that," she said. "What must it cost to maintain?" Darius came to stand beside her.
"Looks like there are some walking paths that branch off into the woods. Oh, and check that out."
He pointed in the distance.
"Is that a dock through the trees?"
"I think it is."
"It is," Joe said from behind them. "There's a river that runs near here which feeds into a lake."
"Loch,"
Eve said. "Loch, then," the big man said with a grin. This area would be an incredible outdoor recreation area. If you're into fishing, Darius said. I wonder how large the staff is, if your grandfather is usually the only one here.
My Uncle Duncan might have been living here. I can't imagine a nearly 90-year-old man running the farm by himself. Shall we check out your rooms? They returned to the hallway, and Eve paused, glancing around. I wonder which bedroom was my dad's.
I doubt Mrs. Campbell is old enough to have been here then,
Darius said. And my grandfather isn't likely to tell me. They checked out the guys' rooms, which were similarly decorated, but with different color schemes, and then went down the stairs. The house was even larger than it appeared from the front, going back a long way. They found a couple of parlors, a billiard room, formal dining room, and the best of all, a solarium. Its 3 glass walls gave an incredible view of the gardens. The overstuffed couches and chairs looked more used than the other furniture, testifying that this room got used a lot. I wonder how long before someone will come looking for us. Eve sat on a couch, happy to wait in the beautiful room. Darius took the seat beside her and put his arm across her shoulders. She said, I know I keep saying this, but I'm so glad you're here.
Surprisingly, I am too. Hey, the Wi-Fi has a password, Joe said. I'm going to find out what it is.
When he was gone, Darius kissed her. She shifted so she could wrap her arms around his neck. A surge of euphoria filled her. Eve was in the home of her father's youth and kissing the only man she'd ever really loved. She accepted that her feelings for him had never died. At the sound of Mrs. Campbell's voice down the hallway outside, they broke apart. Eve settled against him with her head on his shoulder.
I've decided to continue the charity, Darius said. I think it's going to take a lot of planning to get it set up.
Yes, I'm so glad. Eve shifted so she could face him. I think this is a really good thing.
Have you already committed to your next nursing job?
The woman's surgery was put off for a month, so I haven't yet.
Good. Darius sounded relieved. You have great organizational and people skills. I was wondering if you'd be willing to be involved as more than the nurse.
What do you mean? Eve pushed back her excitement. He could be talking about a lot of different things.
I'd like you to run the charity. Be the director.
She stared at him, her mind racing. This was more than she'd dreamed when she'd first brought the suggestion to Kane about Sophia. Would her having to work so closely with Darius get in the way of their growing relationship? Or would she have to choose? She picked her words carefully. Remember, I'm a nurse. Are you sure you want to leave something so important in my hands?
I think it'd be good to start small. You've done 2 of these now, and Kane said you had some excellent suggestions on the plane coming back from Ireland. My mom has said that your mother is the queen of organization, and I know you used to help her with the scholarship fundraisers. We can hire whatever help you need, but I like your vision for the program.
This is a much bigger responsibility than I've considered. I'll have to think about it.
Whatever role you play, the charity headquarters will be in Boone.
Darius lifted her hand and pressed it to his lips. Her heart rate that had finally calmed down after the kiss spiked, and Eve had to work to keep her voice steady. And why is that?
Because Mrs. Campbell was looking for you, Eve, Joe said, striding into the room. She said your grandfather is ready to see you.
Eve's heart rate went crazy for a very different reason now. She and Darius rose. I guess I might as well get this over with. She gave him a quick kiss before asking Joe, which direction?
The housekeeper is waiting for you in the hallway.
Eve took a deep breath, wishing Darius had had a chance to finish what he'd been about to say.
What do you think of all this? Darius asked Joe when she'd gone. To be honest with you, it feels like one of the Gothic novels my mother liked to read. A single woman is called to the side of an ailing grandfather she hasn't seen in years, or in this case, never met. The house is full of people who could be trying to manipulate her. Joe met Darius's gaze. I don't like it, and I'd feel much better if we left right now. I cannot believe for 1 minute that her father would ask her to come here if there was the slightest chance she could be in danger. Darius felt sick at the thought. I'd feel better if I understood the motivations for inviting her here.
Joe scanned the gardens outside of the solarium.
Have you met her cousin? No. She and I have been waiting here until she was summoned. Have you?
No, but I overheard some servants talking about him.
Nothing positive, I assume, from your tone.
You're right. I told our driver to let me know if he overhears anything, too. But he said the ones he's talked to so far have been standoffish.
Well, I think Eve's father was lucky to get out of this place and miss all of this.
Darius glanced at the door, wishing he could have gone with her to offer support.
True enough. The drama aside, this place has a lot of potential,
Joe said, scrolling through his phone.
How so?
She called it a farm, but it's more what we in the U.S. would consider a ranch with cattle and sheep. But it looks like there are 5 homes associated with the property in addition to the farm buildings. Besides the water features, there's also a forest on one end.
Where are you finding this information?
Darius came over to see what the bodyguard was looking at.
Online, of course. It looks like they hold seasonal pheasant shoots between October and February here. There's other hunting at different times of the year. With the river and the lake so close, it might be a good place for duck hunting, too. Looks like it'd be a great place for a nature trail when it's not hunting season. I'm not sure what your point is,
Darius said, impressed in spite of himself.
Just that this seems like property with undeveloped potential. This area has a mild climate, and you're only an hour from an airport with access to recreational options. Even if someone didn't want to continue running it as a ranch, it's not like it doesn't still have value. I've been a teacher, and now I'm a game designer. I've always left the business stuff up to Rafe. It seems like none of this is our business, since Eve's part of the family that was disinherited.
Darius rubbed his face, more fatigued than he'd realized.
Maybe bodyguards have too much time on their hands.
Joe put his phone back in his pocket.
I spend a lot of my time watching people and trying to assess any threat and understand what's going on. After more than 40 years, why do you think Eve's grandfather would suddenly ask her father to come home and be willing to accept her in his place? Leverage. There's nothing like holding someone's inheritance as blackmail to get acquiescence. Demand the disinherited to attend to the grandfather, but then make sure she receives neutral reception so she doesn't get any ideas.
Darius stepped to the solarium door and peeked into the empty hallway.
I'm tempted to suggest that we drive back when she's done talking to her grandfather. Depending on how the meeting goes, she might be willing, Joe said. I'd like to check out the grounds. I'll come, Darius said. It beats hanging around here waiting for her.
Chapter 14. When Eve stepped out of the solarium, Mrs. Campbell was waiting.
This way, miss.
They took the stairs and went the opposite direction of Eve's room.
Up there, miss.
The housekeeper pointed to a half-flight of stairs. If he hasn't been well, wouldn't it be better to move his bedroom down to the main floor so he can get around more easily? Eve asked.
They put in one of those home elevator shafts a few months ago.
The housekeeper turned and walked away. Eve had wondered whether or not she'd be announced. She almost wished now that she had been. To keep herself from being too intimidated, she took a picture of the door and sent it to her father with a text. Braving the lion's den. Wish me luck. Resigned, she climbed the stairs and gave the door a light tap. It was ripped open immediately, and she found herself facing a man about her age with flaming red hair. He glared at her with bloodshot eyes, his pupils extended. His high cheekbones made the gauntness of his face more pronounced, and he smelled like he could use a shower. He definitely needed a shampoo. His scabbed face showed the telltale signs of long-time drug abuse. "It's mine," he hissed with an English-softened Scottish accent, practically nose-to-nose with Eve, making her wince at his bad breath. "And I won't let you steal it from me." He brushed past her, his shoulder hitting hers, but she'd stiffened at his comment, so the dissipated young man bounced off her instead. His other shoulder hit the door jamb, and he cursed. She shifted to watch him depart. That must be her cousin Graham. "Well, don't just stand there. Come in, girl, and shut the door," came a querulous voice from inside the dim room. Eve turned to face the room, irritated now. It definitely seemed she was meant to be a pawn in some kind of game between her grandfather and her cousin, and she was having none of it. "We need to establish a couple of things first," she said, stepping into the room. "My name is Eve, and I haven't been a girl in years." She hadn't expected the old man sitting up in the huge bed to look so much like her father. It gave her pause and kept her from saying anything more. This could be what her father looked like in 20 years, with shock white hair and eyes that glittered with interest. But this man's face only had frown lines, where her dad's had a balance between those and smile lines. "Turn up the light, Alan." Her grandfather spoke like her cousin had, his Scottish accent much less pronounced. Her dad had mentioned that his father had attended Oxford, like many wealthy Scots, and that had softened his brogue. Eve had been so focused on her grandfather that she hadn't noticed the other man, probably in his mid-60s, standing in the shadows by the bed. He turned on another lamp, but it didn't brighten the room much. "It's still light outside and a beautiful day," Eve said. "Why not open the curtains?" "My doctor," her grandfather began. "Yes, migraine photophobia." She moved closer to the bed, her nurse's training kicking in. "Photo what?" "It's a light sensitivity. It means you can't tolerate sources of light, such as sunlight, fluorescent lights, and incandescent lights, because they give you bad headaches. Is that what's bothering you?" "How would you know this?" he asked. "Because I'm a nurse. Earlier in the year, I had a patient who suffered from it." "Ah." He considered her for a second. "Did you have the migraines before your stroke?" She took his wrist to take his pulse. "Aye," he said, his expression bemused. "But they're worse now." "That makes sense." Eve set his wrist back on the bed. His pulse was fine, and his face didn't show any signs of paralysis. She wondered if he suffered from depression after the death of his son, followed so quickly by his stroke. "Do you like being closed off from the outside?" "Do I look like I'm daft?" he snapped. "I'm glad to hear that, because you've got a beautiful property here, and it'd be a shame if you couldn't enjoy it. About 80% of people who get migraines are sensitive to light, which is called photophobia. Some researchers think it starts with the optic nerve." She put a finger to his chin, and he let her tilt his head toward the light. "Have you done anything to determine what your personal triggers are?" "Triggers?" "Not everyone is the same. What causes one person to have a migraine won't bother someone else. It's important to identify what your triggers are." "Besides opening the curtains." His tone was sarcastic. Eve chose to ignore it. "But there are other triggers, like some kinds of foods or skipped meals. You're not as thin as that rude young man, but you definitely look like you're not eating enough. When was the last time you ate?" "I wasn't hungry." Her grandfather grumbled. "It's important to learn to listen to what our body is telling us, but sometimes our bodies send out confusing signals." She looked at the other man. "Alan, was it? Will you bring up some crackers? I think you call them digestives. And some fresh fruit, but not citrus, so no oranges. The man glanced at her grandfather, who nodded. Alan left the room.
I would like to see you better,
her grandfather said when they were alone. Is your headache gone enough for me to risk opening the curtains a little? We can test it out. He waved his hand for her to do it, but closed his eyes. Eve went to the drapes and found the drawer. She pulled it slowly to gradually add light to the room. Is this too much? Her grandfather slowly opened his eyes, taking his time to let them adjust to the increased light.
You're a beauty, he said, his voice soft. Has your father ever shown you pictures of his mother?
He only had one that was in his pocket the day he left. It pained her dad all these years that he only had a single photograph of her. She died when he was 10. The old man pointed to a wall where a framed painting hung. Eve went to it. Do you mind if I take it to the window?
Go ahead, but take care. 'Tis heavy.
She didn't find it particularly so, but she also exercised, and helping to lift patients had made her strong. She held the painting to the light. The woman had dark hair and her father's eyes. The artist had captured the twinkle there that Eve thought must be hereditary, because her dad had it too. Had she been the joy in her grandfather's life? And when he'd lost her, he turned into a bitter old man? Eve looked too much like her mother to have been said to resemble her grandmother, but there were similarities in the shape of their smiles and the single dimple at the corner of their mouths, and their eyebrows. Eve definitely had gotten hers from her grandmother, which was a good thing.
Are you an only child? He asked.
I have a younger brother, Ross. Eve replaced the portrait. He's 27, married, and expecting his second child.
How does he support his family?
He's an attorney, like our father. The old man pulled a face, but she continued. It's different in the U.S. Attorneys do it all, so there's not a difference between barristers and solicitors. Like doctors, they have specialties. My father owns a successful firm that specializes in civil law rather than criminal. Ross is working hard to become a partner.
Dalrymple said you are engaged to a billionaire. Are you one of those women?
Eve didn't respond right away. The venom he'd put in his last words made her hackles rise. But she didn't want to fight with him. The old man might not realize it, but he had no power over her, while she was definitely at an advantage, if only because he seemed so fragile lying in the bed, afraid of the light. Darius was a dear friend in high school, and we've only recently become reacquainted. We're here in Scotland because he's in the process of creating a charity, and we were doing a test case for a teen girl with lupus. So I'm not sure what you mean by those women.
The leeches, like the ones your Uncle Duncan always had clinging to him, including the one he married. She was always taking, never satisfied with what she had. Her son is no better.
The door opened and Alan entered, followed by Mrs. Campbell, who carried a tray.
No digestives, I'm afraid, the housekeeper said. But I brought a scone.
She set it on the table and left. Eve met her grandfather's assessing gaze. He said to Alan,
My granddaughter will serve tea. You may leave.
The man gave her a hard look, but did as he was told. What do you like on your scone? She asked when they were alone again. When we were in Ireland, I discovered I'm a huge fan of clotted cream. It's hard to find in the U.S., and believe me, I've checked. I guess it has a really short shelf life, so it doesn't export well.
I'll have my scone plain and only a half.
I don't think so. Most people have to be careful with how much sugar they take in. But for someone like you who doesn't have an appetite, I think we need to increase it. It'll make you hungry. In spite of his scowl, she cut a scone into quarters and loaded them the way she liked it with the clotted cream and jam, going a little heavy with the latter. Eve set the plate on his lap before turning to the teapot. She put a generous spoonful of honey in his tea, Her maternal grandmother had experienced a series of mini strokes that had impacted her sense of taste and therefore her appetite. The only way they'd been able to get her appetite back had been to feed her sweets, gourmet chocolates to be exact. Once they had her eating again, it'd been easier to keep her diet balanced. "Here's your tea." Eve shifted his bedside table so that it was within easy reach. "Are you bedridden, or are you able to get up and move around?"
"I walk," he said indignantly. "What right do you have to ask me this?"
"Remember, I'm a nurse. It comes naturally." She pointed to the scone. "You need to take another bite of that." When he glared at her, she took his hand and moved it toward his mouth.
"I can feed myself, woman."
"Then do it." Eve put her hands on her hips and did her best to channel her father.
"You're being a wee schooner."
Her grandfather blinked. She imagined it'd been a long time since anyone had called him a whiner. Then he surprised her with a burst of laughter. "Now be careful, or you'll make a mess on your bedspread, and Mrs. Campbell will come after me for it." Still chuckling, he let her settle his plate and willingly took a bite of his scone. She handed him a napkin, and he wiped his hands. With a nudge, she moved the cup a little closer to his hand, and he took a sip.
"'Tis too sweet. How much honey did you put in it?"
"Enough, I hope, to help make you hungry. If I'd known this was going to be your problem, I would have brought you some tablet." Eve wasn't a fan of the crystallized, fudge-like candy. She didn't like the grainy texture, but her father loved it. "I wonder if Mrs. Campbell has the ingredients here at the house. Maybe we can make you some. What's your favorite flavor? Whiskey?" She winked at him.
"You impudent lassie,"
he cried, but there was no malice in the words.
"Oh, not I. You must be mistaking me for someone else."
Her grandfather began to eat, chuckling periodically. Eve must not be what he'd expected, which pleased her. When he'd eaten 3/4 of the scone, he pushed it aside. It was a good start, and she was satisfied. She moved everything to the tray and then pulled the chair by his bed. "You've had a couple of cups of tea, and I've been here for a good hour. Do you need to use the toilet? I can call Alan if you need help."
"Not yet. I want you to tell me about your mother. Is she from America?"
"Yes, born and bred. My mother's family weren't free until the end of the U.S. Civil War, but her father's people were never slaves. His line came as indentured servants to the new colony and earned head rights for land in the Chesapeake Bay area. He sold it and moved his family to Massachusetts, where we lived for a couple of 100 years." Eve let her pride show. "They fought in the American Revolutionary War and later in the Civil War on the side of the North. Members of my family have fought for the U.S. in every conflict."
"You are proud, then, of your American heritage?"
"Of course I am."
"But not your Scottish ancestry?"
Eve leaned forward and met her grandfather's gaze. "My immigrant father was cast aside like so much rubbish by the very people who should have cared about him the most. Why should I give even a second thought to a Scottish family that would do that to him?" Her grandfather's face went red, and once again he reminded Eve of her father. She reached out and covered his hand with hers. "When my dad's angry, he looks just like you."
"And he's told you the rift between us was all on my head?"
"No. He told me he was just as pig-headed as you are, but he wasn't going to be forced to be something he didn't want to be. He said he hated being stuck living in the country and loved the city. The idea of being turned into a sheep farmer depressed him and sucked all the joy from him. Dad said he tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen." Her grandfather's complexion was still flushed, but he seemed more in control of himself. He rubbed his face and looked tired.
"Bruce always insisted he knew what was best. He had to have a go at something for himself, even when his mother and I tried to keep him from getting hurt. How could I trust him to make an important decision like that?"
"His choice was the best one for him. He's a good man who's built a prosperous and happy life for himself. Eve said with passion, putting all the love and respect she felt for her father in her words. Bruce Stewart is one of the leading civil attorneys in Boston and has a reputation for integrity and thoroughness. People who hire him have every confidence in his abilities. He's also a wonderful father. There's only one topic that ever sent him over the top. Me. Her grandfather watched her with hooded eyes. You think I was wrong? Yes, I do. You don't throw family away. I could have had a very different childhood if you hadn't made things worse by disowning him. With time, you two might have made up. When he got the letter from your solicitor, my father made a promise to himself he would never set foot in Scotland again as long as you lived. Eve straightened, realizing something she hadn't before. Her dad had thrown away his father, too. Her grandfather extended his hand to her, and she took it. Perhaps was not a mistake if it set him on a path to meet your mom and raise such a daughter. The backs of Eve's eyes stung. She tried to keep her tone teasing. Are you now trying to be a charmer? Is it working? Maybe a little. Eve had a lot to think about after her epiphany. Are you feeling better now you've had something to eat? Aye. Her grandfather sounded surprised. Are you up to having dinner with everyone tonight? The old man considered it. I might. Well, don't come if you're not up to it. Eve gave his hand a gentle squeeze and stood. She picked up the tray and left the room to find Alan waiting anxiously. Daddy eat something? He asked. Almost an entire scone with clotted cream and a bunch of jam. He also says he may come down to dinner. Wait a second, she said when the man reached for the door. Is he like this often, where he takes to his bed? Mr. Stewart has suffered from migraines for years, but only since his son died have they been this bad. How long has Graham been here? She asked. He arrived a week after his father's death. Comes and he goes as he pleases. Alan shifted uncomfortably, like he wanted to say more, but he didn't. When grandfather passes, has Graham said what he'll do with the property? Yes, he intends to sell it. Well, if farming isn't his thing, I can understand that. How long has it been in the family? Over 100 years. His pride surprised Eve, and she wondered how long his family might have been in service at Hedson Park. It seemed an antiquated idea, but in an area with so few jobs, maybe that kind of old-fashioned loyalty continued. How unsettling it must be for the servants to wonder what would happen to their jobs when her grandfather died. He didn't have many options. He could either swallow his pride and reinstate a disowned son he hadn't spoken with in more than 40 years, or leave it all to a grandson who couldn't wait to turn his grandfather's legacy into cash, probably to feed an addiction that was killing him. I had no idea that my family had been here so long, she finally said. I'm encouraged that he's going to try to come to dinner. I'd like to recommend that you work with Mrs. Campbell to try to identify triggers for his headaches. Has he been seen by a doctor lately to be evaluated for something else? Only his stroke. You should understand that your grandfather detests doctors. Eve watched the servant, considering. Her grandfather hadn't minded her evaluating him. Does he go there, or does the doctor come to see him here? The only way he will allow one to see him is if they attend here. Then maybe he didn't like the only doctor who would do a house call. Eve would have to think about that. She wasn't about to let someone who was suffering go unattended, even if that someone had caused her father so much pain. I'll have to see what I can figure out. She touched his arm. Thank you for caring for him. I'm sure it hasn't been easy. I was friends with your father. We attended school together. Alan turned and entered the room. Eve stared at the closed door for a few seconds. She'd found someone who could tell her about what her father had been like as a boy. From the hallway window, she noticed Darius and Joe in the back. so she hurried to her room to collect her jacket before joining them. Chapter 15. Darius and Joe walked the grounds after checking out the boathouse. The place had a peacefulness, with the sound of the breeze rustling the trees, bird calls, and cattle lowing in the distance. Darius slowly turned around, nodding as he considered the things the bodyguard had said about it as a vacation destination.
Would you want to live here? Since I've always lived in larger cities, probably not long term, but I think a visit to a peaceful place like this would be a nice break. It might even be a good place for rehab patients.
"There you two are!" Eve called, striding toward them. Darius extended a hand, and she took it. He looked her up and down.
"It seems you survived the lion's den."
"That's exactly how I described it to my father in a text," she said with a soft laugh. Her mood was good, so the meeting must not have been a bad experience.
"It sounds like it went pretty well,"
Darius said. "Yes, surprisingly." She slid her arm through his, and they started walking along the riverbank. "I think he was prepared to dislike me, but he started talking about his health, and that turned everything around."
"The nurse worked miracles, huh?"
Darius grinned at her, inordinately proud that she'd gotten around the old man so easily. "If my grandfather wanted to see how well my father did and compare me to my cousin Graham, it couldn't be a bigger contrast. Even with the race difference aside, my cousin came across to me as a stereotypical entitlement baby, which I guess would come from having grown up with the expectation of inheriting this place. The real question for me is what my grandfather's ultimate plan is. But I guess that's not really my concern since we won't be staying here long." Eve glanced around. "It's really a beautiful area. I guess I understand why my father remembers it so lovingly. What were you two talking about?"
Joe was wondering what else the property could be used for if they don't want to continue farming it.
"Such as?" Eve asked.
"Besides the obvious outdoor sporting center,"
Joe said.
"I was saying that this could be an ideal location for a rehab center where the wealthy could come to get away from the pressures that have contributed to their addictions. I had a job once with a pretty well-known Hollywood type who went to a small-town facility." "Anyone we're likely to have heard of?" Darius asked. "It'd be a pretty safe bet that both of you would, but I can't say who. The facility had top-rated therapists. Because it was far away from day-to-day temptations, it gave them undistracted time to deal with their underlying issues. They only took people who were there by choice and not court-ordered rehab, which helped with the success rate, because these are people who wanted to get better."
"Is there a reason you think it couldn't continue to be a farm?"
"No," Joe said. "But if your father was named the heir instead of your cousin, do you think your dad would move here to farm this place?"
"Never."
Darius repeated the observation about it being more ranch than a farm.
"It's still not something my dad would want to do, and my grandfather's valet said Graham wants to sell it." Eve glanced around the area, and her voice turned sad. "I guess after over 100 years, it'll go out of the family."
"Have you done what you came here to do, then?" Darius asked. "If you'd like, we can drive back to Edinburgh today. There's still plenty of sightseeing we can do before the plane returns."
"If you want to go back, you can. I want to stay at least for the night. My grandfather might come to dinner, and I'd like to see how he and my cousin interact." Eve turned to face the house again. "We can leave early in the morning, if that's all right."
"We'll stay, then. I'm interested in meeting this cousin, too."
They walked around the house to the front and paused to look at the expanse. "Such a big house for a small family," she said. "It really does feel like a step back in time. You'd almost expect the servants to wear livery." The front door opened and a man stepped outside. He didn't appear to notice them as he paused and lit a cigarette. My cousin, she said softly. Graham looked up then and startled. As his gaze went from Eve to the men on each side of her, his already sour expression turned into a glare. See what I mean about a living stereotype? She whispered. Darius wondered if she was going to introduce them or if she was waiting for her cousin to make the first move. He must have been mentally debating the same thing, but he finally swaggered over and stopped before Joe. You must be the fiancé? Graham glanced at her with a sneer and asked, A little old for you, isn't he? He would be, if he were my fiancé. Eve looked up at Darius and gave him a smile that set his pulse racing. This is my fiancé, Darius Dimitriou. Darius, I believe this is my cousin Graham. This other gentleman is Joseph Brooks. Darius didn't know if he should extend his hand, so he waited for the other man to make the first move, glad that he'd waited when the cousin ignored him. Why don't you just go back to where you came from? Graham asked. We're planning to tomorrow. Eve, as though the man's rudeness and hostility meant nothing to her, instead took Darius's hand and they headed toward the house, leaving the cousin to stare after them. He still didn't confirm that he's your cousin, Joe observed when they were inside. If he's been here for almost a month, Eve said, taking off her jacket, I don't blame my grandfather for taking to his bed with migraines. Could he have an eating disorder? Darius indicated the solarium, and they went in there again. Possibly, but I'm pretty sure it's a drug addiction. She went to the window and watched her cousin, who was pacing while he talked on his phone. You must have noticed the sores on his face. And smelled him, Joe said. Does it have to be drugs? Darius asked. Can't poor nutrition give you bad skin? It can. But those particular sores make me think he's a meth addict. It's obvious that he's been picking at them. That frequently happens when they imagine that they have what's called meth mites. People think they have bugs crawling on them, swear they can see them, and become obsessed with getting them off. Studies show that a user must have taken meth 5 days or more per week for 6 months to hallucinate like that. So you think he's into it bad, Joe said. It's ironic, then, that you were talking about this being a great locale for a drug rehab center, Darius said. Too bad it hasn't helped him.
Ah, I thought I heard voices, Mrs. Campbell said, poking her head in the room. Your grandfather prefers to eat early, so tea will be at 5. When he has guests, he likes a formal meal. She left, but paused in the doorway. He's decided to have a dinner party tomorrow night in your honor, and has invited some of the neighbors. She left.
Wow, a dinner in your honor. You really did work miracles. A swell of pride for her washed through Darius. I'm glad I brought my little black dress, then, Eve said, a little bemused. Did you really? Darius thought back to how beautiful she'd looked in that flowery dress, and wanted very much to see her in a black one. I came prepared. Did you bring a suit? Because I think that's what she meant, that we should dress up for dinner. I brought a sports jacket, so that'll have to do. Darius glanced at Joe. Same here. Just a sports jacket. I wonder if Graham will be there. Eve looked thoughtful. The meal ended up being anticlimactic since her grandfather sent word that his headache had returned, and Graham drove away in his car. I wonder what triggered this one, Eve said once the servant who'd brought the soup had left. Hey, it's Cullen Skink. Darius looked proud of himself for remembering. It's what? Joe peered at his soup suspiciously. Smoked haddock chowder, Eve said with a grin. Don't worry, it's yummy and one of my favorite Scottish dishes. Joe tentatively took a bite, and his eyes widened appreciatively. It tastes amazing, but that name is really unappetizing. It's from a town called Cullen, and skink now means soup. Eve shrugged. Its name is as unforgettable as its amazing flavor. They ate in silence, until they finished that course.
So you don't think your grandfather's avoiding you by not coming to dinner after saying he would? Joe asked.
He said he'd try. I don't think he was dissembling. I believe he must really have another migraine. Eve told them what Alan had said about the increase in frequency.
So stress can cause a migraine?
Darius asked. Or make it worse. He's an old man, and he also had a mild stroke a few weeks ago. Those can also cause headaches. Eve wished she knew how to help him, but they wouldn't be there long enough to do much good. She'd have to talk with Mrs. Campbell about possible triggers and how she could try to eliminate those from his food. When they finished the tasty meal, they made their way to the billiard room. Eve was terrible at it and quit after the first game, leaving it up to Joe and Darius, who were both quite good. She was just wondering about heading to her bedroom when Alan looked in the room. "Is everything all right with my grandfather?"
"He merely wished to speak to you if you had not retired."
"I'll come right now." Eve went to Darius and said, "I'm getting tired anyway, so I'll go to bed after I see my grandfather." She gave him a kiss and followed Alan from the room. When she entered her grandfather's bedroom, the valet hovered near the doorway.
"I'm safe with her,"
her grandfather said, and Alan left. The old man reached out a hand toward her, though his eyes were closed even against the room's dim light. She took it and sat on the chair she'd used earlier. "I'm sorry you're not feeling well again," Eve said. "I might be able to help you if you'll let me."
"Your bums with the wind," he growled.
"I'm not talking nonsense." She took his hand and pressed firmly on the space between his thumb and forefinger. Her grandfather started to cry out, but then he relaxed. She said, "This especially helps with the nausea that accompanies a migraine. Do you think you can do it for yourself on your other hand, so I can do something else?"
"Aye."
Eve helped place his fingers for the other hand and watched as he did. She then shifted her chair up toward the top of the bed so she had access to his head and shoulders, where she pushed on pressure points. "Try to keep your breathing regular. Don't hold it." She pressed her fingers into the back of his head, near the base of his skull, and held it for a minute. Then she pinched the middle of his eyebrows and moved to the pressure points on the forehead, working her way along the top of his head. Eve finished by working along his temples and ears. "How's that?" Her grandfather opened his eyes for the first time.
"You're a miracle worker, girl."
"I'm sorry I didn't come up as soon as I heard you had another headache. This is something I can teach Alan how to do if you'd like."
"I doubt he has magic fingers like you."
"Mine comes from practice, and he can learn how to do it too."
"Bless you. I should be able to sleep now."
Her grandfather closed his eyes again. "Good night."
"Hold your horses."
He reached for her hand again and kept her from rising.
"I wanted you to know I'm sorry to have missed tea with you."
"Since you're having a dinner party tomorrow night, we'll have another chance. Though you should have warned me before you sent out invitations to your neighbors. We'd planned to leave tomorrow morning."
"What's this?"
Her grandfather scowled.
"You barely got here, and now you plan to leave?"
He looked sincerely distressed, and Eve's heart gave a little twist at his obvious loneliness. How close had he been to Duncan? Had his loss been that of a friend as well as a son? Was her grandfather close to Graham at all? "Can I speak plainly?" she asked.
"Sure you can. I wouldn't expect anything less from Bruce Stewart's daughter."
"All right. I don't know why I'm here representing my father. After meeting Graham, I'm guessing you're trying to decide if you have a better choice for an heir. While I understand your concern about leaving your property to someone who only wants to sell it, I don't appreciate my family being used as a pawn." Her grandfather watched her, his dark blue eyes, which were so like her dad's, catching the lamp's dim light.
"Aye, you speak the truth,"
he finally said, heaving out a breath much as her father did.
'tis tatties over the side, and what am I to do? The boy's all bum and parsley."
The despair in her grandfather's voice twisted Eve's heart. Graham did seem like a blowhard, but it wasn't all disaster. "Now don't get stressed out again, Granddad, or your headache will get worse again." He grinned suddenly, and she glared at him, thinking he'd been playing her.
"Don't look at me like that. I like the sound of it on your lips."
"What?" she asked, wary now.
"Granddad."
The simple words brought tears to her eyes. Eve hadn't realized she'd said it. She patted his hand. "But back to your problem with Graham. There have to be options you haven't considered."
"Such as?"
he asked. "I don't know. I'm sure there are things that can be done, though, like restrictions in your will or on the deed for the property. I'm surprised you haven't talked with your solicitor about this."
"I have, but I wanted to see Bruce again first."
"You know, now that I think of it, my dad could be just the man you need. He might have some ideas for you." Eve patted her grandfather's hand. "Let me think about it and maybe call my father to see if he has any ideas. He won't talk to you, but I can be your intermediary."
"You would do this for me?"
Her grandfather looked old and helpless, and her heart went out to him again. He was living with the consequences of his actions from all those years ago, and it was tearing him apart. If her father wouldn't help him, Eve would see what Darius could do. He must know lawyers who could advise him. "Yes, you might have disowned him, but I haven't disowned you." He wiped at his eyes, but said nothing. She kissed his forehead, turned out the light, and left the room. If anyone had told her even a couple of days ago that her heart would break for her grandfather, she'd have laughed. Eve firmly believed in the concept of redemption. She could tell her grandfather was sorry, but his pride had kept him from making amends. Her father was no better, but she might be able to soften his attitude. Eve was glad she'd come. Chapter 16. Darius must have been more tired than he'd realized. He went to bed in his clothes, planning to listen for Eve's return to ask how the summons had gone to her grandfather, and woke to find light streaming in the bedroom window. He showered and went to her door. He was just about to rap on it when it opened. "Oh," she said in surprise when she nearly plowed into him. "You're just the man I want to see." "Well, I always like to see you." He was about to kiss her when he heard Joe's door open. Darius still felt awkward about doing it in front of the bodyguard. Eve leaned in and stole a quick peck. "You guys ready for breakfast? I'd like to brainstorm some things with you before I call my father."
"What's up?"
Darius asked. She laced her fingers with his as the three of them walked to the dining room, and she told them about her second talk with her grandfather. The food was spread out on the sidebar for them to help themselves. They filled their plates and sat at the table. There was still no sign of Graham.
"You're thinking of asking your father's advice?"
Darius asked. "He doesn't have to do the actual work," Eve said, spreading clotted cream on a scone. "But he ought to have some ideas about options Granddad might have."
"So you're calling him Granddad now, huh?"
Joe's tone was approving. "Yes, I am. He did a terrible thing, but I think my father gave up too easily, so he carries some of the shame of this unamended breach between them. I feel sorry for my grandfather, and I think his heart has softened."
"I guess the big question will be whether or not your father's heart has softened."
Darius sent her a sympathetic glare. He understood how she might be hoping for resolution between the two men. But maybe the cynic in him was too strong. It'd been a sore that had been allowed to fester for over 40 years. A wound like that was hard to heal.
"Don't get your hopes up too high."
"I'm a realist, and that's why I'm hoping you can help me."
"Me?"
Darius looked at her in alarm.
Remember, I'm an artist, not an attorney.
That's true, but I'll bet that you know some attorneys. And you're a smart man who helps run a billion-dollar business.
I just take care of my little art department.
They bantered back and forth a little until she'd convinced Darius to agree to help her. Remember, she said, you'd just be the backup in case my father won't help. You know, I'd really like you to meet my grandfather, Eve said when they were finished eating, before the dinner tonight.
I'd be happy to, if he wants to meet me.
Her grandfather had good reasons to be impressed with Eve, but Darius wasn't sure the old man would feel the same about him. Darius accompanied her when she went upstairs to check with Alan. He told Eve her grandfather slept late and would take his meals in his room to be rested for the dinner party. "Does he always have to rest like this?" she asked. "His health has declined a great deal since Duncan died," Alan said. "My own father was in the most robust health until suddenly he wasn't. He was often complimented on how young he was for his age. When my mother died, it was like the life went out of him. 3 months later, he was gone." "I'm sorry. That must have been hard. Maybe I can see him after lunch." "Perhaps." Alan closed the door. They left, and Darius could tell that Eve was concerned. But what was she going to do? Bully her way into her grandfather's bedroom?
"I'm guessing we're not leaving this morning?" Joe said when he rose from the hallway chair where he'd been waiting.
"No," Eve said. "If you two need to go, like I said before, you can leave."
"I don't think so," Darius said. "It looks like we've got a free day to check out more of your ancestral home. You want to go boating?"
Since the weather was relatively mild, Eve wondered if she'd need to bring her jacket as they made their way to the boathouse. The men said they'd found a dinghy the day before that was large enough to hold the three of them. The building was larger than she'd expected and housed not only the skiff, but a motorboat large enough to seat 6 people. There were shelves full of fishing paraphernalia and a rack of fishing poles. There were even a couple of kayaks hanging from the wall. She guessed her uncle must have been a fisherman and wondered if he'd gone out with Graham when he was young.
"It has oars."
Joe held one up, looking at Eve with arched brows, his expression hopeful. "I don't mind rowing. It's a great workout." She pointed to the fishing poles. "I'm not fishing, though."
"Your family here is into hunting, too," Joe said. "There's quite a rifle collection in one of the parlors." "I'm not interested in either hunting or fishing." Darius shot Joe an apologetic look. "Why don't we go for a nice little boat ride?"
"I'm game," Eve said. She let the men push the dinghy from the boathouse to the dock. Joe held it steady while Darius, with one foot on the dock and one on the boat, held a hand to help her in. She hadn't been boating in a long time and felt a little rush to be out on the water again. Her parents owned a sailboat that they often used in Boston Harbor. Eve thought her father's love of the water must have begun in this place. It made her look at her surroundings differently, wondering if it had changed since he'd lived here. They took turns rowing, which gave her time to check out the wildlife. Besides a variety of birds, most that she didn't recognize, she spotted a small herd of deer. She wondered when the hunting season was in Scotland. The ever-present breeze picked up, and Eve was glad for her coat. A sense of peace settled over her. It really was a beautiful place. "I think you're right, Joe. This would be an amazing location, either as a recreational resort or a rehab center." Eve's thoughts immediately went to her cousin. She wondered if he'd returned, and she hoped if he had, he wasn't bothering their grandfather.
"You're not lost, are you?"
Darius said, glancing around.
"No," Joe said. "We go that way."
Eve was about to take the oar from him so he could act as their guide when 2 sharp sounds in rapid succession startled them. She barely had time to glance around before the water came flooding in from the bottom of the boat.
What the?
Darius scrambled to put his hands over the round hole near the hull's rising waterline. The diverted water sprayed into his face, but still gushed in. "You guys row us to the shore," Eve cried, "and I'll bail." The men didn't hesitate and put their strong arms to work. She felt useless, cupping her hands and throwing water over the side. She couldn't catch enough to make a difference in the losing battle. The cold water was quickly at her bum on the seat, chilling her to the bone.
"Can you swim, Joe?"
Darius asked, his voice grim.
"Yes."
The bodyguard grunted but continued to row, straining to get them closer to the shore.
"We're going to have to abandon it."
Darius tossed aside his oar and reached for Eve. She took his hand, and together they went over the side. Their heavy clothing made swimming difficult, and the cold water made her motions sluggish. If she'd been alone and not such a strong swimmer, it could have been a close call. They finally got near enough for the guys to touch bottom. Once on his feet, Darius pulled Eve to him.
"You all right?"
Shivering, he brushed a quick kiss across her temple. Sure. Great day for a swim."
"I'll push you the rest of the way."
Eve stretched out her hands like she was going to dive, and he thrust her forward. She clasped the long grass growing on the shore. Her stiff hands didn't have the strength to pull herself up.
"Up you go."
Darius lifted her onto the shore. Eve brought her legs up, and she rolled over onto her back away from the water. She didn't stay there long before rolling over. She reached out, meaning to give Darius a hand, but with his stronger arms and longer body, he had already lifted himself from the river. He lay beside her and let out a breath. Then he was on his knees and looking at the river.
"Let that thing go,"
he called to Joe, who hadn't reached the shore yet. "Is he towing the boat?"
"Yes."
Darius grumbled and spread out on his stomach. He stretched out a hand. Joe took it, still hanging on to the boat's rope. When he reached the shore, he handed it to Darius and hefted himself up. The two men flipped the boat to empty the water, then pulled it up on the grass. "Why are you doing that?" Eve asked, holding her bent knees to her chest and shivering.
"I want to look at it."
At the man's grim tone, she stood and joined them. Joe had squatted down and was examining the hull. It turned out it wasn't a single hole, but two, closely placed together. The bodyguard ran his fingers over them, ignoring the fiberglass threads. Darius bent over and looked inside. Eve leaned in beside him. There were two larger holes, wider spread at the bottom. No wonder they'd taken on water so fast.
"Yep, it's what I thought,"
Joe said.
"Those are bullet holes."
Darius put his arm around her shoulders and pulled her to him. Her shivers turned to trembling, and not only from the cold. Someone had shot at them. Twice. Chapter 17. Darius needed to talk with Joe about what had happened, but didn't want to alarm Eve any more than she was. The bodyguard's silence meant he was busy thinking about the whole macabre situation. Had someone been out hunting and hadn't noticed the boat, so it was a freak accident? Darius's instincts said no. As closely as those shots had been placed, it seemed unlikely. Did that mean someone had been shooting at him? Or Eve? The thought that someone might have been targeting her twisted his gut. Darius sensed Joe looking at him as they walked. The bodyguard mouthed, "Bill." Darius nodded. Whatever else was going on, it was time to pull in the REKD Gaming head of security. What a crazy 6 months it had been. Never before, since they had created the company, had they needed the man's expertise so much. Silently, they followed the river back to the boathouse, where they found some folded blankets.
"I'm glad I left my satellite phone here. I'll report this to the police,"
Joe said, pulling it from the cupboard where he'd stowed it. He indicated the door and took the lead, checking the surroundings before he let them leave the building. Eve had been silent since they'd found the bullet holes, and Darius wondered what she was thinking. When they approached the house, they found Mrs. Campbell outside.
"Oh, my goodness," she cried and hurried over to them. "What's happened?"
"We took one of the boats out and it sprung a leak, so we got a soaking," Darius said.
"We'll get you all taken care of straight away."
When the plump woman took Eve's arm to guide her inside, Darius dropped his. He found himself eyeing the servants now, wondering who could have been out. These were the servants that cleaned the house and tended the grounds, but he knew there were farmhands as well. Had any of them been out and seen something? Done something? Was he being paranoid? The memory of those holes so closely placed and low on the boat told him he wasn't. "I'd like to be in on the call to Bill," he said to Joe as they headed toward the house. "We should leave," the bodyguard said. "I agree, but she wants to see her grandfather again, and I won't go without her." It took a few minutes before Eve was finally able to convince Mrs. Campbell that she could take care of herself. The woman insisted on helping her get out of the muddy clothes, and she carried them away with her. As Eve stepped into the bath, her mind seemed to scatter in a myriad of directions. She'd have liked to talk with Darius, but she couldn't settle on any of the ideas that were flowing through her mind, some of them crazy. Someone had shot at them. There were only 2 bullet holes. If there was anything sinister behind it, and it hadn't been just a stupid accident, wouldn't the shooter have fired 3 times since there had been 3 of them in the boat? Why would anyone want to kill them? It just didn't make sense. Eve focused on her hair, having to make sure she got all that muddy water out of it, and then working the moisture out before she blew it dry. It would infuriate her if she ended up growing mold in her hair and had to cut it because of this. She had just finished dressing when there was a light tap on her door, and Mrs. Campbell poked her head in.
"Oh, good, you're ready. I wanted to see if you needed anything else, and to tell you that lunch is ready in the dining room."
"Thank you. Is my grandfather feeling any better?" Eve asked, following Mrs. Campbell from the room.
"Alan took Mr. Stewart's lunch to him and said he ate well. He's napping now."
Eve didn't ask any more questions until she'd reached the dining room. Joe was standing by the only other door to the room, the one the servants used, but Darius came to her and took her hands. "Are you feeling all right?" He studied her face. "I thought I was never going to get warm again." "Me either. I'm glad they have a good water heater here." At the concern in his expression, Eve slid her arms around his waist and pressed her head against his shoulder. He wrapped her in his embrace. "I wasn't imagining that, was I?" she asked. "Those were really bullet holes, weren't they?" "Yes. Bill wants us to come home. He's frustrated that he's not here to assess the situation himself." "It could have been an accident." She lifted her head and met Darius's gaze. "I can't leave until tomorrow." "I told Joe you'd insist on staying the night." "What's he doing?" Eve nodded at Joe, who stood near the door. "He looks like a guard over there." "He is. He and Bill both agree that it was likely a servant who shot at us, whether by accident or on purpose, but..." "But what?" "They also agree there's a chance it wasn't an accident. Your cousin's an obvious possibility since he's so hostile to you. Joe's on high alert now." "Seriously? You think Graham could have shot at us? With his drug-induced jitters?" Darius just shrugged. "I'm sorry to have dragged you into this." "I'm not." Darius kissed her. "Let's get something to eat. I'm starving." As they were finishing the meal, Graham stepped into the room. He looked uncertain and paused before coming toward them.
"I heard there was some food in here."
He went to the sideboard and started picking through the offerings. "What do you do for a living, cousin?" Eve asked. Graham glanced at her before turning back to the food. His hands shook a little as he lifted the food cover and looked underneath.
What, do you think I've been living off my grandfather? He asked, his tone snide. I'm an investment broker.
Doesn't it make it difficult for you to earn a living all the way out here? Darius asked.
I took a leave of absence, my father, you know.
I'm sorry for your loss, Eve said softly, wishing she knew how to reach out to her cousin. Graham looked about to say something snarky, but he pinched his lips instead.
Thank you. It was quite a shock.
How did he die?
Heart attack.
Her cousin took his plate and left the room. Eve heaved out a sigh. I wish I knew how to help my grandfather. I know he doesn't trust Graham. All you can do is make suggestions, and your grandfather will have to decide how to proceed, Darius said. I'm going to see him now. She put down her napkin and rose. Will you come with me? We will, Joe said. Let's go then. Darius and Joe walked with Eve up the hallway, one on each side. He hoped she recognized it for the sign of support it was meant to be. She knocked, and the servant, Alan, opened it.
I'm afraid Mr. Stewart is resting.
The man started to shut the door. I'll see that for myself. Eve pushed past the man, and when he would have reached out to stop her, Joe grasped his wrist. Miss Stewart wants to see her grandfather, and you're not going to stop her, the bodyguard said. Darius didn't wait, but brushed past them and into the room. Eve was standing at the side of the bed, holding the wrist of an elderly man. The resemblance between him and her father was strong. Have you rested well today? You don't feel feverish, she continued without giving the old man a chance to reply. Did your headache come back? What did you have for lunch?
I cannot answer your questions unless you give me time,
her grandfather said with a chuckle. It was obvious the old man was enjoying the attention. He looked over at Darius, and his eyes widened.
Is that giant of a man your fiancé?
Yes. Eve stood and waved Darius over. When he stood beside her, she took his hand. Darius Dimitriou, I'd like you to meet my grandfather, Archibald Stewart.
Dimitriou? Isn't that Greek?
His narrowed eyes studied Darius, disapproval coming off him. Yes, sir, it is, but I'm American, and Eve's told me I need to embrace my Scottish-Greek connection. The old man frowned and looked to her for clarification. Do you mean Greek Prince Goidelglas and his wife Scotta? She asked Darius with a grin.
Aye.
Her grandfather's expression lightened.
Scotta settled not far from here in Argyll.
See, sir, we're practically cousins. Darius extended his hand and the old man shook it.
How long have you known her?
Since we were children. We went to school together.
How long have you loved her?
Granddad, Eve said, irritated. Sir, I've loved her since the first time I met her. It just took me a long time to realize it. Darius didn't mean for the words to come out with so much emotion, but they did. She shot him a startled glance, and he shrugged. As the words had left his mouth, he'd known the truth of them. He was definitely going to have to get in touch with Melanie, whether she wanted to talk to him or not.
I'm glad to hear it. Bruce has a bonny daughter here. Did you know she's the only female in 5 generations?
Mr. Stewart said with pride.
My Evelyn.
Eve's eyes brimmed with tears, and she bent over to give the old man a hug. Darius still couldn't believe how quickly she'd won him over. It gave Darius hope that she might be able to forgive him of his past. Sir, I'm glad that you and Eve have been able to see each other again, because we have to leave tomorrow. She straightened and turned to frown at Darius. He pulled Eve to her feet and whispered, I won't risk your safety. I'm sure it was an accident. She kept her voice low, sending her grandfather a quick glance.
Even in the dim light, Darius could see the pleading in her eyes. She might hate him for pulling the trump card, but he had to make sure she was safe. "If you don't come with me, I'll call your father and tell him what happened." "You wouldn't dare." "What are you whispering about?" Mr. Stewart said in a querulous voice. "We're really looking forward to having dinner with you tonight," she said. "Master Stewart should get some rest so he can join you," Alan said disapprovingly. Eve kissed her grandfather on the cheek again and left the room. Once the door had closed, she spun on them. "You do realize how old he is, don't you?" she asked, sweeping her arms to the side. "He could die before I get back here." "Eve," once again Joe stepped beside her. "Something is seriously not right here, and today proved that you could be in danger. If we were to risk telling your grandfather about what happened this afternoon, do you think he'd want you to stay?" Pinching the bridge of her nose, Eve shook her head. "I'm not trying to be unreasonable, but I've just met him." "And I've just found you again." Darius's voice cracked. When Joe stepped back, giving them some privacy, Darius pulled her into his arms. He hadn't meant to declare himself, not until he'd had a chance to talk to Melanie, but the words came out on their own. "I love you, Eve." "I've always loved you." She reached up and cupped his cheeks, her eyes glistening, and pressed her lips to his. Darius's heart soared. For the first time since they'd met up again, he let himself truly hope for a future with her. Pulling her closer, he deepened the kiss, wanting to taste her, breathe her, hold her forever. Joe coughed and muttered, "Company coming." They broke apart. Eve patted her hair while Darius straightened his shirt. Graham appeared at the bottom of the half-flight of stairs. He watched them. "Are you coming or going?" he asked. "We're just leaving." Alan said Granddad needed to rest. Eve started to move ahead but stopped. "Do you know of any photos of our fathers together?" A flash of pain washed across the cousin's face, and he swallowed. I have one in my bedroom." "May I see it?" Graham only hesitated for a second before giving a nod. He moved ahead and led them to the opposite end of the floor. He pulled out a key, unlocked the door, and slipped inside. He didn't invite them in. "You all right?" Darius asked, putting an arm around Eve's shoulders. "Yes. I just hate this family divide. My father would never admit it, but it's been hard on him being alone. My mother has a large and loving family, and they've welcomed him. But it really drives it home at important events when you're the only one without any family around you." "He created a new family." "Yes, he did. But wouldn't it have been better if he could have had both? The trials we go through together can strengthen our bonds, but my father and grandfather broke theirs instead. I wish Graham didn't look at me like the enemy." The doorknob rattled and they turned toward it. Darius dropped his arm but stayed close to Eve. Her cousin stepped out carrying a framed photograph. He handed it to her. "It was taken when your da was 17 and mine was 15, Graham said. The two red-headed young men had an arm slung over each other's shoulders as they posed for the picture. Each held a large fish, both boys laughing, their faces bright with pride. Nearby was a newer-looking boathouse. "Tell me about him." Eve ran her finger over each of the faces. When he remained silent, Darius looked at him. Graham's cheeks were wet, and his mouth was working like he was trying to say something. "Oh, Graham." Eve threw her arms around his neck. "I wish I'd known him." Her cousin nodded and put a tentative hand on her back. "I think he'd have liked to meet you too," he finally said, his voice rough. Sniffing, Eve stepped back. "Do you mind if I take a picture of this?" "Go ahead," Darius pulled out his phone. They had to adjust the angle to avoid a glare from the overhead light. "Thank you." Eve stepped back. "I'll see you at dinner, then." "Aye." Darius reached for her hand, and they turned toward the stairs. Joe stood nearby, but he was watching Graham as he returned to his room. "I think I'd like to sit in that lovely solarium." Eve tightened her grip on Darius's hand, and they went down the stairs. Once there, she collapsed on one of the couches, and Darius sat beside her. "That gives me hope." She pointed to his phone. "Forward that to me, will you? I want to send it to my dad." "I think he'll like seeing it," Darius said, feeling tired. "You should still tell him everything you've observed here, if you haven't already. Your cousin still wants to sell the estate, and your grandfather should know what his options are." "I talked with my father last night for a few minutes, so he knows a little about what's going on with Graham." Eve gave a frustrated groan. "I hate having to tell him about the shooting. He's going to freak out." "Just be honest with him that it could have been an accident. It's true," Darius said in response to Joe's grunt. "Unlikely, but not outside the realm of possibility. But we're leaving just in case something else is going on here." "What did the police say?" "That it was likely irresponsible trespassers who would be next to impossible to catch, and we don't have any bullets to show them," Joe said. "Just the holes. I read to you about the hunting in this area. I'll bet all the neighbors have guns besides the ones in this house." "You're almost talking me into staying," Eve said, looking tired. "No," Darius and Joe said together.
"Oh, I'm so glad to find you all together,"
Mrs. Campbell said, breathing heavily as she topped the stairs.
"Mr. Stewart said the dinner will be at 6. After your spill, you might want to take a nap, Miss Stewart. You look a little peaked."
"I think I will." Eve gave Darius a quick kiss and went to her room. Chapter 18. Eve sat on her bed and tried to gather her thoughts. The day had been such a crazy hodgepodge of emotions. First there'd been the near-death experience, and then Darius had said he loved her. He loved her. Eve's heart gave a happy pitter-patter, and at the memory of that sublime kiss, her pulse quickened. How could she be so incredibly happy and scared to death at the same time? Had someone really tried to kill them? If so, why only 2 bullets? Had she been the target? But why would she be? She didn't stand in line to inherit anything, so she wasn't a threat. Would her grandfather be safe when they left? Were they making a big deal out of what had simply been a hunting accident? She was so confused. Maybe she could pull her thoughts together after she'd gotten some rest. She lay down and pulled the comforter over her. Eve's mind refused to let her sleep. Her thoughts kept bouncing between the pride that had been in her grandfather's voice, the pain on Graham's face for his father, the surge of fear she'd felt first when the boat had started to sink, and later when she'd seen those 2 closely set bullet holes, the thrill of Darius's declaration of love. With a sigh, Eve sat up. If she couldn't sleep, she might as well call her father. He would not be happy. She picked up her phone. "Are you calling to tell me you're boarding the plane?" he asked. "No, we're still here." "And why is that?" "Do you have time to talk? Because I really need your advice," she said. "I always have time for you. What's wrong?" Eve had mentioned Graham the night before and said he was a jerk. But now she told her father about her fears that he was an addict and how broken up he was over his father's death. She couldn't bring herself to mention the shooting. "You still haven't told me why you're still there." "Because I think your father's heart has softened." "Don't you be asking me to forgive him." Eve massaged the bridge of her nose. That was exactly what she wanted her father to do. With Darius's declaration of love, he'd granted her one of her dearest dreams. Another was one she'd barely admitted to herself. She wanted her dad to make peace with his father and to see them together, the wound healed. "I know that would be asking too much," she said, resigned. "But I think if you were aware of a situation like this with a stranger, you would do something to help. Can't you at least look at them like you would at strangers? He doesn't want to shut Graham off, but he doesn't want to leave control of the estate to him either. I told Granddad that I would look for things he could do to protect the family legacy." Her father laughed, and his bitterness rang through. "He's sucked you in, has he?" "Work with me, Dad," Eve said between clenched teeth. "Remember? Look at it like you would if this was a stranger. Pretend he's a widow with a son in the throes of addiction who lives in her basement, but a son she loves." "Doesn't he have a solicitor to do this for him? Who drew up his will? If they're incompetent, he should hire someone else." She couldn't tell her father that if the advice came from him, that it'd be one tiny step toward her goal. He's old and could get confused easily. I think he should know what he wants before he sets anything in motion. Couldn't you find out what an estate planner would recommend? For me? Her father was silent for a few seconds. "Is Graham the worthless son living in the basement?" "He's an addict. He needs help. Did you know your father's manservant, Alan?" "Is he still there?" Her father's voice lifted. "Alan was the one bright spot after my mother died. He's dedicated to the family." "I talked with him about Graham's plans, and they're to sell the property when your father dies. He'll use that money to feed his addiction. I'll be surprised if he survives a year." Eve rose from the bed and started pacing the room. The photo of the two brothers flashed through her mind. "Duncan's only son, Dad." "Oh, Evie." Her father's voice held the first emotion she could remember besides anger when talking about his family. "Why didn't you stay in touch with your brother?" "I left it up to Duncan to contact me. He never did. Being the ever-obedient son, I wasn't surprised." "I'm sorry, Dad." Eve couldn't even imagine leaving home and never speaking to her brother again. "No, I'm sorry I brought you into this. Has it been bad for you to be there all alone?" Eve hadn't told him she'd brought Darius with her. Maybe it was time to start preparing her father. "Didn't I tell you? Darius came with me, and I'm so grateful he did." Her father went silent. "Dad, is something wrong?" He heaved out a breath like he dreaded telling her something. Did it have to do with Darius? A little knot of worry started to grow in her belly. "Tell me." "You're not getting close to him, are you?" "So what if I am?" The knot tightened. "Oh, Evie, I didn't want to say anything, but when you mentioned his name, it tickled my memory. It was something that happened after you left." She slowly sat on the bed. Her father was referring to the time after her horrible, almost wedding, when she'd fled Boston. As it always did at the memory, the acid in her stomach roiled, making her a little queasy. What could her disaster have to do with Darius? "He was engaged," her father said. "Yes, he told me that. Dad, just get on with it." "He stood her up at the altar." A sharp burning stabbed through her chest. Part of it the remembered pain from the day made worse by a fresh new agony. No, no. Eve's throat tightened and her eyes burned. Her father had it wrong. Darius would never do that. "You must be remembering wrong." She was finally able to croak out. "She was high society, so he was marrying up, and it was in all the papers. After what you'd been through, it wasn't something I'd be likely to forget. We never mentioned it to you because, well,
you know.
Yes, she did know. For 8 years, she'd been running away from that pain, and all she'd managed to do was run into a man who had done the very same thing to someone else. She couldn't bear the thought of being in the same room with him now.
Eve?
Her father asked softly.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, Daddy, I have to go. Please, think about how to help your father. She disconnected the phone and curled up on the bed, pulling the pillow over her head. She didn't know how long she lay there, but she finally rose from the bed and went into the bathroom to wash her face. It was a mess, her eyes and nose red and swollen. Makeup should cover the worst of it. It was a good thing she didn't have her father's fair complexion. Eve took the black dress from her closet, trying to forget Darius's interest in seeing her in it. If she hadn't worn the flowered one the night before, but no. That'd been the one she'd had on at dinner with him, the one where he'd almost kissed her. The lump in her throat made it hard to swallow. Blinking to keep from messing up her makeup, she slipped it on. Could she get to the dining room without seeing him? Carefully, she eased open her door and looked outside. No one was in the hallway, so she stepped out and began to tiptoe past his door. She could hear their voices inside and was almost past it when it opened.
Eve, you're ready before us, Darius said. Turn around and let me see you.
She shook her head and hurried toward the stairs. He took her hand and stopped her forward motion.
What's the matter? Did you hear bad news from your father?
Eve told herself not to start crying again, but she couldn't speak either. She shook her head.
Please tell me what's wrong,
Darius said, his voice gentle and concerned. Her eyes brimming with tears, she turned around. Joe stood a pace behind, his expression worried. She resigned herself to talk to Darius, but in private. "Joe, do you mind?" she asked. He shrugged and stepped back. Darius opened her door and then followed her inside. The usual warmth Darius felt when he was with Eve had disappeared when she'd faced him in the hallway. Now, alone with her expression chilled him. It was like someone had put an ice wall between them. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she kept blinking to keep them in. He wanted to reach out to touch her, to comfort her, but the barrier kept him in place.
What can I do to help?
Darius asked. Her mouth worked, but she couldn't seem to form any words. She cleared her throat. When she spoke, her voice was rough and tight. "Please, tell me you didn't do it."
Do what?
But his gut told him what she was referring to. She'd just spoken with her father, and he must have said something. Darius knew then that he should have started the search for Melanie's private number sooner. He'd thought he had time. "Did you leave your fiancée standing alone at the church on her wedding day?" There was so much more to that simple statement and what had happened. He wanted to tell her, to explain, but he couldn't. Never, in his own pain, when he'd made a promise of silence, had he imagined this day. Hadn't it been enough that he'd taken on himself the public shame, had lived with it since then? Did all that old pain have to be why he faced losing Eve now? Because that's what was going to happen. She would never want to be with a man who'd done that. "Did you?" Because he'd given his word, he was left with only the simple truth to share.
Yes, I did.
Her face fell, as though the tiniest bit of hope had been holding it up, and he'd taken it away. She spun around and staggered from the room. Joe only waited a second before he came in.
"Is there anything I can do?" he asked. "You'd have to go back 8 years.
Joe glanced at the door and then back to Darius.
"Are we still going to dinner?"
"We have to.
We're expected. And Eve needs our support, whether she wants it or not."
Darius clenched and unclenched his fists, trying to get them to relax.
"Let's go."
Chapter 19. Darius was grateful to have Joe beside him as he entered the parlor where everyone was supposed to gather before the meal. There were more people than he'd expected. Darius was surprised that so many would come at the last minute. The only one he recognized was the cousin, and he was talking with a couple of guests who were about his age of perhaps 27 or so. Eve must have known Darius and Joe were in the room, but she never glanced their way. No one approached them, so they stood awkwardly to the side. Darius wished he could think of something besides the horrified look on her face when he confirmed what he'd done. If he wasn't able to convince Melanie to give him permission to tell Eve what had really happened, it was over between them. He'd given his word, and that wasn't something he could go back on.
I guess we can entertain ourselves by guessing who these people are,
Darius said under his breath, needing to think of something else.
That's what I do at every function.
Joe scanned the room, studying everyone, periodically checking the two entrances.
After what happened today, I wish so many people hadn't been brought in. It confuses things. What if something else happens tonight? Bill was sure mad about us staying another night.
It'd been years since Darius had been chewed out like that, but he'd been adamant. He wouldn't leave Eve here alone.
Especially when I told him the cousin was back.
Joe's eyes narrowed as he stared at Graham.
Addiction can cause people to do some very strange things.
An odd hum came from a corner of the room, and Joe spun around, placing himself between it and Darius. He had to look around the bodyguard to see what it was. A door had slid open in the wood paneling to reveal an elevator. Mr. Stewart leaned on a walker and slowly made his way out of it, his silver hair carefully combed.
I would like to welcome you all to this dinner for my American granddaughter.
Mr. Stewart indicated Eve.
Look at the cousin,
Joe said under his breath.
He's not pleased at the declaration.
Darius shifted his attention to the shorter man who was watching Eve, smiling but with a crease between his brows.
I don't like the way Graham is looking at her, he said. Me either, Joe studied the man. I think it's important that she doesn't spend time alone with him. Do you really think he'd have the guts to try to hurt her?
Someone fired those shots today, Joe said grimly.
What if they'd hit her? Or you? That cousin reminds me of a spiteful bully, and those types tend to lash out.
While Mr. Stewart was now introducing Eve to some nearby guests, Graham had moved to stand by a younger couple who'd just arrived. Thank you. Eve kissed her grandfather's cheek, and the color returned to his face. One of the doors opened, and a servant announced that dinner was ready. Darius had hoped to sit by Eve, but she placed her hand on her grandfather's where it rested on the walker. Graham took up position on the old man's other side, and the three entered together. The guests took their time, chatting among themselves as they made their way into the dining room. By the time Darius and Joe had entered, she was already at the head of the table, where Alan was holding a tray. The three stewards each picked up a full glass. As the valet moved out of the way, Graham stepped forward, lifting his glass in a toast.
For decades, our two branches of the family have been separated. Here's to mending the breach, because family is the most important thing.
The three of them each took a deep swallow. Eve made a face, but tried to cover it, though she put down her glass. "Did that taste right to you?" she asked.
"Nothing tastes right since the stroke," her grandfather said.
"I'm so sorry." Graham picked up the bottle and smelled it.
"This one must have gone bad. I'll have another bottle brought."
"No, it's fine." Eve put a hand on his arm to stop him from signaling a servant. "It's the sentiment behind the toast that counts anyway. Thank you for that." She kissed his cheek, and he flushed. Darius wondered if the cousin had had a change of heart after that meeting today. Darius glanced at Joe to ask his opinion, but the bodyguard wasn't beside him anymore. He'd slipped past the guests and was at the other end of the table, not far from Eve. With a sigh, Darius took the only remaining seat at the opposite end of the table from her. A middle-aged woman sat across from him and had such a thick Scottish brogue he could only make out a couple of the words she said. Rather than asking her to repeat herself, Darius just nodded. She seemed satisfied with the silent audience and carried on a one-way conversation. He kept going over things in his mind that he could say to explain to Eve about his wedding fiasco without having to tell her too much. Everything sounded like a pathetic excuse. Only the truth would work, but he had to talk to Melanie first, assuming he could get hold of her number. By the time they had served the dessert, Darius was starting to feel antsy. He needed to call Bill and see if the head of security could run down Melanie's phone number. Since her husband was a senator now, there ought to be a way to contact her through him, as long as the guy didn't throw up roadblocks, since his reputation would be at stake. The pitch of voices around Darius shifted, pulling him from his thoughts. He glanced up to see what he'd missed and found everyone looking at the other end of the table. He stretched in an attempt to see over their heads, but couldn't, so he stood. Eve was leaning back in her chair, her upper lip damp with perspiration as she pressed her hands to her chest, looking like she was in pain. Without thinking, Darius was out of his chair and rushing to her. "Are you ill?" her grandfather asked, his face pale with concern. "What's wrong?" Darius took her wrist to feel her pulse, as he'd so often seen her do. It was racing. She looked up and met his gaze, her eyes full of fear. "I can't breathe. I need aspirin," Eve whispered, and then her face convulsed in pain, and she doubled over. Aspirin? Was she having a heart attack? "Someone get some aspirin," he shouted as he lifted her from the chair. "Oh, I have some in my purse," the woman who'd sat across the table from him said. "Bring it and a glass of water." Darius carried Eve into the parlor and gently laid her on the couch. "Do you have 911 here?" "It's 999 here," Joe said, holding his phone to his ear, his other hand wrapped firmly around Graham's skinny arm. "Let me go!" Graham tried unsuccessfully to pull himself free. "Eve, my love," Darius said, kneeling beside her. "You're going to be all right." "Here's the aspirin and the water." The woman handed them to him. She then turned to the other guests who were crowding around and started pushing them back. "Give the lass some room to breathe." "Here's some aspirin," Darius said. Eve tried to straighten, her eyes closed, but gave a little gasp of pain and fell back. He looked at the woman. "Help her sit up." "Aye." She moved to Eve's back and gently pushed her forward. "Eve, open your mouth." Darius put the tablet to her lips and said more forcefully, "Open your mouth." With her eyes pinched closed and her breathing ragged, she did. He slipped the pill inside. "Chew it." After her jaw started to move and she made a face, he raised the glass to her lips. She choked on the water. For a second, Darius was afraid she might pass out, but the coughing spasm passed. He signaled the woman, helping to let Eve lie back. He held her hand, not sure what else he could do. Joe stood beside him, and his proximity brought comfort. Darius didn't realize at first that the bodyguard still had a firm hold on Graham. "What's with him?" "I'm wondering if he put anything in that drink he gave Eve and his grandfather." "I did nothing. We drank it too, remember?" Graham cried, struggling again. "And we're fine." "Och, but we have the glasses, Mr. Graham," Mrs. Campbell said. "I'm sure the police will be very interested in testing them." Darius jumped to his feet and spun around, towering over the man. "Were you trying to kill her? Did you happen to take a couple of shots at her earlier today?" He leaned closer until his nose was almost touching Graham's. "You'd better pray she doesn't die." "She needs you to be positive." Joe's quiet voice and calm hand on Darius's shoulder steadied him. "Where's Mr. Stewart?" Darius asked. "Mr. Allen is with him," Mrs. Campbell said. "Mr. Stewart said he feels fine, but wants to know if Miss Stewart is well." "Attempted murder, Graham. You'd better hope neither of them dies." Joe added softly,
They might have abolished the death penalty in Scotland, but life in prison would be no vacation.
Graham's face blanched and his eyes filled with tears. I didn't do anything. If Eve hadn't had another spasm of pain, Darius might have felt sorry for the pathetic man. He turned back to her and wiped her brow. She opened her eyes and met his gaze, her lips moving like she was trying to say something. Darius moved his ear to her mouth. "Dad," she breathed. Yes, she'd want her father notified.
"Mrs. Campbell, are you still here?"
"Aye,"
she said from behind him. "I don't know if Miss Stewart brought her phone down with her. Can you have someone check the dining room and her room?"
"Aye."
She hurried off, already calling out instructions.
"Is Miss Stewart going to be all right?"
Darius glanced at the doorway where an older man stood, a few other guests waiting in the entry. "We won't know until a doctor can see her."
"Our prayers are with her," the man said. "Archie's been excited to meet her, and it must be breaking his heart that this happened."
Mrs. Campbell returned and bent over to whisper in Darius's ear.
"An ambulance is on the way, sir."
A maid hurried into the room and handed Darius Eve's phone. Fortunately, she hadn't locked it. He looked through her contacts and dialed her father.
"Evie, is everything all right?"
Her father's voice came loudly over the phone. "Mr. Stewart, this is Darius Dimitriou, and I'm afraid everything is not all right."
Chapter 20.
Darius held Eve's hand as they walked, their fingers threaded. He glanced at her, a look of contentment on his face that she couldn't remember having ever seen there before. She understood, because that same feeling was growing inside of her as well. She was happier than she could remember being since becoming an adult. He paused abruptly. "Hang on." He released her fingers and started to step away toward a floral shop, but stopped and kissed her. "I love you." Darius entered the store. Eve glowed with happiness at his declaration, watching from the street as he went to the counter to speak to the clerk. Over the last few weeks, she'd come to understand that he was her match. They connected on a level she'd never had with another person. The love she felt for Darius Dimitriou threatened to burst from her chest. Happiness settled on her, warming her skin.
"He's a betrayer. You can't trust him."
Eve pushed the ugly thought from her mind. Of course she could trust him. He was a man of his word. He would never declare his love to a woman, make plans for a life with her, and then desert her in front of their friends and family. But he had. He'd admitted it to her. A sharp pain stabbed her chest. Eve cried out, opening her eyes to darkness. She tried to move her arm to her chest, but something bound her.
"Evie, don't you go flailing about."
Her father's quiet but firm voice said as he clasped her wrist. Someone turned on a light, and Eve shut her eyes against the sudden brightness. Where was she?
"Oh, baby, I'm so glad you're awake."
"Mama?" Eve opened her eyes, squinting. Behind her mother's smiling but teary face, Eve recognized the familiar equipment of a hospital room. What happened?
"We're at a royal infirmary," her mother said.
Someone put drugs in that wine you drank.
Eve's father started pacing.
The bodyguard must have suspected something because he collected your glass so it could be tested. It's looking bad for your cousin Graham, since his glass didn't have any, but he's insisting he didn't do it. He's even offered to take a lie detector test.
Is Granddad all right?
His glass didn't have anything either.
Her father stopped at the side of her bed and covered her hand.
He got so upset at what had happened to you that they had to bring him here for observation. They're supposed to release him today.
How long have I been here? Eve asked.
Long enough for us to get here.
Her mother frowned at her.
Baby, why did you drink so much if it didn't taste right? Because I'm an idiot. I was already upset, and I thought if Graham was willing to make an overture, I wasn't going to throw it in his face by telling him his wine was spoiled. Eve absently rubbed at the dull ache in her chest. What was in it? Meth and cocaine. Pure stuff, too. Her mother's voice gave a little hitch. It's fortunate that you're young and in good shape. It gave you a heart attack. Eve's entire body went cold. Is there any permanent damage? She tried to sit up so she could see the monitoring equipment, but her father gently pushed her back down. It appears you had Takotsubo cardiomyopathy, her mother said. The broken heart syndrome? A stress heart attack induced by drugs. Eve's memory was foggy after about the middle of the meal. Yes, my heart was racing like crazy. It hurt so bad. She looked at her mother. Is the change in my heart shape going to be permanent? We don't know. But the doctor's encouraged. Since yours was chemically induced, he thinks your heart could go back to normal within a few weeks. You should make a full recovery. Her mother leaned in and hugged Eve, while her father squeezed her hand and sniffed. How did they decide it was Graham? She asked when her parents had taken their seats again. The bodyguard, what's his name? Her father began. Joe Brooks, her mother added. Yes, Joe. He's a good man to have around. Dimitriou is fortunate to have him. Darius. Eve rubbed her chest again and couldn't meet her parents' gazes. How did you guys get here so quickly? Darius flew us here on his jet, her mother said. He said he knew you'd need us. That young man has been quite attentive. Eve's father watched her, his expression contemplative. A part of her wanted to ask where Darius was. Another part couldn't forget the emotional agony and sense of abandonment she'd felt on that long ago almost wedding day. If he was the kind of man who could cause pain like that, she didn't care where he was. No, that wasn't true. She did care, too much, but she couldn't bring herself to talk about it. How long have I been here? Eve asked again instead. They kept you pretty heavily sedated for 48 hours, her mother said, shooting her husband a concerned glance. They needed to keep you calm so you didn't strain your heart while you cleared the drugs from your system. When would Darius leave? There wasn't really any reason for him to stay now that Eve's parents were there. She told herself she was glad. If he were gone, she didn't have to face him again. Your grandfather has invited you to stay with him while you recuperate. Her father's carefully neutral tone made Eve look at him. Have you been to your old home? She asked. No. Do you plan to go there? Eve's father studied his hands like she'd seen him do when she was growing up, a behavior he fell back on when he wanted to choose his words carefully. She didn't wait for him to say he wouldn't go there. Dad, all my life, I've had harsh feelings against my grandfather because of the way he treated you. I still believe he was wrong to throw you away like that. You've never used those exact words, but whenever you'd lose your temper and rage about what a terrible father he'd been, they're the ones that came to mind. Her father looked up, and Eve met his gaze, saying, I've always promised myself there was no way I'd ever do that to a child of mine. And her father knew her well, and his tone was defensive. It wasn't until I sat beside his bed and saw what a shell of a man he was, a man who looked like an older version of you, that I realized you'd thrown him away too. Her father's face flushed, and he stiffened, but her mother reached out and put a calming hand on his arm. Listen to her, Bruce, she whispered. Tu, Brute. He pulled away from her mother, his bitter voice rough with betrayal. Dad, I understand that he hurt you. I know it was hard for you when you came to the States and had to make it on your own. But I also believe you're the man you are because of what you had to overcome. What are you saying? I should forgive him? His brogue had turned heavy. I'm not excusing what he did, but it's been over 40 years. She lifted a shaky hand. People can change. I doubt that either you or your father are the same men you were back then. I wish you'd talk to him. Forgiveness wouldn't be for him. It'd be for you. He gave a harumph and started pacing the room again. A dreadful weariness settled on Eve, weighing her down. With it came a surge of emotion, of grief, fear, and sadness. Her eyes burned, her throat thickening. "Daddy," she managed to croak out. He was at her side in a flash. He took her hand and pressed it to his cheek. "I almost died." Eve started to cry. "I don't want you or your father to die without at least trying to make peace with each other. Please do this for me." Her father's shoulders began to shake, and her mother put her arm around him. He finally said, "I'll do this for you. Then we won't have to fly back with Darius, and I won't have to see him again," Eve said, only partly relieved. Darius stood by the partly open hospital room door, holding a vase of flowers. He hadn't meant to eavesdrop and glanced at Joe, who stood nearby. Scanning the hallway, the bodyguard had his back to Darius. Had Joe heard too? "Well, I guess that answers my question," Darius said softly. "I'll leave these with the nurse." "You should talk to her before you go," Joe said. "And say what?" Until Darius had a chance to speak with Melanie, there wasn't anything he could say to Eve. He'd called Bill and asked him to get hold of a private number for Melanie, but they hadn't heard anything back from her yet. She'd probably thought she was done with Darius and hadn't appreciated the reminder. Had Eve meant what she'd said to her father about him having thrown his father away? Could she not see that she was doing the same thing to Darius without giving him a chance? But what if Melanie refused to talk with him? What if she did, but wouldn't release him from his promise, even if only to tell Eve? There were too many what-ifs. Joe turned to face Darius. "What are you going to do?" "I have to speak with someone before I can try talking to Eve." "I don't think it's a good idea to walk away, though. It'd be a sign that you're giving up too easily." Joe raised his brows, his expression meaningful. "It might reinforce the impression Eve has that when things get too hard, you walk away." "How did... It's my job to be informed about who I'm guarding, and that includes things from their past. It's not like it wasn't in the Boston papers." Darius put the flowers on the floor by her door and turned toward the exit. "You also don't strike me as the kind of man who'd leave a woman standing at the altar." Anger flooded through Darius, and he stopped. He should never have agreed to keep quiet. He was the one who'd stood there that day and stared at his bride-to-be, dressed in her beautiful gown, minutes away from walking down the aisle, watching while she sobbed and professed her love for another man. Darius had felt like he'd been gut-punched, but he loved her and wanted to help her, to take away her obvious pain. Maybe it had been a barrier of denial he'd thrown up to protect himself. All he'd seen was the woman he loved begging him to help her. She'd said that just that morning the other man had professed his love for her. He wanted to marry her, but he was running for Congress. It'd be all over the press if she walked away at the last minute. She'd taint his reputation if she left Darius at the altar for another man. "If you love me," she'd said, her eyes pleading, "you'll be the one to walk." Darius had stared at her, numb and stupid. He hadn't been able to get his head around it at all. She'd said she loved him, wanted to spend her life with him. But now she didn't. She loved someone else. All Darius had ever wanted was her happiness. If it couldn't be him, then she must be with the man she loved. "But you have to promise me you'll never tell a soul the truth." Melanie had clutched his hands, her eyes full of tears. "If you love me, you'll promise to keep this a secret." So Darius had given his word. Then he'd stood by while her father escorted her up the aisle, had even entered the church. He'd met her gaze before he'd turned and walked out. Darius had turned off his phone and spent the rest of the day walking the city. He must have looked strange wandering around in a tux. Only when it had gotten dark had he begun to come back to himself. He'd turned on his phone. His normally empty voicemail box had been so full, it'd stopped taking messages. He'd called his father, who'd come to pick him up. While Darius's family had ranted at him, his mind had kept going over that conversation with Melanie. How could she have fallen in love with another man all the time she'd been professing her love to Darius? How long had she been seeing the guy, all while she'd been wearing Darius's ring? Long enough to fall out of love with him and in love with someone else. Why hadn't he noticed when she'd begun pulling away from him? Had she ever been in love with him? Standing in the Scottish hospital, Darius had to clench his jaw to keep from shouting out what had really happened 8 years earlier. "Make sure you don't burn any bridges here." Joe clapped Darius on the shoulder and said, like good old Will was fond of saying, "The truth will out." Darius blinked. He guessed he should have expected his bodyguard to quote William Shakespeare. But the words were true. It was time for the truth to come out, even if the only ones who knew it would be himself, Melanie, and her husband. And Eve. "Let's go then. I need to try that number again." He only took one step toward the exit again before Joe grabbed his arm. "I swear you wrecked gaming guys have one-track minds." Joe nodded toward Eve's door again. "There's a young lady in there who's hurting bad, and she was hurting even before someone almost killed her. Did you hear what I said? You can't go back to the States without leaving her some kind of message. She may not think she wants to hear from you, but she does. I can't go in there." "No, but you can leave a nice note. There are cards in the gift shop where you bought the flowers." "You're a good fill-in dad, Joe." Darius clapped the man on the back and hurried to the shop.
Chapter 21. "Looks like someone left you some flowers," the nurse said as she entered Eve's room, carrying a vase with bright autumn blossoms. The woman set them on the bedside tray before checking on the vitals. "I wonder who did that." Her mother picked up the card and examined it. "It only has your name on it, Evelyn." "It doesn't say who it's from?" Eve's stomach nodded. She vaguely remembered lying on the couch in her grandfather's house, writhing in pain, Darius at her side. His whispers that she'd be all right, that she had to stay because he needed her, had given her strength. Eve's eyes burned at the memory, and she had to wipe them. "Are you all right, baby?" Her mother had put down the card and was touching Eve's forehead. "What's the matter?" her father asked, stepping out of the bathroom. "I'm just really emotional right now. It's a side effect of having a heart attack." Eve waved them back, still not able to get her head around the idea. Was she permanently damaged? Heightened emotions can be a side effect, yes. Her mother watched her, though, her expression doubtful. "I'm going to try to rest while you two get some dinner." Eve made a big show of yawning when what she really wanted was to open that card and see if it was from Darius. "I'm not sure," her mother began. "I don't need a babysitter," Eve cried, then snapped her mouth shut. "Sorry. See, I'm tired." "You get some rest." Her father kissed her cheek and pulled his wife from the room. Eve closed her eyes and pretended to sleep for a couple of minutes until she was sure her parents were gone. Then she picked up the card and brought it to her nose. It carried the slight fragrance of Darius's aftershave.
Was she just imagining it because that's what she wanted to smell? She removed the generic get well card from the envelope and opened it. Eve, the last couple of days have been the worst in my life, and that's saying a lot for both of us. I almost lost you. The ink was smudged here. Could it possibly be from tears? Her throat tightened, and she had to blink a few times before she could read any more. Before dinner the other night, you asked me a question. The answer is more complicated than a simple yes or no, but I wasn't free to give you specifics. I'm still not. Yet, please understand there's more to that story, but it's not only mine to tell. I can't say more without breaking a promise I made. In spite of how things look, I'm a man of my word. I'm flying back to the States to get permission to tell you what really happened. I understand you'll need to rest for a few days before traveling, and I'm guessing you'll recuperate at your grandfather's. I'll meet you there soon. I love you, Darius. Eve went all emotional again and started blubbering. She wanted to believe his words, but she'd wanted to believe another man's words too, and he'd broken her heart. Broken her heart. Sniffing, she gave a dark chuckle and rubbed her chest. Did she dare believe Darius's claim that there was more to him walking out on his fiancée than the public knew? Why would he make a promise to be silent if he wasn't really the guilty one? Eve's mind raced with possible scenarios, but she tried to push the thoughts back. She didn't think she was in a good place to be making important decisions. She read the card again before putting it back in the envelope. While she didn't think her mother would read the note, Eve didn't want to risk it being too much of a temptation. She hid it under her pillow. The crying had made her drowsy, and she didn't fight the sleep which overcame her. Darius sat in a rental car outside the senator's house. What kind of security would the man have? Was it only for him, or did it include his wife and family? Bill had done a little checking, and Melanie had 2 young children now. The Virginia neighborhood was affluent and looked similar to the one in Boston where she'd grown up. Glancing at Joe, Darius wished he could have left him with Eve in Scotland. Her father had insisted that he'd watch over her. Darius didn't know if he should go to the door. What if she recognized him and refused to answer? She still hadn't returned any of his phone calls. How could he force her to meet with him? He could threaten to come out with the truth, but he'd been silent for 8 years. What was the price for his word, even given under emotional duress? He could just tell Eve, but why would she believe him? His phone pinged with a message. It was from Bill.
Reinforcements on their way. What are you talking about? Just what I said.
A car came around the corner and pulled up behind Darius's. The driver was his partner, Rafe. Beside him was his fiancée, Ari. Another car arrived, this one driven by Kane, with his new wife in the passenger seat. What was going on? Then a third car parked in front of Darius's, driven by Ezreal's new wife, Sarah. Ari was the first to step out, and the others seemed to take their cue from her. She walked up to Darius's window and tapped on it, so he opened it.
What's going on?
According to Bill, you need to talk with someone who doesn't appear to want to talk to you. We thought if we came along, this person would be more amenable. So, come on. She slid her arm through Rafe's, who'd followed behind her, and they strode together across the street right up to Melanie's front door.
Are they crazy?
Darius cried and jumped from the car. He jogged across the street with Joe on his heels. I'm sorry, Melanie's tentative voice said over the intercom. Who are you, and why are you at my home?
My name is Rafe Davis, and this is my fiancée, Ari Meisner. I'm the CEO of REKD Gaming, and I'm here with my partners and our significant others with a special offer for you and your husband.
Feel free to check online for his picture, Sona said from beside Kane.
Just do a search for the Harvard billionaire boys."
"What?" Melanie opened the door and she searched the group. "Is Darius with you?" "Why, yes, he is," Ezreal's wife Sarah said. She made a motion and then moved to the side so there was a clear path between Darius and Melanie. It was like he was looking at a stranger and not a woman he'd wanted to make a life with. The only feeling he had for her now was a dim memory of the hurt, like it'd been something that had happened in another lifetime.
"I didn't know they were coming," he said. "I'm sorry."
No, please, everyone, come in." She did a quick, worried glance up and down the street before closing the door behind them. He stood with the others, feeling awkward, as Melanie hurriedly picked up stray toys from her living room. She lifted a toddler boy and held him almost as though he were protection for her. "Please, sit down," she said, indicating the couches.
"They don't know anything,"
Darius said, keeping his voice low so the others who were talking quietly among themselves couldn't hear.
"I've kept my word."
"And you still can't go back on it. He's up for re-election," she hissed. Turning to face the others, she said graciously, "Can I get you anything to drink?"
"Melanie, we need to talk," Darius said.
"You gave your word." "How long do I have to pay for your mistake?" "My mistake?" She sent the others a furtive glance and lowered her voice. "You're the one who walked out."
"Do you want to discuss this in front of them?"
Darius kept his voice low, but calm and firm. "I should never have let you in." Before she could answer, there was a tap on the door. With a panicked look, she hurried over to the intercom. "What do you want?" she snapped.
"My name is Bill Rice, and I'm head of security for REKD Gaming. I believe my employer's inside your home, and I need to join them."
"He's legit," Darius said. With another huff, she opened the door. Her son started squirming, and Melanie set him down. "Hey, cutie," Sarah said, picking up a ball. As an elementary school teacher, she had just the right tone of voice. "Do you want to play catch?" Her husband, Ezreal, slid to the floor, and she rolled the ball to him. He held it up to the toddler with an expectant look, and the little boy hurried over.
"They'll keep him entertained," Darius said. "We need to talk."
"Fine." Melanie strode from the room, saying, "But I thought this was over."
"How can it be over when you've ruined my life?" he asked, following her.
"Oh, right." Melanie stepped into the kitchen and spun around. "I'm supposed to believe that the billionaire's life is ruined. Poor baby." Darius studied her for a second. He hadn't expected bitterness from her. Had she found that her life wasn't what she'd expected of it? Or maybe she wished now that she'd married the man who would become a billionaire after all. Over the years, he'd given it a lot of thought. Darius believed that in the beginning, Melanie had believed herself in love with him. Then she'd met her husband, and he fit her family's expectations. She'd have the life she'd known, with plenty of time spent in the limelight. She'd always been about status, and must have decided a congressman a better deal than a teacher.
"There's more to life than money, Mel."
He meant the words, but he could tell from the face she pulled that she didn't believe it. She faced him with a very 16-year-old expression, one hip pushed out, her arms crossed in a familiar pouty way that he used to find amusing. The past 8 years had made him into a very different person, but she didn't look that much changed.
"Wow, that was a near miss," he muttered, not meaning to say the words loud enough for her to hear.
"And what do you mean by that?" she asked, her eyes flashing. Darius had no wish to hurt her and chose his words carefully.
"I think you made the right decision. It looks like you've got a lovely family."
"I do." Melanie's expression softened and her posture relaxed.
"I have a favor to ask."
Darius raised his hand when she opened her mouth to argue.
"Let me speak first. 8 years ago, you asked me to take on the public humiliation of walking out on you so you could marry somebody else. You said, and I quote, "If you love me, you'll do this." She shifted uncomfortably. There was so much more that he wanted to say. Things about how she must have been cheating on him for months, about how she'd played him emotionally. But he was fighting for something more important than his ego. "I did as you asked, and I've been silent all this time. But I've met someone I want to marry, and she needs to hear that I only walked out because you asked me to." "No." Melanie put her hands to her cheeks. "We can't trust that she won't say something. You know what the press would do with information like that." She was engaged once, and her fiancé left her at the altar. It broke her heart. Melanie had the good grace to drop her hands and look sick. "I need to tell her the truth about you and me. She wouldn't have any reason to say anything to anyone else." For the first time, her expression turned conflicted. She was shaking her head, but she was also wringing her hands. "She's been through something really traumatic recently, a near-death experience. And it happened right after she found out about me. You were kind of clueless about how much you hurt me, Mel. Don't you think I deserve something for what you put me through? All I need to do is add one person to our confidence. Just one." A squeal came from the living room, and Melanie hurried away. Darius followed. Her son was looking sleepy and rubbing his eyes. She swept him into her arms and started cuddling him. "I'll think about it," she said, turning to face Darius. "But I have to check with my husband." "This is important to me." She nodded. It seemed to be a sign that they were finished, and his friends rose. Melanie opened the door for them, and Darius was the last one to leave. "You're lucky your friends came with you," she said. "I wouldn't have opened the door for you alone." "Why?" "Because I'm not proud of what I did, and I try to forget about it." Darius watched her for a second. Seeing her now, he saw how self-centered she'd always been. "Well, I've never been able to forget about it." He turned to leave. "I'll let you know, one way or the other." "Thank you." He glanced over his shoulder. "I'm heading to Scotland, so there'll be a time difference." Melanie didn't say anything. All Darius could do now was hope.
Chapter 22. "She needs somewhere to rest for a few days before we take her home," Eve's mother was saying, her voice soft. Eve kept her eyes closed, hoping they hadn't heard the change in her breathing when she woke.
"I don't want to see him."
"She wants you to do this. You told her you would."
"Isn't it enough that I broke my promise to myself by coming here for her?"
It sounded like her father had gotten to his feet, because his voice was moving around the hospital room now.
"It's time to let it go."
Her mom must have gotten up too. Eve chanced to peek and found her mother with her arms around her father, her head on his chest. Her voice had taken on an emotional edge, as though she were fighting back tears.
"We almost lost our baby. You've already lost your brother, and could have lost your father. I know you say you don't care about him, but I saw the look on your face when you heard about his stroke. Isn't Eve more important than what happened in the past?"
Her father let out a deep breath, but didn't say anything for a couple of minutes. They stood like that in each other's arms.
"I'll do it,"
he finally said.
"But only for her and you."
When they started to kiss, Eve closed her eyes again. She moved a hand, and her finger brushed the corner of the envelope that had shifted while she slept. Her thoughts drifted back to that night when she'd called her dad. She'd thought she knew Darius, that it was simply a matter of getting reacquainted again and filling in some of the gaps. Hearing that he'd walked out on his fiancée had changed how she'd viewed him, turned it upside down. How could she possibly look at him the same way, knowing that he'd done that? Please understand, there's more to that story, but it's not only mine to tell. What couldn't he say? Had he met someone else, like her fiancé had, and only realized it at the last minute that he was marrying the wrong woman? But he hadn't married anybody else. Had it not worked out between them? Maybe the other woman had decided she couldn't marry a man who would jilt his fiancé. That would actually be a little ironic, to have the woman who he cheated with decide she didn't trust him. None of it felt right, though. She hadn't been able to see it at the time, so overwhelmed by old hurts. But it didn't fit him. The boy Eve had known in school had always been solid, someone she could count on to speak up, speak out. Nothing she'd seen him do or say made her think he'd changed that much. He'd seemed like a more mature version of the boy she'd loved. She heaved out a breath. "How long have you been awake?" Her mother came over to the bed. "Long enough. When can we get out of here?" The worst of the drugs should be out of her system by now, and all she'd have to worry about was not overdoing it until her heart had time to recover. "Is it going to be a problem for you to take off some time?" Her father had come to stand by the other side of the bed. "Are you caught up on your bills? Because we can help." "I don't have any expenses since I travel so much, and I've got some money in savings." Eve had no idea what was going to happen now with the job Darius had offered her. Knowing what she knew about him, could she still work with him? "What's troubling you?" her mother asked. "I was offered a job, a permanent one, but I'm not sure if I can take it now," Eve explained. "So he was leading you on?" Her father's voice had turned low, threatening. "No," Eve said, thinking back on Darius's note. "I just don't know how hard it would be to work with someone I had a relationship with." "And there's no chance of a relationship now?" her mother asked. "Can she trust a man who's walked away from one wedding already?" her dad asked. Eve had always been able to talk to her parents about everything. She wanted to now, but something held her back. Too much had shaken her confidence, and she was still emotional. She knew that one of the side effects of a heart attack was how emotional it made the victims, but she hadn't expected a chemically induced one to have the same impact. It made her feel unsteady, like she was learning to walk again after a crippling accident. She needed to find her way again. "He said there's an explanation," she said. "I think I want to give him a chance." "Are you in love with him?" her mother asked. "I think I always have been."
"Eve, it's too soon to be deciding you're in love."
Her father crossed his arms and looked at her sternly, like when she'd been 12 and thought she was in love with her best friend's older brother. "From the man who decided he was going to marry me the first time he met me?" Her mother matched his pose right down to his disapproving glare.
"Eve's been hurt before. I won't sit back and risk that happening to her again."
"Because, of course, every man I get engaged to is going to freak out at the thought of actually marrying me and ditch me just before the wedding," Eve couldn't help adding, as caustically as she could.
"What's this?"
came a querulous voice. They turned to the doorway and found Archibald Stewart sitting in a wheelchair with a nurse behind him. Eve's father stiffened, but she put a restraining hand on his arm. "Please, Dad," she whispered. He looked at her, and the fire in his gaze seemed to go out. His shoulders drooped, and he nodded before stepping toward the older man.
"Hello, Father. Are they releasing you already?"
Archibald Stewart stared at the son he hadn't seen in over 40 years, and his eyes started to glisten. Eve's mother clutched her hand.
"You've done well for yourself, Bruce,"
her grandfather finally said.
"I was wrong."
"You're correct.
You were wrong."
Eve was about to say something, but her mother shushed her. She knew her husband well. because he stepped forward and held out a hand to his father.
But I was wrong too.
Rather than take his son's hand, Archibald struggled to stand. Both Bruce and the nurse hurried to help him to his feet, and her grandfather embraced his son. Eve and her mother hugged each other.
You've already met my daughter,
her father said, his voice rough.
Aye, and she's a bonny lass.
Eve's grandfather winked at her.
And great for migraine.
Her dad shot her a quick look before helping the older man to sit in the wheelchair again.
It's time you met my wife. Letitia, this is my father, Archibald Stewart. Father, Letitia.
Call me Letty. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Eve's mother sniffed as she bent to kiss his cheek.
Where's your young man?
Eve's grandfather said to Eve.
Considering that you nearly died, I'd have expected your fiancé to be at your side. What?
Her dad cried while her mother gasped. He's not my fiancé, and never was. Eve met her father's gaze. He came as a friend, but I thought it'd give him more status if they thought we were engaged. I didn't want to look weak.
Friend, indeed. Your bum's out the window,
her grandfather said in a strong brogue, giving her a look of disgust. I am not talking rubbish. Eve sat up straighter in the bed.
And I saw the way that young man looked at you during dinner. His feelings for you are more than friendship.
But if she couldn't trust him, that didn't change anything. Eve rubbed her chest. She reminded herself that she was too emotional to be making any decisions anyway. Her mother voiced that thought, and her grandfather gave it a rest. A male cough sounded in the doorway, and they turned to find the doctor looking at them.
Miss Stewart, I can release you, but not to return home to America just yet. You need rest before you put the stress of a long trip on your heart.
The doctor glanced at the others.
I understand she has family here locally. Aye, she does.
Her grandfather pointed to himself.
I also have the staff to tend to her every need. And wasn't it at your house where she was poisoned?
Her father asked. Dad, stop it. Her mother went to her father and took his arm. She looked lovingly into his face. For Evie. He heaved out a breath and said,
For Evie. Not if you two men keep her up to the high door with your arguing, the doctor said. What? Us rile her up?
Both men cried at the same time. Eve laughed at the similarity between the two of them. No wonder they'd fought all those years ago. I'll make sure they don't upset her, her mother said. She turned to her husband. I hope Hunter can come for a visit to meet his grandfather. Now we're not at war anymore.
Don't you be counting on that,
her father muttered. I am counting on it. Her mother put her hands on her hips and pinned him with a hard gaze.
'Tis seems your father found his match,
her grandfather said softly, and Eve found he'd wheeled himself next to her bed. Yes, he did.
Is Hunter your brother?
Yes.
Is he like Bruce?
Oh, he's much nicer.
Will you stay with me until you're well enough to travel?
Her grandfather's hand covered hers.
I need to make amends for what it appears that idiot grandson did to you.
And you. Eve put her other hand on top of his. Sadness filled his face. If she were superstitious, she'd wonder if there was a Stewart curse. But that was ridiculous. Every person had free will. Her grandfather and father had determined to hold a grudge for nearly half a century, just as Graham had chosen to take that first drug. And Darius, for whatever reason, had decided to walk away from his wedding. Now, Eve had a choice. She could agree to see him again and listen to his explanation. Would it justify what he'd done to his fiancée? Chapter 23.
Are you getting tired of this jetting about?
Darius asked Joe a week later as they drove from the airport to Eve's grandfather's estate.
It's definitely been a more exciting job than I thought it would be, going on these bucket list charity excursions. Did you happen to catch the news broadcast? They did a story on Sophia. Rafe's assistant, Cass, has been inundated with requests to find out how people can submit the names of family members for future fulfillments.
Joe pulled out his phone and scrolled until he found it. Darius took it. It was the photo the photographer had taken at the castle with all of them. He handed it back.
Ari must have been shielding me from them.
He was going to have to thank her for that. She'd been involved in some of the preliminary work on the charity. Darius guessed he'd have to follow through with it. Now that Kane had resolved his conflicted feelings about it, maybe he'd be willing to partner on it rather than giving it up, as he'd originally planned. It was a good program. Darius was glad they'd been able to give Sophia a memorable experience. He'd found it therapeutic, overall, to be pulled out of his work to make a difference in someone's life.
You've been preoccupied, so I haven't mentioned it before, Joe said, his voice tentative. Bill and I have been in touch with the local police about the shooting and all. And Graham passed his lie detector test.
Then who?
We have an idea and thought we'd set up a scenario that might bring out the perp.
What?
I'm sworn to secrecy, but considering what's going to happen when we get there, I thought I'd better warn you. All I can say is to play along.
I hope you're right, then.
Like Darius didn't have enough on his mind already. Have you heard from your ex-fiancée yet? Joe asked. No, but I told her I was going to meet with Eve and planned to call.
Darius heaved out a breath, trying to calm his stomach. If it hadn't been for daily calls from Mrs. Campbell, he wouldn't have known how Eve was doing. He'd asked how the housekeeper had gotten his phone number, and she'd told him it'd come through Eve's grandfather. Evidently, Darius had support from an unsuspected corner.
Eve isn't unreasonable.
Joe nodded, his expression reflective.
She's got a solid head on her shoulders. Whatever you have to explain, and I have a pretty good idea what it is, just lay it all out there. The big question is whether or not Melanie will agree. If not, I'll be asking Eve to trust me when all the evidence says I'm not worthy of it. And it's not like I haven't hurt her before. I don't know, Joe. I just don't know. I saw the way she was on the first trip, and how she's been on this one. I think she wants to believe you. Have you figured out an approach?
No, and it's making me crazy. Darius rubbed at his tight neck muscles. What could he possibly do to convince her he was trustworthy?
What about your history together? Weren't you good friends in high school? The best of friends. We ran in the same group for years. We did everything together. Including confiding in each other? About nearly everything.
Except how Darius had felt about her. His mind drifted with those memories. There were so many of them. Maybe that was the approach he should take.
This is looking familiar, Joe said, pointing to a farm to the left. Wasn't that the one we passed just before we got to her father's turn? It is.
Darius's stomach flip-flopped. It seemed like his entire future rested in the next hour. If Melanie wouldn't accept his call, could he still convince the woman he loved to trust his word alone? It'd been a pretty day, and the best Eve had felt since she'd accepted that drink from Graham. He was still claiming his innocence, and she'd heard he'd convinced the authorities to give him the lie detector test. She wondered if they'd been able to keep drugs away from him in jail. Eve knew that addiction was a very difficult thing to overcome, and he'd confessed to having used since he was a teenager. She and her mother had debated whether or not they should educate Granddad on the rule of thirds. When adolescents got trapped into addiction, a third of them would be in and out of treatment the rest of their lives, while the drugs would kill another third. Only a third of them would ever break free. She and her mother had decided it was too depressing for an elderly man. At his age, the chances were that he'd likely pass before Graham did, if the younger man was one of that third. There was always the chance that he'd pull his life together again. Eve, with her mother in tow, had met with a nutritionist and the cook to come up with a plan to rule out triggers for her grandfather's migraines. He and her father had taken to going on walks around the grounds. The more time the two men spent together, the less they argued, and when they did, they seemed to get over it more quickly. Now, sitting alone in the solarium, Eve wished that she knew what was going on with Darius. He'd texted her twice, letting her know that he was working on something. If he hadn't left that note with the flowers in the hospital, she'd have probably blocked his number. Joe had even texted her and encouraged her to keep an open mind. She'd found him to be an insightful man and respected his opinion. So she was trying to do just that. But how long was she going to have to wait? Darius had said he'd return, but she only expected to be in Scotland another week. Her parents couldn't be gone from their jobs on this impromptu vacation much longer. "Well, Evie, you're looking much better," her father said, striding into the solarium and sprawling into a chair next to hers. "I'm not so scared of losing you anymore." "I don't ever want to go through this again." "Your grandfather was asking if you'd heard from your young man. I think my father doesn't want to miss out on a grand reunion." "Oh, Dad." Eve put her hand to her abdomen, wishing this simple touch would calm the butterflies there. She'd had an uneasy sense of anticipation all day. It made her jumpy. "What's troubling you?" He straightened and leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "You mean besides the worry that I'll make the same mistake again, or the fear that I'll pass on an opportunity I should jump at?" Eve lowered her voice, now speaking in a whisper. "Or that he won't come, and I won't have a chance to choose." "If it doesn't come, there's your answer, and I say good riddance." Eve sighed. Her ever-practical father. He was right, of course. It wasn't like she hadn't been thinking about it all week, going back and forth in her mind. She'd even dreamed of looking out her bedroom window and seeing Darius drive up to the house. She'd missed him terribly. Regardless of what happened next, him stepping back into her life had changed it. If things didn't work out between them, she'd decided to go back home to Boston. She and her mother had discussed the possibility of Eve going to work for the hospital's charity. What if she did and never saw Darius again? At first, finally seeing him after all this time had seemed destined. She'd completed a nursing job in California when an old client had contacted her about Kane's bucket list charity and asked if she'd be interested in a trip to Ireland. Since Eve had promised her father to come home for a visit, she'd been prepared to turn down the job until she found out that Kane was one of Darius's partners. Kane's group had left from New York and not North Carolina. Then Kane had decided to pull back, and she'd thought she'd never have to worry about seeing Darius. Eve closed her eyes and leaned back her head. She'd dreamed about him again last night, her mind replaying the scene when she'd confronted him about walking away from his wedding. Her mind had frozen on his expression when he'd acknowledged the question. He hadn't looked guilty. He'd worn the fatalistic look of someone trapped. Remembering it now, she wanted to reach out and take away Darius's pain. Eve opened her eyes. His pain. Whatever reason he'd had for leaving his fiancée, it hurt him. A lot. For the first time, her back-and-forth feelings on the matter moved decidedly to his side. Her father started to snore and woke himself. "Dad, why don't you go take a nap?" "Maybe I will." He stood, stretched, and then froze, squinting out the glass wall. "There's a car coming." Eve tried to calm her heart, but it wouldn't listen. Do you recognize it? She didn't dare get up yet. It might be one of the farm hands or servants. The estate had more than one vehicle, though they usually used a different road rather than the main drive.
It looks like a rental.
Eve's heart jumped. She winced and put her hand to her chest.
Are you all right?
Her father sat on the couch beside her and felt for her pulse. He was getting good at it. Just tell me if it's him. Still holding her wrist, her father rose to his feet.
Two giants getting out of a little car. Your man's come, it seems.
He's here, her mother cried, running into the room. I sent Mrs. Campbell for your grandfather. We'd never hear the end of it if he missed this. She looked at Eve for the first time and frowned. You look pale.
It's nerves,
her father whispered in a very loud voice.
The sooner we get him in here to bare his soul, the sooner she'll calm down. Should you give her a Valium?
No, I'm not going to take a Valium. Insulted, Eve pulled her hands free and stood. Darius must have seen her through the glass. His step hesitated for a second before his stride increased. Joe grinned. Eve said a little prayer that it was a good sign and that she'd know what to do. Her parents took up positions on each side of her, and the three of them entered the foyer. From the other side, Alan was helping her grandfather. His expression was practically joyful. He was so excited. Eve met his gaze and sent him a querying look. He waved her over, so she went to him. "Why are you grinning like the Cheshire cat?" she asked, suspicious.
"Because your grandmother was the light of my life, my bonny lass. And that giant of yours looks at you the way I used to look at her."
He patted her cheek.
"I'm happy for you."
Eve's heart wanted to believe his words, but the ugly voice she'd carried at the back of her mind for 8 years wasn't ready yet. At a light tap on the door, Mrs. Campbell hurried to open it. Eve saw a shadow in one of the side doorways and spotted the 3 kitchen servants. She gave a soft groan. Was the entire household staff listening from the surrounding rooms? Chapter 24.
Uh-oh. Bad timing,
Joe said.
What?
Darius turned around and saw a Scottish police car driving up.
I'd hoped they'd give you more time to do your thing. Sorry.
The housekeeper opened the door, wearing a broad grin, which disappeared when her gaze landed on the police officer. Darius and Joe stepped aside for him.
"I'm looking for Graham Stewart,"
the man said.
"Well, I'll get him for you," Mrs. Campbell said and hurried away.
"The cop's in on it,"
Joe whispered.
"What is this?"
Eve's grandfather demanded, leaning on his walker.
"I have business with Graham Stewart,"
the officer repeated.
"That's me."
The young man who followed behind Mrs. Campbell looked thinner than he had the last time Darius had seen him, and scared.
"Sir, you have the right to remain silent,"
the policeman said, and began the Scottish equivalent to the American Miranda rights.
"What?"
Graham cried, looking panicky now.
"I took the lie test and failed it. You're under arrest." "I didn't do it, I swear."
Graham threw himself at his grandfather's feet and buried his face in his hands.
"You confessed that it was your drugs used to poison your cousin."
The policeman continued to give the reasons for the arrest, but Darius wasn't paying attention. Joe was covertly pointing to the crowd of servants that had gathered in the entrance, specifically at Alan. The man's face had gone white, his breathing rapid. His gaze shifted from Graham on the ground to the officer. His expression conflicted. Darius thought he understood then. It wasn't until the policeman bent over to pull Graham to his feet that Alan's expression shifted to one of resolve. He stepped forward.
"No, you mustn't take him. I did it." "What?"
Archibald Stewart gasped, his face flushing with anger.
"You tried to kill my granddaughter? Because I've stood by this family my entire life. I could see how she was getting to you. She was already talking about blocking Graham's birthrights. It'd only be a matter of time before she convinced you to change her will and reinstate her father."
Alan turned a look of hatred on Eve's dad and spat on the ground.
"He betrayed his family and cast aside his heritage. Duncan was your rightful heir and through him Graham. I wasn't going to sit back and let that be stolen from him."
The officer reached for Alan's arm. Agitated, he stepped back, but the rest of the servants closed in to form a wall to block him. His shoulders drooped. Then he let the policeman cuff him.
"Come with me."
The officer led the valet away, giving Joe a nod this time as he passed. "How did you know?" Darius asked. "Alan's fingerprints were on all the glasses. Graham's were only on his. I guess the valet didn't watch enough TV murder mysteries." "Well, I'm glad he confessed." Darius watched the crowd of servants and family as they talked. "But now, what do I do? Everyone's looking stunned, and I don't blame them. Not everyone. Look." Graham was embracing his grandfather. The young man turned from him to Eve, who'd finally stepped outside. He clasped her hand, talking rapidly. She smiled, and they hugged. Eve looked up then and met Darius's gaze. Her parents were a few feet to the side. Everyone seemed to remember him then, and quieted. Joe stepped beside him, and at the rustling behind, Darius glanced back to see the groundskeepers had gathered too.
"Looks like you're going to have to do a cane,"
Joe said, his voice low.
"What are you talking about? He had nearly the whole town there when he proposed."
Had he really? Darius gave the bodyguard his phone.
"Do something useful and call Melanie. You're making her nervous by waiting."
Joe gave him a nudge.
"Do it."
Darius took a step forward. The poor old guy had been looking stunned, his face wet, but his expression brightened when Darius nodded to him. "Mr. Stewart, it's a pleasure to see you again." He said to her parents, "Mr. and Mrs. Stewart, it's been a long time." Her father looked about to say something, but her mother shushed him. Taking a breath, Darius shifted to face Eve and met her wary gaze. "I can't tell you how relieved I am to find you looking so well. We were right. This is a good place to recuperate." Darius shifted uncomfortably, his mind going in too many directions. He'd considered a dozen approaches, but hadn't been able to settle on any of them. The look of anticipation on Eve's face brought back a memory from high school, and he started to speak. "Do you remember that car wash we did for the local dog shelter? The one that turned into a huge water fight and we got kicked off the property?" Eve asked with a soft chuckle. "Yeah. Or the movie marathons we'd have in your backyard?" "You always had a knack with my dad's projector," Eve said. "Remember the summer concerts on the town green? And playing frisbee golf in the park? That was not fair, because you're so tall. I preferred watching the sunset over the lake." Behind Darius, he could hear his phone ringing. Would Melanie pick up? "Do you remember that evening after junior prom?" he asked, "when we all decided to go to the park in our formal clothes? And my date suggested everyone try to sneak into the zoo." Eve shook her head, wearing a hint of a smile. "You weren't comfortable with that and refused to go, but he went with the others anyway." I was so mad at him. Her eyes narrowed at the memory. It was late and dark, and he'd taken the keys to his car. But then you were there, and I wasn't alone or scared anymore. As if I'd ever leave you alone. My date had gone with the others, so it was just us. You suggested we go to the park across the street. Eve took a small step toward him, and Darius's heart leapt into his throat. He didn't know if she'd made the motion involuntarily or if she was sending him a message, but he didn't dare move. Yet. It rained earlier and the ground was wet. As we walked across the grass toward the playground equipment, he began, we came upon a huge swarm of dancing fireflies. Her face lit up at the memory. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. You were the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Darius took a small step forward. Standing in the grass in that fairy-like gown, amidst a circle of glowing lights. It was that night I realized what I'd been feeling for you had changed.
And yet you never said anything.
You were my best friend. How could I risk that? And I was right, wasn't I? Darius's voice softened. When I kissed you 10 months later, I ruined everything between us.
Because you never spoke to me again. It was your silence that ruined everything. Eve's eyes flashed. You've already told me why you did it. But you need to know how much you hurt me back then. I didn't know what I'd done wrong.
That was all on me and my insecurities.
Was it insecurity that made you walk away from your wedding?
So they were there. No, it was love. He winced at the disbelief now on her face. Hello? Is this Melanie? Joe asked. Thank you for answering.
Darius took Eve's hand and pulled her away from the others, grateful that she didn't fight him. He accepted the phone from Joe and put it on speaker so she could hear.
Mel, can I tell her the truth?
Darius asked, keeping his voice low, though he could sense those behind them straining to hear. His heart raced. What if she refused? Darius glanced at Eve, whose face was inscrutable. All right, Melanie finally said. But she has to promise not to tell anyone else. He breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank you.
He disconnected and met Eve's gaze, saying,
That was my ex-fiancé. I can vouch for that, Joe said. It was like pulling teeth to get her to see him. Can we talk alone? Darius asked. I promised her you'd be the only one to know the whole story.
She glanced back at her parents and grandfather, who'd approached, but still stood back a few feet. When her mother gave Eve an encouraging nod, Darius was grateful.
In the solarium?
He asked.
But I want to know too,
her grandfather said, his voice irritated.
Well, we don't always get what we want,
her father said, waving them away. Eve's stomach was a nervous mess as she led the way into the solarium. She didn't know if she could sit still, so she went to stand by the one wall of glass that had no furniture in front of it, keeping her back to him. What would she see if she turned around and looked at those dark eyes? The shadows underneath them spoke of the stress he'd been under since she'd last seen him.
My old fiancé is now married to a senator who's running for his second term.
Darius began, coming to stand behind her.
At the time our wedding was scheduled, he was running for Congress. I have no idea when they met or how long they'd been seeing each other. I'd graduated and was busy working on getting my teaching credentials while she focused on wedding preparations.
The tightness around Eve's heart began to ease. It'd been her seeing someone else. Poor Darius. How had he found out? He stepped closer, enough that she could almost feel the warmth of his body on her back. Did you catch them together? She asked.
No. Like her, he was very conscious of social status, and it wouldn't have looked good for a wannabe congressman to be seen as the one who'd broken up an engaged couple, even in these more liberal days. I could tell something was bothering her at the rehearsal dinner the night before, but I put it off to nerves. I had the jitters, too. Her parents had poured a ton of money into it, and a couple of the society pages were calling it the wedding of the year, which was ridiculous. I'd suggested the money would be better spent as a down payment on a house, but Melanie wanted her party, especially since her rich parents were paying for it. It was kind of a big thing that their daughter had agreed to marry a man whose sole ambition was to be a high school art teacher.
That woman was an idiot. One of the things Eve liked about Darius was something his ex-fiancé had looked down on. Darius put a hand on Eve's shoulder, and her skin came alive under his touch.
She barely noticed the ache in her chest in spite of her racing heart. She pulled me aside just before the wedding was supposed to start and told me she was in love with someone else. But she couldn't call off the wedding because it looked bad. Furious, Eve spun around. Startled, Darius dropped his hand, stepping back. "Are you kidding? She had the nerve to ask you to take the blame, and you did?" I could see the pain in her eyes. She said I had to promise not to tell anyone. "And you did." He shrugged. Eve didn't know if she should cry for him or smack him silly for having been so stupid. "I thought I was in love, Eve. And I'd always been taught, and still believe, that when you love someone, their happiness comes first. I wanted her to be happy. Besides, if I'd refused to walk, Melanie would have gone through with the wedding, and I'd have been stuck with a wife who loved someone else." "Oh, Darius," she said, her eyes moist. That woman had played on his kind heart. Eve put her hands on her hips. "If I ever meet her, I can't guarantee that I won't tell her exactly what I think of her. The little skank—" "No." He put a finger to her lips. "She's not worth the negative energy. Listen to me, Eve. I love you." At his words, the anger she was struggling to control fled. He dropped his hand. "After high school, I tried to move on, and even thought I'd succeeded with Melanie." "I did too." Eve laced her fingers with his. "All these years, I've wanted to know what you were doing. Even thought about asking my parents if they'd heard what you were up to. But I'm a coward." Something told Eve that he shouldn't be allowed to turn this negative. Even as a teenager, he'd had a tendency to beat himself up over things. She'd already seen in his words and tone that he held himself completely accountable for his silence 12 years ago and for having been played a fool by his fiancée. He'd been stupid to agree to her demand, but he'd acted out of love and with honor. Eve refused to let him take it on himself. "Right. A big guy like you, who I hear did a wonderful job bossing teenage artists around and now helps run a big company, is a coward." "Sorry, not buying it." She winked at him, and his shoulders relaxed. "It wasn't until I saw you again in Kane's office that it hit me what a fool I'd been to let you get away," he said. "Every moment I've spent with you since, especially when I thought you were going to die right in front of me, has proved to me that I can't lose you again." Eve's heart swelled, and this time it didn't hurt. She rose on her toes and pressed her lips to his. Darius slid his arms around her and pulled her closer. She wrapped her arms around his neck and lost herself in the musky smell of him, the sense of rightness in them being together at last. When he ended the kiss, she wasn't ready and tried to pull him to her again. "No," he captured her hands. "I need to ask you something important first." Her breath caught. Was he going to propose? If he was, she knew her grandfather would want to be there to hear it and rub it in that he'd been right. But if Darius wasn't, should anyone else be here? She asked, unable to put her wish into words. Chuckling, he reached behind her. She twisted around and found him pointing to her parents, grandfather, and what looked like the entire staff who now stood outside the glass solarium watching them. Darius slid open the window. "Can you all hear?" he asked. "Gin it laldi," one of the men called, and her grandfather chuckled, nodding. "What did he say?" Darius asked. "Give it all you've got." Eve brought their joined hands to her cheek. "Evelyn Stewart, I've loved you for half my life, and I can't go on any more without you." Darius dropped to one knee. "Wait!" her grandfather cried, pushing his way closer. "I cannot see if he kneels." Eve met Darius's gaze and found he was also having a hard time not laughing. Oh, how she loved this man. "Can you see now, Granddad?" she called, not taking her eyes off Darius. "Aye,"
Get on with it.
Are you sure you can handle my folk? She asked Darius. I think I might have understood that. Are you asking if I can handle your family? Eve nodded. If you come too. Darius said the next word slowly and with an atrocious Scottish accent. Ampazumi. Hearing him say the words her father had used when he'd proposed to her mother brought tears to Eve's eyes. Nai, she said in Greek. Darius's face fell and she panicked. Wait, isn't that yes in Greek? She should never have tried to be clever. You're saying yes? Oh, yes. She pulled him to his feet and threw her arms around his neck.
I told you that young man was in love with her,
her grandfather crowed. They turned to find the old man hugging her father, who was returning the embrace. I love you so much, Eve said, and I'm not letting you get away this time. I won't be trying to. He kissed her. Epilogue. So if someone wants to go skiing in the Alps, are we going to limit where? Eve asked, leaning back in the wrecked gaming conference room chair. We have to be wise with the funding so we can fulfill a lot of wishes. I agree, but we don't want to be cheap either. Kane scrolled through the options on his tablet. Being an Arizona guy, I don't know much about cold places. People qualifying for a bucket list wish could have serious health issues, Sona said. Like my grandmother. She might have enjoyed a visit to the Alps, but there's no way she could have gotten around to much. Eve loved having both Kane and his wife on the charity committee. Sona was a fun addition. Even though they were still working on the planning phase of the program, she had great ideas about security issues that Eve would never have considered. When the other partners had chipped in with suggestions, Darius had enlisted all of them to be on the board. Ari already has them categorized by types, Eve said. But I think we need to narrow these down some more. I know Sona and I were the benefactors of 2 anything-goes trips, but those turned out to be perfect test cases for what not to do. You mean like fall in love? Sona winked at her husband, and Kane rewarded her with a kiss. There is that, Eve said. We also have to consider if it's wise to send cute interns along for the trip. Sophia had been disappointed that nothing had come from her crush on Noah. The conference room door opened, and Ezreal backed into the room. I brought pizza, he said, turning around, his arms laden with boxes. He met Eve's gaze and flushed. Everyone assured her that eventually he'd be able to speak to her when his wife wasn't there giving support. It hadn't happened yet. And I brought cake, Rafe said as he entered, followed by Ari, whose hands were full of paper plates, napkins, and plastic cutlery. Darius had jumped up to help her. We should have just moved this all down to Ezreal's place, because then Sarah could have come, he said. Nah, the kids have the flu, Ezreal said. Don't worry, I washed my hands. I shouldn't be contagious. We'll save some for you to take to her then, Eve said as she helped clear the table. During the Ireland trip, Kane had mentioned what good friends his business partners were, and Darius had made similar comments. Until they'd all been convinced to be on the board of directors, Eve hadn't realized just how close-knit a group they were, and how welcoming. When Joe had told her how they'd all made a trip to Virginia to force a talk with the ex, Eve had wanted to thank them. The bodyguard had nixed the idea. That's what family does, he'd said. Watching them work and argue together, Eve agreed. What are you thinking? Darius asked as he slid his arms around her from behind. It must be dangerous because I can smell something burning. Ha ha, nothing dangerous. Just what a great group this is. Though I'm worried I won't have grandfather's room ready in time for his visit next week. After having been through so much in such a short time, the poor man had been depressed. Graham had finally agreed to go into rehab. Her grandfather had a good manager to run the farm, so she and her father had convinced him to come for a visit. They hoped after a trip to the States they could convince the old man to retire. Eve had been surprised at how little Darius had put into decorating his place. Like the other founders of REKD Gaming, who each had an apartment at their business complex, he had one at the end of his art wing. "Wow, I was expecting a little bachelor pad, not a luxury suite," Eve had said when she'd seen it for the first time. Walking around the large apartment, she couldn't believe how stark it was. It didn't even have as much personality as a hotel room. "It's nothing much," he'd said. "How long have you lived here?" 3 years. "Why haven't you done anything with it?" She'd turned to face him. "I guess I've been waiting for you to make it a home." That had earned him a whopper of a kiss. He'd left it all to her, only making a few recommendations about colors and patterns, and getting some of his non-REKD artwork framed for the walls. Her favorite was a painting of her wearing her yellow floral dress. It was in her office, where she did most of her work for the charity. Eventually, it'd grow enough to need its own building. "Well," Darius said, nuzzling her neck, "after all your hard work, you're ready for an inaugural visit from both of our families? We have plenty of room." "Yes, we do. And a good thing, too." She moved his hands to her abdomen, and he stilled. "Eve?" Darius's voice was soft and a little frightened. "Are you saying—" "Yes." She reached into her pocket and pulled out the tester she'd used just before the meeting. "I should be due early fall." "What's this?" Sona asked, staring at them. "Is that a pregnancy test you've got there?" "Yes, we're expecting," Eve cried. Amid shouts of congratulations, Darius spun her around and kissed her, his eyes bright. She'd known and loved first the boy and then the man. Now she'd get to discover the father in him. "I love you," he said, his voice husky. "I know. Hagulagamosht kujach. I love you too." Eve pressed her lips to his.
Alas for the Billionaire is the second book I wrote with the theme of the bucket list, billionaires. And when I was trying to figure out where to have Darius go for his setting, it just was obvious to me that it had to be Scotland. I had gone there with some fellow authors to Scotland and England researching for the Twickenham time travel series that we did together. And, I just fell in love with Scotland. And as we were driving back from one of the tours that we were doing, it was in the lowlands, and I just thought, what a beautiful area to have as a setting for Darius's book. And it came about with another Harry Potter theme, and with the bucket list, it was fulfilling the wish of a girl who wasn't dying, so it's not like Make-A-Wish, but it was for somebody who's dealing with a long-term illness or disease that can really bring you down. And in this particular case, the teen girl that they help out has lupus. And I have an author friend who struggles with that. She was a great resource. She used to joke around because of the difficulty of going out in the sunlight, of joking that she's a vampire, or that people think she is because she can't go out in the sun. But I also thought, what great thing would be a wish for a teen girl? And of course, Harry Potter, of course, anybody who knows me knows that that would be part of the theme. And so they end up in Edinburgh for the beginning part of the book because, of course, there's so many things that were inspired there, including the place where Joe Rowling finished Deathly Hallows, the final book in the series. So this will span you. I had an opportunity to experience these places, and thank heavens for Google Earth. for letting me map out things and check out homes for sale and get the interiors so they could be the inspiration.
This has been Alas for the Billionaire, Billionaires of REKD, Book 4, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Vicki Pierce. Copyright 2019 by Donna K. Weaver. Production copyright by Donna K. Weaver.